Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Smash that like button on your way in here. Smash that like. Y'all, something. Y'all, how are y'all doing? So today we're back talking about, Pastor McNutt. Yes, go ahead and order from the menu, exclamation mark. Menu, you can order from the all day menu. Y'all, something. Yes. So before I begin, I want to start by saying that what I'm about to talk about today is not about attacking anyone's sexuality, okay? And so it's not a mockery or a joke of, his sexuality and things like that. And about people are going to be mentioning his feminine qualities even since his when he was in school, in like middle school. And it's not about stereotypes. And the reason his sexuality will be brought into question is because he actually filed a lawsuit. If you watch my previous video, this is part 3. He filed a defamation lawsuit claiming that a person by the name of Josh had, called him a homosexual, and that damaged his reputation. Again, he said that Josh calling him a homosexual and stating that they had some sort of sexual relationship damaged his reputation. So he, the pastor, feels that being homosexual, gay, and in the LGBTQIA plus community is damaging to one's reputation, and he did not want to be known to be a part of it, or to be alleged to be a part of it. So the people are talking about his sexuality because of this lawsuit. Well, I don't know, everyone knows about it or has reported on it, but he actually kicked someone out of his house allegedly, because this is what he wrote to the judge, that he kicked Christopher out of his house, one of the people that he calls sons that has spoken through posts. And he said that he kicked Chris out because he was wanting to pursue a homosexual lifestyle, and that was dishonorable to do such a thing. So if he believes that Chris allegedly pursuing a homosexual lifestyle is dishonoring and dishonorable, then obviously he has negative feelings about homosexuality, and he obviously, feels that it's dishonorable to oneself to live or pursue that lifestyle, or to be homosexual. And the issue is that most people assuming, I know it's stereotypical, however, that he is within the community and himself, and and some also assume, like such as the classmate, that he was obviously out of the closet, not really hiding anything, because he appears to be someone that is out. Like, how there are some people that are more, show that they are, they say things or do things that kind of alert people to that, they are in the community. And so with that being said, the pastor seems to not, he wants to be known as, or assumed to be, heterosexual. So this is about, it's not about sexuality. This is mostly about a reputation. It's about reputation and him trying to manage his image and his because of the religious culture that he's in, and the religious society. This country was founded off of a lot of religious beliefs, and is still at the foundation of this country. And I'm not assuming or speculating anything about anyone's homosexuality. Again, if you have not watched my previous videos, we already went over a defamation lawsuit in which the judge disposed both people by asking questions of both parties. And when the judge asked both questions, the Josh and the pastor questions, the judge found that the defendant won the case, and that the defendant's evidence was enough to beat a defamation. To win a defamation case, you can establish or show that your facts or the truth is a defense for that. Okay, so in that, it shows that he is based on whatever evidence was shown, which was a lot of emails, a lot of correspondence and communications, that the pastor is based on that lawsuit. It looks like, I can show it again. What I gathered from the lawsuit is that Josh was deemed to be telling the truth about the pastor, and that's why he won the lawsuit. So the lawsuit backfired. Similarly, press one in the chat if you were here and when I went over the lawsuit, and press two if you were not. I can kind of pull it up again, but make sure to pay attention because this is part three, and I mentioned that in part two about the lawsuit. Okay, so that's where I'm getting this from. It's not speculation or guessing or assumptions. It's based on the fact that the defendant won the defamation lawsuit. If it had been established that it wasn't true or there wasn't enough facts or certain things, then Josh would have lost the lawsuit. So, okay. Um, so anyways, now that we kind of know that he's trying to be in the closet or he's not trying to be out because he's suing people because of it, then that means that when I talk about sexuality, it's because I feel like a lot of his issues is because he's in the closet and he's hiding. And a lot of times when people are hiding in the closet, they are not open about um, the things they are doing or things they are interested in. So they're more discreet and they are more apt to probably do certain things that could keep them in hiding and in secret, and to keep that secret, keep that a secret. There are sometimes people actually do certain crimes or commit violence or do other things just to keep because they are feeling like someone is going to out them and expose their sexuality or their sexual interests. So yes, here's what we know publicly, of course, that he did file a lawsuit alleging defamation because Josh accused him of being homosexual. That means, of course, that he felt that being labeled a homosexual was harming to his credibility, his reputation, and his standing as the leader of a church. Sadly enough, it is, even though 2026, even at that time in 2014, some people don't want a pastor that's homosexual or in the LGBTQIA plus community, unless it's like a different, a church that's not, that is okay with that. But most churches that are traditional churches are not. So when someone is claiming that being gay is defamatory, it opens up a new conversation and a new debate and topic. And like, why is he considering that, of course, reputational harm in the first place? And that's because of his church standing. Okay. And like I said, in many religious institutions, churches, and spaces, Christianity, Catholic churches, etc., homosexuality is still heavily stigmatized. It is, okay? Some congregations will ban you, withdraw support, ostracize you. They will question your leadership. They will deem you as more sinful or more in sin than others. Some of them some people actually leave the church. Some people will try to remove you from the pulpit or leadership positions and only allow you in other positions besides the leadership positions. Okay, not all churches, again, that's some. So when someone like this pastor pushes back and sues people for labeling him as homosexual, it can suggest a number of things, of course. Obviously, he wants to sue and say it's defamatory to protect his reputation, to say he's fighting back from this. Similarly, remember, he made Junior come forward and apologize, even though it was a fake apology. He felt like Junior coming forward and lying and saying and covering for him would fix his reputation and standing. So similarly, he sued Josh because he felt like if he sued him and he could persuade the judge or of other people that he wasn't homosexual, Josh was lying on him about sexual relationships, then that will clear his name and standing. Okay. So he believed obviously that the being labeled as homosexual would harm his ministry. Now, here's the thing. Is it true that it could possibly harm his ministry? Yes, it could actually, even though, that's how the world is. We live in a homophobic society. Okay. So his fear is not something like he has an unreasonable fear. His fear is realistic. So we have to be honest with that. Okay. Now, in the classmate interview, when I spoke to his classmate yesterday, I did ask certain questions about how he presented himself in middle school and how, to see if in middle school he was open with his sexuality, or was he seeming to be in the closet, or just was there anything that kind of like any questions about his middle school time period to see his early childhood. And the classmate pretty much was stating that, he felt that like he was feminine. And there's another interview we're going to watch. Well, not interview. There's going to be another person that has came forward. They're not saying they're a direct victim of the pastor, but they are saying they are a victim of the pastor indirectly through someone else. Okay. Now, but I want to be clear that there are some people that exhibit feminine qualities, and then they are, not homosexual. Okay, so we don't want to just say by perception and only certain physical things or actions that's automatically going to be stereotyping someone as in the community. This is all about a lawsuit that was filed. So if anyone shows up, a lawsuit was filed by the pastor, and he was upset and wanted to sue someone because they alleged that he was homosexual. So he's against homosexuality. He kicked someone out of his home because he says that because this person was dishonorable and wanted to pursue a homosexual lifestyle. Okay, so if someone is in the closet and in the community themselves, it's weird to have so much hate towards pretending to have this outward hate towards others and LGBTQI plus. But it's not really unusual, because some people that are really homophobic are because they are hiding their own sexuality. And not all, but some. So he really takes reputational damage really seriously. That's for Junior, for Josh, for anyone. So what I can expect is over time, as if people are reporting on him, if they say certain things he does not like, or he feels it's defamatory, or not even defamatory, but the damaging towards his reputation, then he might actually pursue lawsuits. Okay. And let's go ahead and look at some postings. But I will actually pull up the lawsuit as well for those that missed it, so that can set the foundation of what I'm actually referring to. Okay. So if a pastor is gay, that is not really scandalous to me. If a pastor is straight, that is not scandalous to me. What becomes newsworthy and of note is when someone files a lawsuit and they're claiming that their reputation has been damaged, and there's letters and email communications, and these accusations are made. Now this all becomes a conversation about motive and why someone has a certain pattern, why someone is acting in a certain way, why someone might move a certain way, why someone might be propositioning people or trying to be discreet about certain actions, and why someone might respond to certain allegations based on because they're a pastor and they feel like certain things might not be acceptable in their church community. Okay. So this is not really about outing anyone, or mocking anyone, or reinforcing any stereotypes, even though it can appear to be that way based on the discussion. So that's just a disclaimer, okay? And like I said before, when it comes to religion and things like that, there's going to be topics about someone's sexuality. In this case, when it's involving sexual abuse of minors or even adults or in any capacity, anything sexual, people are going to bring up is someone actually heterosexual or homosexual and things like that. Okay. Hold on one second. So another thing we want to discuss is the fact that another interview was done by Jedediah, and we will be talking about cases of actual essay again today. So some topics will be triggering for some people. So thank you to my mom for posting that. So if you are a survivor of sexual abuse, you can always call the National Sex Assault Hotline at 1-800-656-HOPE, and that's 1-800-656-HOPE. And that is 1-800-656-4673. So the mother of Cameron is named Renelle, okay? And the father of Cameron Johnson is Craig Johnson, which I discussed in my last video, okay? And then Cameron Johnson, he actually, that's the 18-year-old that's going to be 19 soon. He actually sexually assaulted his half sister and his cousin, okay? And so these topics are going to be discussed today. Now, the half sister, her mother's name is Nikita Johnson, and her mother has already filed a police report for her daughter. And then she recommended to the police or suggested to the police that she would rather Cameron have counseling instead of having being arrested and having some sort of incarceration, right? And then from there, the cousin is actually the daughter of Crystal Johnson and the niece of Craig Johnson, okay? So, and then the cousin, no one really talked about whether or not a police report was filed for her. No one talked about whether DCF or CPS, depending on the state, was called for her, or what happened with her case. They kept on saying that she was unprotected or she was still in harm's way, or they never really gave any clarification. So I will say that I did myself report Crystal Johnson and Cameron Johnson, because Crystal Johnson is the mother of that cousin of Cameron Johnson. That is and they're trying to say that it was consensual and that it was two 11-year-olds consenting to have this incest relationship. And the thing about it is the half sibling and the cousin never said that it was consensual. They've been saying that obviously that he touched them inappropriately and assaulted them inappropriately without their permission. So that's not consensual. So I feel like it's wrong to label that as consensual when it's not. That's like someone assaulting you sexually and then saying, oh, you consented to it. No. There's a difference. So there's a mislabeling of these actions. Okay, so we're going to get into that as well. So we have a lot of things to discuss in this whole case. So let's go ahead and start with the actual let's start with Crystal and the cousin I just mentioned. Let's go ahead and start there, and then I'll work my way to the other topics. And while I'm playing this, I'm going to actually pull up the lawsuit where the pastor sued someone for, alleging that he's homosexual. Okay, hold on.
People want me to do things, and I'm pretty sure y'all probably, and y'all, I'm a nice guy, I'm just a direct guy, especially when I'm doing these things, because I got to be. But I'm waiting, and godly, I'm finna have to just move forward because I can't wait any longer. I'm gonna call them one more time.
So he's about to do interviews of these family members, okay? And I just feel like there's a lot of protection
They're
for
coming
Pastor
now. So
McNutt
let's
and
see if they
Cameron.
actually get on the screen, and then I'm going to go past this because I'm 24 minutes in and I didn't get nothing done. And I apologize to those of you all who want to be focused. Last thing about it, I am a nice guy. I'm a focused guy. I'm on business, but I'm also on bullshit. I'm a cuss. I'm a laugh. I'm going to do everything. Don't expect for me to be, I've been serious for the last 3 days. I'm tired now. So now I'm going to be as wacky and crazy. I'm going to keep myself up, and I'm gonna be me. If you don't like my style, then you take the next case and we'll watch you be serious all the motherfucking day. But I'm definitely gonna need a therapist once this case is over because I am toe up in real life. So sometimes you gotta laugh to keep from crying. Ladies and gentlemen, without any delay, you ready? Okay, so let's be clear about what is about to happen. Yesterday, we had Nikita come on, who is the mother of one half of Craig Johnson's children, stepmother of Cameron. She was on yesterday and she spoke about things. Then we were reached out to by the cousin, that was spoke about, the parents of the cousin that was spoke about, who was supposed to be the other individual that was or had the interaction with Cameron. I don't know their testimony. I have an inclination of what it is that they want to say. I'm going to let them speak. I'm going to ask them questions like I did yesterday. But then we're going to have another person that's going to come on, and then there's another person that's going to come on, and then there's a church member that's going to come on. And we're just going to flow with this as it goes. And then at the end of this, you're going to get my update for today at part 6. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, the parents of one of Cameron's cousins, who also supposed to have been handled by him in some sort of way, Cameron, and I see a guy, Crystal, and sir, what is your name?
Chris.
Crystal and Chris. Awesome. Y'all look like, okay, young couple. Y'all look like, the people tell y'all kind of look like each other a little bit. Yeah, y'all spending too much motherfucking time together, but y'all, you should do that as a couple. Happy belated Valentine's Day. So you all wanted to come on, you wanted to speak, and I'm not trying to make this a joke. You got the floor. What is it that you want to say?
First off, thanks for having us on. Forgive me because I've lost my voice. So Chris is going to do most of the talking. But I'm Cameron's auntie.
I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm kind of amped up. I had to keep myself up, but maybe he want to let you drink the water and not him.
Yeah.
How you drinking the water and she sound like Kobe?
So Crystal Johnson is who has been interviewed, and I guess that's her man or significant other or something. But listen, so Crystal Johnson, her daughter was either sexual assaulted or but I know this half sibling was molested and assaulted. Now, as far as the niece, as far as it's the niece of Craig Johnson, but the cousin of Cameron Johnson, all the family dynamics. Crystal Johnson's daughter was sexually abused by Cameron Johnson, the one with the dreads that lives in the house with Pastor McNutt, the one that says he's in a relationship with Pastor McNutt. Okay, the one that lives in the house with Junior and Pastor McNutt. Cameron Johnson has sexually abused 2 of his own relatives, his half sibling and a cousin. And that cousin is the daughter of his auntie, Crystal, who is in this video. So Crystal is going to really talk about Cameron. And I feel like, to be honest, that Crystal protects Cameron and even Pastor McNutt more than her own daughter. And it's sad but true. And she paints the story as if her daughter and Cameron were involved in this relative incest consensual thing going on. However, Nikita, on the other hand, said before in a previous interview that we played the other day, she said that the cousin cries about what happened and was like distraught about what happened. So that's not indicative or signs of someone that consented to anything. It's not. And then Nikita said her own daughter was also crying, and that her daughter told a sexual education counselor that what had happened to her. And if something is consensual, people didn't go tell and report anything. Why would someone report something consensual that they consented to? Obviously, people are gonna report things that is assaulting them and without their consent. So I don't like how it seems like some of the adults in this situation are trying to spin this and twist this into some sort of consensual act instead of some what it is, assault. Okay, the victims involved, when people talk about the victim's responses and actions, it's of a victim of assault, not of a consent, and it's crazy.
Get that lady that water bottle. Okay, go ahead.
So this is Cameron's auntie. I've known the family for years, so I've known Cameron for about 12 years. A lot of things that have been said in regards to Cameron, his character, the things that have transpired prior to whatever came out, has not been all the way accurate. And we feel like it's important to actually, protect and speak to the person that Cameron is. And we don't want people to get things misconstrued. This is not trying to protect any sexual assaults or anything like that. This is literally trying to...
Okay, if it's not trying to protect sexual assault, well, let me say SA, yeah, why is it that, listen, I'm sick of it. Like, I can't. Why is it that Nikita said that her daughter and the cousin both cried when he actually went in front of the court and admitted to doing something to them, but he said it was consensual, but they both cried? Why is it that you were saying that they were both distraught and affected by this in a negative way? And that the daughter that he harmed, which is his half sibling, the daughter of Nikita, had went to her, that happened at 11 and stuff happened around 11, that at 15, she told her sexual education teacher, a counselor, what had happened and reported this. And then Nikita went to the police department to report it to the police. So why would y'all report something consensual to the police? Stop playing with me. Y'all weird. It's some weird stuff going on here. It's not making any sense. If something was consensual, there was incest between two minors and was consensual, then why did the Nikita's daughter report it to her school? And then why did DCF get involved? And then the mom, Nikita, said she filed a police report against Cameron. And now y'all trying to say that it was consensual? Please stop.
To present the actual factuals and to stick up for this young man whose name has been dragged through the mud.
So the daughter of one of the victims, the cousin, is coming on here to stick up for her daughter's assaulter. You can't make this up.
Okay, we're listening.
So, as far as Cameron doing a sexual assault on his sister or his cousin, that situation is completely misconstrued. The situations that occurred happened at separate times. It was reported years later, and it's been basically said that, Cam was the person that initiated all this, or he was, the aggressor or the molester, when it really was cousins being kids experimenting with each other, cousins kissing cousins type of thing, where you tell and you have to let them know, like,
and this doesn't make any sense. Let me pull up that other video. Let me pull up the other video and see what was said from Nikita about what the cousin said and how the cousin was crying and certain things.
Hey,
hold on.
That's not what you're supposed to be doing. It wasn't a thing where they're like, oh, Cam inappropriately touched me and I didn't want.
No. That's, y'all are changing the story around, and this is sick. Nikita said that when she came downstairs, for at least for his half sibling, that Cameron he was touching her daughter underneath the covers. And she didn't say anything about anything being consensual. It didn't say Cameron and the daughter were engaging anything. It's always Cameron is doing this or doing that to the girls.
Or I didn't participate.
Kids got talked to.
All the kids got talked to in the same regard. Okay. When Nia went to school, right? She talked to a counselor about what happened.
This is years later.
This is
2 years later.
2 years later, she talked to a school counselor. The school counselor is who decided to call the authorities. Okay? When the school counselor called the authorities, there was an investigation done by DCFS. They decided that it was not worth pursuing anything. They closed the case. No charges, nothing. How they came to the conclusion is because they were all doing it together.
So you're saying when the police report that was made about this was
this is not trying to protect any sexual assaults or anything like that. This is literally trying to present the actual factuals and to stick up for this young man whose name has been dragged through the mud.
Okay, we're listening.
So, as far as Cameron doing a sexual assault on his sister or his cousin.
Oh yeah, people, there is stuff being played here, and it's interesting that, okay, so she's too sick, I guess, to speak, so he's speaking, not the mother is speaking. So the half sister Cameron reported it to her sexual education teacher, and then police report was filed by Nikita after this report was made. If she reported something consensual, then why was there a police report made? And then Nikita's mother said the police asked her, did she want incarceration or counseling? And she said counseling. Why would the police ask, did she want to press charges for incarceration or counseling? They don't recommend incarceration for something that's consensual between two people and that both people are just as guilty. They recommend incarceration. You want to press charges if they find that you are complaining about something and filing a police report about something that is illegal. So that's why they'll say, do you want to press charges and have this person arrested? And you chose counseling. You didn't, I guess your daughter, you persuaded her to do the whole biblical forgiveness process, which forgiveness doesn't mean that you don't hold people accountable. This does not make any sense. There was DCF involvement, and then he went in front of a church twice, Cameron, to give a public apology in front of the church. Why would he be apologizing for something that's consensual? Okay, yes, it's incest, and you can say, okay, I need forgiveness and give a testimony for I should not have done anything incestuous. Okay. However, it's obviously with this church apology twice, he was doing something to his siblings. That's where the apology part comes in. So that's nothing about getting misconstrued or taken out of context. This is not some sort of rumor or gossip. This is a child going to her school, sexual education counselor reporting it. This is the sibling, half sibling and the cousin both crying about how they were abused by Cameron Johnson. And now there's adults in their life that are protecting them. And that's why the child, had to go to a school to report this, because the adults are irresponsible, immature people that are trying to cover for Cameron Johnson, because Cameron Johnson lives with Pastor McNutt and they benefit from protecting those two financially. And that's what I believe. Hello. And then it says kids experimenting with each other, huh? Now, this refers to, I guess, they're talking about the cousins and not the half-sister, because we want to keep it separate. There's two people that are abused, the half-sister and the cousin of his, okay? So Cameron's half-sister and then the cousin. So I guess they're saying that, because right now they're referring to their child that's in their home, the daughter of Crystal, and they're saying that that child was experimenting. Okay, so this is not the child that went to the council. This is another one in another home. Now, what's worrisome about it is that Nikita, in another interview, was saying that she was worried about the cousin, because the cousin was still having contact with Cameron. She was still being exposed to him, and since she has always and constantly been exposed to Cameron, that she has never had the chance to heal. Why would Nikita say that if this was something consensual and some sort of experiment? So people have some explaining to do here. So when you're experimenting, that requires mutual consent. That requires both people to be consenting to it and mutually curious about what's going on. And it also requires a balance, but it's equal participation and equal power dynamics. If one person is controlling or overpowering the other and coercing and forcing the other person to do something, that's not consent. And if it was just like, oh, experimentation, then why was DCF involved? Well, let me actually say this. For the Crystal case, I don't know if DCF was involved until now, and I reported it, I think, 2 days ago. So now, why was there a church confession? And people don't really confess about experimenting. They confess about wrongdoing. Public apology, public confession are usually about wrongdoings. And I'm going to bring up that other video, but why did Nikita say that for her daughter to have siblings, I'm not talking about the cousin right now, that she filed a police report after her daughter reported it to the school? Let me go back. If the parents had already handled the situation, then why did the daughter feel like years later she had to report it to the school? Why would she report it to the school if it had been handled, as they say, by handling it within the house? Obviously, it wasn't handled at home. So that's where some children, they realize they won't be helped at home, or people might not believe them, or they feel like that. So then they go outside of the home to get help. And then finally, a police report is made by that child's mother, and the police ask her, according to her, whether she wanted to have that child arrested, incarcerated for what he has done, or to get, she said she would prefer to him to have counseling. So then he was sent away. People don't recommend incarceration for innocent minor that has not done wrong and something that was consensual. They don't recommend arresting someone for consensual stuff.
That situation is completely misconstrued. The situations that occurred happened at separate times. It was reported years later, and it's been basically said that Cam was the person that initiated all this, or he was, the aggressor or the molester, when it really was cousins being kids experimenting with each other. Cousins kissing cousins type of thing, where you tell, and you have to let them know, like, hey, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. It wasn't a thing where they're like, oh, Cam inappropriately touched me and I didn't want, or I didn't participate.
Kids got talked to.
All the kids got talked to in the same regard. Okay. When Nia went to school, right? She talked to a counselor about what happened.
This is years later.
This is
2 years later.
2 years later, she talked to a school counselor. The school counselor is who decided to call the authorities. Okay? When the school counselor...
So why are you trying to minimize that though? Oh, so you said so Mia, which is the half sibling of and that's the daughter of Nikita, that she went 2 years later after that, and she went to a counselor and then reported what? Consensual what? Experimentation, or reported assault. People report assault. And then you say that the counselor, then hearing what happened, she reported it to the police as she's supposed to, as a mandated reporter. And then later, don't forget, Nikita says that she filed her own police report. Well, she said it.
Called the authorities. There was an investigation done by DCFS.
So investigation was done by DCF. And right here it says, he says it obviously affected her, idiot. Duh. It's like, duh. Like, what are people talking about? Obviously affected her for her to go to her counselor and talk and tell her. Obviously, she wanted something done about it.
They decided that it was not worth pursuing anything. They closed the case.
They say it's not worth pursuing anything. What's worth it? Because in my opinion, the parents in this situation are manipulating the children in this situation into this whole thing and forgiving people and only wanting people to have counseling and not pursuing any charges. Y'all are the ones controlling this whole situation. That's what's happening. Just like Nikita said, she said, so the police asked me what I want done. And I said that I want him to get counseling and help and not to go to jail. So why don't y'all actually admit that y'all affected it and impacted the outcome by recommending counseling and telling even the children to just forgive and let it go, and he's a child too and things like that. Y'all know exactly what y'all did. And I have proof because Nikita said it herself out of her own mouth that she told the officials that she would rather for him to get official help, like through like counseling and not to be arrested.
No charges, nothing.
The charges were not had because y'all did not want to pursue no charges either. So let me actually play what Nikita said about what she said. She says that they asked her, did she want to pursue charges? These were two minors. Did she want to pursue charges? She said she'd rather him just have counseling. And y'all made it so it's all consensual, but then that's not the story. That's told by the actual victim.
How they came to the conclusion is because they were all doing it together.
So you're saying when the police report that was made about this was that there was an investigation and they said that was not worth pursuing because they all admitted that this was kind of sort of an agreed thing?
All the kids had to be interviewed.
Yes, all the kids have to be interviewed
Separately.
So you're
separately,
going
away from parents.
So you're saying that the testimony yesterday is not factual. So did the young lady who was on the screen yesterday, did she corroborate that this was consensual?
She the one that had said something she did walk in and catch Cam. She did walk in and catch Cam with Nia, and they got in trouble, and that was spoken of. But as far as her calling the police, no. My daughter and Nia had been talking about it at the birthday party. This was years later.
So you just told on Cameron, she walked in and caught Cameron doing something to his half sibling. That's not consensual. Why y'all looking back and forth at each other? Like, I'm sick of it. Why y'all both looking back and forth with at each other, trying to like, people do that when they look at each other back and forth, like, who's gonna talk, how are we gonna word this, how are we gonna phrase this, how are we gonna put this to crowds, how can we say this without, getting caught up in it, and the stuttering and then the pausing. It's like you have all these quick answers and quick responses, but then when he asks this question, you're slow to answer and you're looking back and forth at each other. That's showing signs of people trying to make up stuff as they go and trying to see how they can properly word something or manipulate the situation. That's what's happening here. But let's go to, yeah, exactly. They're both, I guess, sick. And more than one way, apparently. So what's interesting to me is that the pastor is actually someone, as I found, he reported to the government that he makes $5,000 a month, that he brings. That's how much his income is. So that's $5,000 a month at 12 months in a year. That's $60,000. So his income that he's reporting to the government, because he's claiming that he's indigent and he can't afford a lawyer for this last case that he was in, the child abuse case. He thought because he wanted to request a public offender. People that are rich and wealthy and well off don't request public offenders. Not public defenders, my bad. They don't request public defenders. So he actually requested one. So, and then he says he got all these properties and all this real estate and all of this stuff. I think that he's fluffing things up and he's exaggerating his actual wealth. And who knows what else he might be doing, because he has all these nonprofit organizations and businesses, corporations, and transformation center and this or that. So who knows? Some people actually have, not saying he does, but some people have these nonprofit organizations and they actually use grants and loans and what is those things called? Not just grants and loans, but it's another thing. And they actually they don't use those for what it's intended. And some people, we've heard people online talking about how they're going to go get some sort of grant or some sort of funding or something for a nonprofit, and then they use that for themselves. I'm not saying he does that, but what I will say is his whole I'm wealthy and I'm rich thing, that's not happening, because he's not even having a 6-figure income. He's at $60,000 a year. That's not even 6 figures. But at the same time, that's still enough to, based on how you're living and your financial situation and how much your mortgage and how much your bills are, to then, other people that are less fortunate that don't have 60,000, some people who don't have way less. So then those people can still see you as someone that is more financially stable than they are. Okay.
Nia did, because they resurfaced and they were just talking about it. Not my daughter was complaining. My daughter came and talked to me and she said, that's not how it happened. That's not, we were just talking about what we used to do. Nia decided though that she was gonna go tell the counselor about it. Now why? I don't know. She didn't feel like she had been sexually assaulted, but my daughter didn't feel like she had been sexually assaulted. But why Nia chose to say that my daughter had been sexually assaulted by Cam, it was a whole big mess. We never understood it.
Do you all know Mr. McNutt?
Yes, we have.
Yes, we've met.
We've met him recently, but we don't.
Y'all be just, I don't know. Y'all just be making up stuff, because Nikita said that she came downstairs and she came into the room and she saw Cameron touching on her daughter. She didn't say that she saw any mutual interaction or mutual consent or mutual things going on. She said she saw Cameron doing stuff to her daughter. Y'all, in my opinion, this is a cover up for Cameron. And the main players wanting this to be covered up is Craig Johnson, which is Cameron's father, and who's obviously buddy with Pastor McNutt. And of course, and this is for Cameron's best interest.
Personally know him like that.
Like, we don't attend the church. And, you know, when we went down for Cam's graduation is when we met Dr. McNutt. And, you know, we met Junior. We met Junior's mother. We were all down there as a family. We were down there with Cameron's dad and Cameron's mom celebrating Cameron's
So let me make sure that this is clear. So you're saying that your daughter is saying that this is something that they did and you all disciplined them for that, but it wasn't a taking advantage of your daughter's situation.
Exactly. They were playing house. We're talking about 8, 11, and 8-year-old and 11-year-olds.
And you are Craig Johnson's family.
So she's saying that the cousin at the time was 8 years old, and then the two siblings, which is half siblings, Cameron and I guess Mio, they were 11. And she's saying that they were all playing house.
I'm his sister.
You his sister. Craig Johnson, who obviously is not our focus. Cameron was not our focus.
Exactly.
But he kind of sort of attacked us or me in the comments, and then all of this kind of came out of that.
It kind of blew up from that, yeah.
And then people chose to take it as an opportunity to kind of get some clout.
No. This is like sweeping things under the rug, all to protect Cameron. And so right here we have in the orange jacket, that's Cameron Johnson, and in all black, and next to him, that's his father, Craig Johnson. Okay. And then in the red hat, that's the pastor McNutt. And then there's Junior, the one that, by the way, in the update, they said that Junior is no longer in the home with the pastor. That's what they're alleging, and that the mother has decided another place where he can stay at for now. Well, the thing about the mother is not really that much a protector either. But he's no longer with Pastor McNutt. That's what they're saying at this time. So Cameron in the orange, that's going to be 19 in May. He sexually abused two of his relatives. One is his cousin, which is the niece of his dad, Craig Johnson, and then his half sibling, which is the daughter of Nikita Johnson. So I know it's a lot of people, a lot of names. Well, what you need to know now is in the orange jacket, Cameron Johnson, and all black is Craig Johnson, and that's father and son. And the woman that we're listening to in the video, Crystal Johnson, is the sister of the guy in all black, Craig Johnson. Again, the sister of Craig Johnson and the auntie of Cameron Johnson. And her name is Crystal Johnson. And so her daughter was 8 at the time, and Cameron was 11 at the time when she alleges that they did some sort of experimentation and it was consensual playing house situation. However, others like Nikita and her daughter say it's something completely different, to where it was actually assault and not actually consensual things going on. So there's two different stories going on here, and I'm more apt and more likely to believe that it was non-consensual, and that's why we have the confessions, the police asking whether charges should be wanted to be pressed, and we have the half sibling going to her counselor talking about it. We have two victims, in my opinion, that are acting as victims and not consenting people in some sort of situation where it's equal balance of power and equal participation and equal consent and mutual consent, should I say. So anyways, let's go back to the auntie of Cameron in the orange jacket, who's talking about her daughter, who was 8 at the time, and Cameron and her was experimenting, quote unquote, which I don't believe was experimenting at all.
Get stories, get money, and we're not gonna let that happen. We're not gonna let them. They're not gonna have this going on with Cam.
And she says, we're not going to have this going on with Kim. So she's trying to say that I guess Nikita and other people are coming out with their stories all about clout, all about getting money to destroy Kim's reputation. So you notice how it's more about Kim, and not her daughter. Why would she be so protective of her nephew than her own daughter? And what we do know is that her brother Craig Johnson, as you can see in this picture, is hugged up with the pastor McNutt. Those two are in the center, wearing the black. So obviously, and then Pastor McNutt is always tagging that guy. And by the way, he has Craig Johnson has a rap sheet a mile long, including weapons charges, domestic violence charges. He's hugged up with the pastor, so they're obviously buddy. They're going to be looking out for each other. Okay, and Renelle and Craig Johnson are the parents of Cameron, and both have pretty much consented to their son Cameron being raised and lived in the house by the pastor. And in my opinion, obviously they benefit financially from that arrangement or agreement. That's my opinion. Okay, so if you have the permission of not only the father but the mother to have your son being raised by that pastor in that house, then yeah. And we kind of see this in a lot of cases. This is Cameron's mother, Renelle. So you see this a lot of times with some of these predators, that they have parents that send their children off to be with these people. And it's like, okay, and then a lot of times the person has some sort of money or some sort of influence to where the parents are benefiting from this arrangement. Okay.
Take his name away and shine this bad light on him, because he's not like that. That's not this kid. This kid's a great kid.
But you don't intend to discredit the testimony of the young girl that was on the screen yesterday. She said she feels that it was not agreed, but your daughter said it was. That's two different things, but you're not discrediting her statement.
That's her statement. But as far as when talking to Kim and talking to my daughter said they was playing house.
And as far as the DCFS,
and how do you know that at 11 years old he's the one that is doing this, and he says let's play house, and then he's the one orchestrating it, he's the one planning it, he's the one setting it up? 11 and 8 is a difference. When kids are that age, there's a difference between 8 and 11. It is. For 11-year-old to go to an 8-year-old and say let's play house, and then he's doing things like he does. We have to remember there's people involved here. There's a half sibling and then the cousin. He's doing it to both girls. So who is the common denominator? The common denominator is the guy. It is Cameron doing it to both the girls. The two girls, what are they doing to each other? Always, right? So obviously he can go as an 11-year-old to the 8-year-old and say let's play house, and that's his way of trying to get them into some sort of situation or some sort of role play of playing house, and act like, okay, well, if he says let's play house, I say okay, let's play house, and then he starts doing this or that. That's not mutual. And also, when you talk to someone at 8 years old, you have to be a counselor or someone that's trained to interrogate and interview children. You cannot. That's why this is all a mess, because if the parents actually got to the child first, it was all in her ear. Oh, you playing house, it's consensual, is you agreed to it. They can actually feed this child information and pretty much lead this child to believe certain things that are not true and confuse the child. That's why investigators are important. So I see a lot of cover up going on here. And this happens a lot of times in households, to be honest, where things are swept under the rug and the victim is saying to be a willing participant, and it was all kids playing around. It was just touching, it's minimized to something it's not. And it's completely fabricated.
Case, they didn't find it that Cam was the aggressor. You got to understand that these kids, Nia and Cam, they're the same age.
Okay.
So he didn't.
Now have you all had any conversation with Mr. McNutt since this thing has gone where it's gone? Out of curiosity.
No.
No, I haven't spoken to him.
I'm talking to Ray now. I'm talking to Cameron's mom.
Okay. Well, I am. Let me tell you what I won't do, and what I hope the public won't do, and that's try to tell you what your truth is. And so, if you all are saying that Cameron did not inappropriately interact with your child outside of them being kids and making a bad decision, and you scold them, then we have to take that for what it is. But hearing the young lady yesterday, do you think that there's a possibility that there may be an issue where he may have needed to get some help?
No.
Okay.
So if he didn't need no help, then why were people saying that he needed counseling? And why was he sent away? If he was innocent, it was some sort of consensual thing, y'all talked to the kids, y'all handled it, then why was he sent away? Explain why he was sent away then. You don't send away someone that you feel like it was consensual, they was playing around, it's a childhood phase of playing house. You send someone away when you feel like they're not safe to be around, that the other children's safety is gonna be compromised with that person around. So you send them away to protect the other children in the household.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Furthermore, Cameron moving down to Florida, he has become the man the young man we hoped that he would be, that we saw that he could be. Cam is a gentle soul. He's only gone down there and blossomed. He went down there, he was shell, he was a soft-spoken kid. He's gone out there and just become so bright. He had a problem speaking when he was born. He was born with a speech impediment. So how he speaks now, his code is because he learned to talk more proper. He had to do that. And he sounds great from where he was. So when people say that they think it's something on him, no. He just talks that way because he has to. That's how he talks. This is no signs of an abused child. Abused children don't go somewhere and then do and excel so much better and become this open person and connect with people and get better grades and shining.
Good child. So it's obvious here, this is what's going on. So the actual perpetrator offender in this situation is the one being protected. He's so great. He's so, so you don't want your daughter to, or anyone else, or even his half sibling, to ruin his reputation, destroy his future. He has so many great things going on, his grades, his this, his that. It's all about protecting the predator. But are we surprised in this society and in this world that a lot of people and a lot of families always worry about the other person, their grades, their future, their life, their goals, their dreams, their education, everything about that, the predator. But then when it comes to the victim, it's like, you'll get over it. Not worried about anything about what about you. It's like, don't worry about you. Don't worry about the victim. Just worry about, the perpetrator. So then that creates unfairness, and that's why, to be honest, that's why the daughter, the half sibling, went to her counselor. Because if you go to your mom and you feel like she handled the situation, she took care of the situation, she protected you, then you already feel like you have already disclosed it, and there's nothing more unless you want to talk about it with someone else. If you go to your parents, you feel like they covered it up, they swept it under the rug, no one is doing anything, they're protecting the perpetrator and not you. You feel at that time that you still have not been protected, and no one still knows, and no one is aware. So that's why you will then go to someone else outside of the home, like a counselor at school, or that's talking. Most likely there was some sort of sexual education classes or courses when someone came there, and then that person, the daughter probably felt safe to go talk to this person, and that person then reported it. So the daughter had to step outside of the family to get help. That's what it looks like to me. And not help with some sort of consensual incest, playing house situation, but help with her being actually assaulted.
So the light that they're trying to shine on him, we can't do that. We're not gonna do that.
And then we want to remind people that this happened with the thing that happened with Kim and his cousin and sister happened. He was 11. It came out when he was 13.
He moved when he was 16.
When he was 16, he moved to Florida when he was 16. So the timeline of acting like things happen back to back to back, like one thing happened because of another, it's not even the case. Cam did not move out to Florida because he had a sexual deviant problem or he was touching people or he needed counseling. Molesting. That didn't happen.
So you're saying that the timeline, so the reason why he's with McNutt, you're saying is not the Ray that has been presented.
No, I don't think that I don't think that Cameron was with McNutt and that McNutt caused him to be a sexual deviant or anything. Now, could there be someone else in his life that did something to him, Cameron, that led to him doing something to his half sibling cousin? Possibly. However, McNutt was not around at that time period, so McNutt came out there. Now, right now, McNutt is someone I do believe that knows about Cameron and knows what Cameron has done and now wants to protect Cameron. And I believe that, to be honest, that Cameron also knows what the pastor does to Junior in that house and wants to protect the pastor. So sometimes when two deviants join together, even if one's older or younger, they will, to be honest, be in cahoots and cover for each other based on what each other knows about each other. They can have this sort of deviant bond. And I hate to say it that way, but, and in that way, when Cameron speaks up, when he was in that apology video, he said that he was saying negative things about Junior. I don't really take his word. I don't take his word, what he has to say about Junior, because there has been two people so far that has said that Cameron has been in the house or was around at times where Junior was being severely abused and beaten, and he was around and he told those people to ignore it and just like keep on like going and not really like help him or do anything about it or say anything about it. He covers for us. He knows what's happening in that house. Hello, he lives in that house. The people that live there knows what's happening. So he sees and hears everything. So, I believe that it's a favor for a favor. I help you with your damage control and your fixing of this issue with your half sibling cousin, and you keep my secrets, I keep your secrets. So I don't trust Cameron's. And some people see him as a victim too. Now, there could be even Pastor, we could go all the way up the chain to say this person's a victim, that person's a victim. Even Pastor McNutt, if you listen to my conversation with his classmate and how he acted in middle school, Pastor McNutt could be a victim of somebody. It goes from generation to generation. He could even be a victim of someone. But I'm not trying today to go up and down to what this person's victim, that person's victim, because now after a while you get into where you try to justify everybody's actions, everybody's behaviors, and wave away responsibility and accountability. And I'm not wave away. You can understand why someone was hurt and without giving them a pass for their actions and hurting other people. There are a lot of people that have been hurt and they don't do it to others, and there are some people that are hurt that do stuff to others. But you don't get a pass. That's like saying someone goes out here and they do a bunch of sexual assaults, and just because they were assaulted when they were a kid, yes, that can explain their behavior, but it doesn't justify their behavior or give them a pass, a get out of jail free card because they have this previous issue. So I try to be careful when we get into these topics. Now, I get it when it's more, appropriate when we have this conversation when it's a child on child, especially when it starts to be way younger. But once we start getting into those double digits of a child, not so much. Okay, a lot of times children unalive their parents. They do certain things too. They can also be deviant and intentionally do things. And then sometimes counseling can help if it's something that is a child is really hurt by other people and they learn this behavior. And some children are not. They actually do it intentionally, and they actually are just sexual deviants. That actually, there was just recently cases where these young children that's like just barely teenagers assaulting elderly ladies, like going to an elderly lady house, assaulting an elderly lady, a full on. So we have to, it's case by case. Okay, it's case by case on these things. But let's go to this video real quick from the other day.
Abraham is a brother of Cameron.
He is.
So right here, this is Nikita on the right hand side, obviously. Okay, and Nikita is the I would say she probably like, I would give her auntie role. Well, I wouldn't say auntie role. She was like a stepmama role, should I say? A stepmama role to Cameron. Okay, so Nikita used to date Craig Johnson, which is, well, she married him, should I say? I think they're probably still married on paper. She married Craig Johnson, who is the father of Cameron. So let me put this picture. So Cameron in the orange jacket, Craig Johnson and the all black next to the pastor that's in a red hat. Okay, so Nikita is actually the wife of, well, the ex-wife now, what are legally separated, they're separated, should I say? So I would just say separated, to Craig Johnson. And every now and then, well, for a while, Cameron Johnson would come to her house while she was with, of course, Craig Johnson. Too many names, y'all. Craig Johnson. And when she went to prison, Craig at that time got with Vernell, and when he got with Vernell, he and then later on when Nikita got out of jail or prison, whatever, he didn't really tell like Nikita that he was with Vernell, and then later on when he didn't tell her that Renelle was actually pregnant, and then then Renelle actually said she actually reached out, I guess, to Nikita and said, "Hey, I'm pregnant." And after that, for a couple of years, Craig denied the baby. He denied that Cameron was his baby, the one that he had with Renelle. Okay, so I do believe that there's some sort of rivalry between Vernell and Nikita, as if like they're fighting over the attention or affection of Craig, and maybe at some point they were. But now Nikita is declaring that Vernell can have Craig, and she's not fighting over no Craig, okay? Who also, she said, committed domestic violence against her, and I did see it in his background and record. I don't know who it was against, but I did see that he has a history of violence, DV, okay? Yeah. So Nikita right here is saying that Vernell can have Craig Johnson, okay? So like I said, it's too many people in this whole thing. So with that being said, Craig Johnson and all black, his son Cameron obviously has a sister with he has a sister half sibling named Mia, and Mia, this is Mia's mother right here. So he had sexually abused Mia, okay, and this is her mother. And when her mother talks about this situation, she says, she says that she speaks on Cameron as if it's non-consensual, and that he was inappropriately behaving and molesting and assaulting his cousin and his half sister. She's saying it's not consensual, okay? So now the question is, who do you believe is telling the truth, Nikita and her daughter, which the daughter is a victim, or Crystal, and who's the mother of the other victim, the cousin, and Craig and others that are As you can see, Craig is closed up and bloodied up with the pastor. And then his sister is Crystal. And I believe, to be honest, that there could be some sort of financial stuff going on here to where even Pastor McNutt, you know, they benefit from this situation. Like, let's say Pastor McNutt gives money or helps out with Craig Johnson. And then from there, Craig Johnson helps out with his sister, Crystal. Now, that's just my assumption, but I do believe that people keep on mentioning money and gifts and this and that. Okay?
Abraham, he's Cameron's brother.
Cameron's brother. So the young lady that Cameron is alleged to have violated, which a police report has been filed, is his own half sister.
Yes,
not step-sister.
My daughter.
Blood sister. Okay.
Blood sister, same father, different mothers.
There's also the same or similar accusation with a cousin. You know about that?
Yes, I do. And we stepped up for her. Me and my daughter stepped up for her when she came down for a birthday party of Prince Abraham's birthday party. They would not allow us to see her, but she was trying to get to us so bad because she knew that we would speak up for her. But when she did get with us, she spoke to my daughter and she told my daughter that Cameron was still touching her and no one was doing anything about it. Her mother is Crystal Johnson, which is Craig Johnson's sister, did nothing about it other than scold the little girl.
So right here, we have two different stories, people. What's really going on here? So they said that the girl was scolded by her mother, Crystal, with this little raspy voice saying she's sick, child. And the girl is saying that at that time when she was coming down to visit, that Cameron was still around her and still touching her. So that's what she told Mia. And now Chris was saying that Mia made it up and it's all lies. I'm following the paper trail, and the paper trail says that, and the evidence shows Nikita said that she walked in and saw Cameron touching her daughter. That's another person that it's not just the daughter saying it. Her mother actually walked in and saw Cameron touching her at one point. The daughter, Nikita's daughter, went to the school and told her counselor at school, the sexual education teacher or counselor, that what was happening. And then the police asked her mother, who said she filed a report, whether she's going to press charges or, there would be some counseling, right? So now when the cousin comes down and visits, she tells them that Cameron is still around and that he's still touching her. And that can happen if there has been no separation, and obviously that they are cousins, and cousins can be around each other. And there are people that have family members that have done things to them and they're still around them, or at cookouts, at gatherings, at events, at the house, and they're expected to just commingle with their assaulter. Shout out to Shamaya, says, hey Danny, Avengers, just had to show some love. Oh, thank you so much, and happy 28th month anniversary. Yes, I appreciate the support. Again, shout out to you and everybody else. Remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button.
Communicated that as well. And then the grandmother, Cynthia Johnson, just ignored the complaints altogether. And so the young girl knew that.
And also discipline.
He also ignored both of the girls as well. Yes, he scolded the cousin in her face, and she did communicate that with us, that he scolded her about it.
Jesus Christ.
So even Craig Johnson, the father of Cameron Johnson, remember, he is the uncle of that cousin. So he's on there, and he's a person with domestic violence history. Yeah, some people are not getting notifications because I already used up all my notifications. You only get 3 in 24 hours. And when I posted this quarter, I post different links. I used up my 3 already. So that's why I tell some people I'm not going to post certain links anymore, because that uses up my notifications. So, hold on.
This is first of all, again.
So Craig Johnson, we have to understand the dynamics here, because Craig Johnson in all black, he has a history of domestic violence. He has weapon charges and other things. He has came on here online on social media threatening Nikita and her daughter, which is his ex-wife. Nikita is his ex-wife right here. I told you about, right? Well, they're separated. So he has been threatening them and things like that, because he's mad and upset they have went online to expose Cameron Johnson and this whole situation and Pastor McNutt. So he's upset about it, obviously, right? So if you realize and understand that he's threatening Mia and he's threatening, some people will get notifications, but some won't. Not everyone will. And that's what had me going live for. So just bear with me, y'all. I have not been going live on this channel in the last 2 months or so. I've been went live like 9 times or so, they said. So it's not a lot. I mean, the last month I went live like 9 times. So just smash the like button. That's a free way to support the channel and help me get back into the algorithm. So with that being said, someone like him that's threatening people, and we already see it. If you actually went to Jedediah's live the other day, he was actively threatening people, and Jedediah went off on him. So if he's intimidating and threatening grown women and grown people, what do you think about someone that was 8 years old when this happened? Her uncle Craig Johnson is gonna be obviously intimidating, threatening, menacing person. It's gonna be like, and they said that he scolded her. You see what I'm saying? So she has a bunch of adults around her that are like really trying to make sure they confine the situation and control the situation. Have been in her ear, scolding her and getting on to her about saying anything that could be against Cameron. So I don't feel like she's fully protected, unlike the other half sibling who her mother, to be honest, at first her mother was not protecting her, and that's why she had to go outside of the house to get help. But after that, once the mom did go do a police report, and then is now speaking out online about it. So, after the fact, but still doing it now. On the other hand, the other person, Crystal Johnson, is not doing the same thing for her own daughter, in my opinion. She's trying to say it's experimenting. It was a mutual thing. So what do you all think, and what do you all believe? Like, whose story do you believe?
And also discipline.
He also ignored both of the girls as well. Yes, he scolded.
So the grandmother, Cynthia Johnson, ignored it. Craig Johnson is, it looks like he's scolding both of the girls as well. And don't forget, he's just not anybody. Craig Johnson is someone that possibly helped raise Nikita's daughter, obviously, because they shared the same father. Craig Johnson is her father, so they share the same father. So that's, so that's your father doing this to you, right? And then the other, for the cousin, Craig Johnson, is her uncle. So the uncle to one, the dad to the another, he's the one scolding them and getting on to them and saying, "You're ruining my Cameron's life. You're lying on Cameron. You're doing this and doing that." He's trying to protect Cameron. That's his main interest, not his daughter and not his niece. And he's an aggressive type of person, all right? And I think they said that he was abusive towards not only Craig Johnson was not just domestic violence towards his partners, but also trickled down to the kids.
The cousin in her face, and she did communicate that with us, that he scolded her about it.
Jesus Christ. This is first of all, again, Thank you for helping me confirm things that we have gotten or ascertained, and even talking with me and being so bold to come on live and share honest publicly. I think that the things that I would like to know is, because obviously Cameron would have grew up around you somewhat.
From a
So the person, the young lady that Cameron is alleged.
He did not confess right away. He did not confess right away. So it was years before.
Hold on. I want to make sure I got the timeline right. I want to make sure I got the time. Cameron. Okay. So now this is interesting. So let me put this timeline in perspective here. So this happens when Cameron is about 11 or 12 with your daughter.
Yes. And cousin.
And he then years later stands in front of McNutt's church, who's counseling him and mentoring him, and he confesses that this happened.
He did not confess right away. He did not confess right away. So it was years before.
Hold on. I want to make sure I got the timeline right. I want to make sure I got the timeline right.
Sure.
He confessed years later in front of the church. And then that is why you then go file a police report.
No. So I filed a police report when my daughter actually there was a sexual assault counselor that came to the school to talk to the children. And my daughter communicated that to the sexual assault activist at that time. And so when she was 15, and Cameron and my daughter are 7 months apart. So she was 15 and he was 15 at the same time. And so she communicated that. We had DCFS police reports. And then probably about a couple of months later, he was shipped down to TD McNutt. Years later, he ended up, about a couple of months later, TD McNutt ended up having him to apologize to my daughter. And then just not even last year is when he stood up in front of the church and admitted to the church that he sexually assaulted my daughter. But what he said was that it was incest. And so incest meaning that it was, it was incest meaning that it was a, what is the word I'm looking for, Lord? Consent. That it was agreed and it was not agreed upon. And so that was one thing. I was proud of him for coming forward. And my daughter, I teach my daughter forgiveness. So she had already.
Oh, she's saying that Pastor McNutt had Cameron actually apologize to her daughter. So why would an apology be needed for something consensual? Obviously, apology is needed because it was something wrongdoing. Apologies are not for consensual things; it's for wrongdoing. And then, however, once he went in front of the church and gave a confession, he did with the story that it was consensual and it was mutual and it was playing house and just incest. That was mutual incest. Both people willing participants in some sort of playing house scenario. And so he completely gaslights the situation and changes it. Right?
Already forgiven him. I teach my children very well on these subjects, but she had already forgiven him. But for the most part, he went into it was a mutual thing, and it was not a mutual thing.
So right here, hold on. Okay. So this is her daughter. I messed up and skipped around. But this is her daughter, Mia, and it's not mutual. It's not a mutual thing at all. So we have on one hand Nikita and her daughter saying it's not a mutual situation, it's non-consensual for her daughter and the cousin. And then we have the other side of the Craig Johnson side of the families and the Cameron, of course, they're saying that it was all experimenting and consensual incest playing house situation. You see how there's differing stories here? I believe that there is coaching going on, hiding, sweeping things under the rug and covering things, and all to protect Cameron.
Yes. And cousin.
And cousin. He then years later stands in front of McNutt's church, who's counseling him and mentoring him, and he confesses that this happened.
McNutt ended up having him to apologize to my daughter. And then just not even last year is when he stood up in front of the church and admitted to the church that he sexually assaulted my daughter. But what he said was that it was incest. And so incest meaning that it was, it was incest meaning that it was a, what is the word I'm looking for, Lord? Consent. That it was agreed and it was not agreed upon. And so that was one thing. I was proud of him for coming forward. And my daughter, I teach my daughter forgiveness. So she had already forgiven him. I teach my children very well on these subjects, but she had already forgiven him. But for the most part, he went into it was a mutual thing, and it was not a mutual thing. At the time, her cousin was here. Both of them were spending the night over my house, and they heard what he had, admitted in church. And so both of them were in tears at my home. And I had to really comfort the girls, and I had to really commend the girls because both of them said to me, we forgive him. However, though, Crystal Johnson she always hung out with Renelle. Renelle is not a family member at all. So this cousin of my daughter had to see Cameron and Renelle all the time. This young girl did not get a chance to heal on her own, and so.
Okay. So Crystal, the one that had sister, she's sick in the interview we were watching. She hangs out with Renelle all the time. Oh, okay, I get it. So these two hang out, girl, they hang out and chill, whatever they be doing all the time. That's the problem, because now we have two people that are friends. There's this buddy thing going on here. And also that creates a new dynamic because Renelle and Nikita don't really get along because they have this whole thing feud between them because of they're both of their baby daddies is Craig Johnson. Right? So now who's gonna have more loyalty to who? Renelle is obviously gonna communicate with Crystal and say, hey, we're friends, and guess what? We hang out, and my son Cameron Johnson and your daughter, I don't want my son to go to jail or be in trouble or this or that. So, Crystal could, be like, okay, well, we'll protect both of the kids. Protect both of the kids, Cameron and the cousin, but you're not really protecting the cousin, though. You're not. So why is Crystal willing to sacrifice her own daughter's protection for Renelle right here, and others to protect Cameron? Why is she putting other people before her own daughter? I think someone in the chat said something in the chat. I don't know, it was the one or someone else, but they mentioned that there seems to be some sort of hierarchy going on within this dynamic to where they might put men above women. They might put men at the top of this hierarchy before women, and in that way they can worship people like the pastor, Cameron, others, and then as someone that needs to be protected, uplifted, or something, and the women are in the other roles, like secondary roles or second place in priority and consideration. I don't know, but it's weird stuff going on here. But now I understand now why Renelle right here, she's the mother of Cameron Johnson and the orange that is the assaulter of these two girls. And she was in a oh my gosh, obviously, look, we already know that she is obviously interested in Craig Johnson right there. The one that she was with while, Nikita was in jail or prison or whatever, right? Until she got out. So, and why they would be going at Nikita and her daughter as well. Okay, so there's an interesting dynamic here between all these people.
We were really worried about why is Crystal still allowing Renelle and Cameron over in her face and not even giving the child any help. We are still, even to this day, worried about the cousin.
So this is the problem right here. Even to this day, when we had this conversation, she said, even to this day, we are worried about the cousin. So I did submit something about the situation. However, with parents like hers and people guarding her, to be honest, this is gonna be challenging for DCF to do anything, or not DCF because they're in a different state, CPS to do something about it, because people are going. The CPS have to know what they're doing as far as questioning the person away from the parents, also assuring them that they will have a safe place to go or somewhere to go, and there's no retaliation and things like that. If there's no assurance and no protection and no safety and nowhere to go or anything like that, then the person will not obviously tell the truth. They'll continue on with what they were told to say and do and to cover for it. Which is most likely this person probably won't say anything until they're probably an adult, to be honest. Once they're an adult, they'll probably speak out, and they're independent and they're away from these people and out of these people's control when they finally feel safe.
When you heard those words come out of Cameron's mouth, or when he confessed this in front of the church, you were sitting in the church that day?
I was not. Actually, because I live in Illinois and they're in Florida, I was online and I was watching from online. I was in tears because not only does this affect my daughter, this affects me too. And I didn't realize how deeply it affected me that he abused my daughter. You know, I took them over to their grandmother's house in trusting that their grandmother, their blood grandmother, would protect them. And she did not. And so that leaves me in a position to feel like I didn't even protect my own child, allowing the grandmother to have access to my daughter, and then allowing this to happen over at grandmother's house. She sent him to McNutt because when we made the report of him abusing my daughter or sexually assaulting my daughter, detectives.
So pay attention. She said that she made a report of him. She didn't say consensual anything. She said she made a report of him sexually assaulting her daughter. So that means, if you go back, that means her daughter, when she reported this to her counselor at school, she did not report this as some sort of consensual act. She reported it as obviously an assault. And then her mother followed up on that and filed a police report. And then from there, you know, she reported sexual assault, SA. Let me say SA.
She sent him to McNutt because when we made the report of him abusing my daughter or sexually assaulting my daughter, detectives asked me, they said, do you want him locked up, or what is it that you want to do with this situation? I told the detectives that I want him to get counseling because I know that his household was not a proper household. The grandmother, Cynthia Johnson, she definitely wasn't the proper household as well. And so I wanted him to get away from those people. So I told the detective that's what I wanted. So from there, I believe that the detective communicated that they wanted Cameron in some type of counseling. And so
right there, she's the one that suggested, the police said you want him locked up, and she says she wants him to get some sort of counseling. So the parents are the ones that suggested counseling instead of an arrest. So please don't stop saying, oh, he wasn't arrested because they investigated and they arrested. It wasn't an arrest. Don't say that there was an investigation, there wasn't an arrest because he's innocent. You're trying to act like he's innocent. Say that when the police come out, somehow they ask, when there's two minors or young children, they'll ask, what do you want to do? And sometimes they'll know that some people would rather get counseling instead of locking up any of the minors. Sometimes people want to get counseling or separate them or do something instead of charges or locked up. So don't say he wasn't arrested because he's innocent. Say he wasn't arrested because we chose to not have him locked up and to have him to have counseling, because that's what you told the police you wanted based on this whole thing. People are trying to spin things. Tell the truth. Counselors got involved because she told the daughter of Nikita told the counselor at her sexual assault counselor, education counselor, of what was happening in this assault. She reached out to the police. You also filed your own police report claiming sexual assault based on what your daughter, her as a victim, she said she was assaulted, wasn't consensual. The police then take your report and they ask you, do you want him locked up for this essay? And you say no, even though you're not the victim, and you probably did this whole speech to her about how that's her half brother. He has a life. He has this. He has that. And we're in the church. We have to forgive and forgive and forgive 70 times 7. And then you told her all about this, and then she made a decision. Okay, she probably agreed with you because you pretty much used a church spiel to get her to do that. And the church thing, we do supposed to forgive, as a lot of us grew up in the church, forgive 70 times 7, we know. However, that needs to be taught in the right way, because if you don't teach people the right way and say, hey, forgiveness does not mean no accountability. So in that way, you can forgive someone, but then at the same time, you still hold them accountable for their actions. So the Bible teaches about forgiveness, but it also teaches about accountability. People leave that part out and give people a free pass to hurt people and harm people and abuse people and assault people, and then say you have to forgive the person. Yes, forgive the person. That also helps with your closure, but that does not mean you don't hold that person accountable. And I guarantee you right now, if I was to run into your car and damage your car, you're gonna say, where your insurance at? Because you like, I forgive you for hitting my car, but I need your insurance to hold you accountable for what you just did. And I say, no, you supposed to forgive me. You don't need my insurance card. No, where your insurance at? Because forgiveness is not the same as accountability. It does not erase someone's need for accountability or let you off the hook for being accountable or responsible for your actions. But a lot of times the people in the church, they weaponize this forgiveness thing to get you to be a doormat, to get you to forgive and excuse their actions towards you, and that's not how it goes.
So because Renell and TD grew up together, he claims that he has a psychologist or psychological degree, and maybe he communicated that with the detectives that he was or he is a psychologist.
And that's the thing too. I looked it up for Florida and Illinois. He's not in the database for clinical psychology. So I believe that he made that up to give himself permission to diagnose people, to give people permission, to give himself permission or some sort of credence or credibility that he's in position to transform people or work with people on their changing their mindset or state of mind or mentality or personality or whatever. He put himself in that position. If you give yourself the title of a psychologist, you're positioning yourself to counsel people, to coach people, to transform people, to people to trust that you can help them with their issues and problems, and not even on just a regular day-to-day advice level, but from an expert level, expertise level, professional level. So you have to take advantage of people. And if y'all know, in this sector, we witness that a lot of times people are trying to carry the title of therapist or a psychologist. And also, don't forget, people that are twisted, I'm not saying that this is what he does, but if you say you're a psychologist or a therapist, people will open up to you and start telling you all their business, all their personal secrets, all their issues, all their victimization stories, just opening up to you as someone that's trustworthy to tell you all their hidden darkest secrets. So in that way, some people are twisted to where they say they're a psychologist or a therapist. You open up to them, and then they get to know all your personal details, and you might be even saying things about SA or other topics. And they might, to be honest, some people get they actually enjoy that whole thing. It's twisted. But for the most part, most people just want to use it to give themselves some sort of authority or credibility over certain topics or issues.
And so that is the reason I thought that he was placed with TD McNutt to get some help and to get counseling. It's from what I understood. If that answers the question. Cameron.
Cameron. Okay, so now this is interesting. So let me put this timeline in perspective here. So this happens when Cameron is about 11 or 12 with your daughter.
Yes. And cousin.
Because he then years.
Okay, so I just want to replay that and run that back because I wanted to make sure everyone understood that what was going on from her perspective. And also, let me actually do a quick aside real quick. In this document right here, we have an application for criminal indigent status. And this is when people can't afford a lawyer. So if you can't afford a lawyer, one can be appointed to you. We already know the Miranda rights, right? And so he did an application for criminal indigent status. And this was just about 2 months ago, okay? December 4th, 2025. It says, I am seeking the appointment of the public defender. Someone rich and wealthy does not need a public defender. They have enough money and resources to obtain and hire, or should I say, retain a lawyer. So for him, just in December, to seek and file an application saying that he's he has his income is low and he cannot afford a lawyer, indigent. So that shows right there. So right here, the provision of a public defender, a court-appointed lawyer, is what he wanted, are not free. So they ask how much money you have and certain things. So he says right here, I have 2 dependents. So he said at that time he had 2 dependents, and most likely, of course, he's talking about Cameron, and then also he's talking about Junior, okay, who's now, hopefully it's true that they're saying that he's out of home. Hopefully that's true. I have 2 dependents, and he says I have a take-home income of $5,000. So is it possibly true that he has $5,000 monthly as income, which would be about $60,000 a year? Yes, that could be possibly true. And also, could he also be inflating that number? That could also be true. Nevertheless, regardless, he doesn't have a 6-figure income. He does not have the amount of money people would assume someone would make per month, that he's acting like he has a line with this like lavish lifestyle. Now, depending on someone's monthly bills and other things going on, then obviously, that could be, obviously people survive on much less. But what I'm trying to say is, this is not to talk about his income per se. It's just to say that he's not this lavish lifestyles of the rich and famous, extravagant, luxurious lifestyle income. So I hope you understand that. It's not to down anyone's whatever. It's when people come online and they're flexing and they're pretending to be like living life to the fullest, to where they have this like a lot of money to be balling out. Let's be honest, you know what I'm saying? So he's flexing and acting like he has this and he has that, but here he is, he's filing for indigent status, low income status, that he's saying that he cannot afford his own lawyer. And so that means that even when it comes to maybe savings account and money saved up and certain things going on, he cannot afford a lawyer. He does not claim any of the following, which is Social Security, unemployment, union funds, workers' compensation, retirement, trust or gifts, veterans benefits. All of these are no. So there's child support, no. Rental income, no. See, here's the thing about rental income. If you say you have all these properties and all these into real estate, why wouldn't you have rental income from renting out these places or whatever? Or unless you're saying you're not renting out these properties, but you're only selling these properties. So you're buying this home and that home and this home and that home. And by the way, if you understand real estate, you don't have to have like $1 million to even get into real estate. But I'm saying, I guess he's saying that he's buying these properties and not renting them out. So I did see one document from a while ago where he was doing some sort of eviction on someone. But there are also some people that lie on these applications, obviously, because they don't want to have too much income where they're disqualified, so they might not report all income. So I don't know. So it says other kinds of income now on the list. He says no. Dividends of interest, no. Good point, sweet baby Jesus, that he's probably separating his business income and personal income. And that's another thing I feel like people are going to look into later if IRS and other people start snooping around, is the fact that is he really separating business from personal, or is he dipping and dabbing into that other income, or is he co-mingling those funds, or even is he even getting grants and funds that are supposed to be for his nonprofit, but he's pocketing? We don't know. But what I do know is if you're acting like you're balling out and you're flexing, you have all these extravagant gifts, you're taking people on these $3,000 shopping sprees, you're doing this, a lavish lifestyle, and then people are going to start questioning if you're trying to fill out this application and you can't afford your own lawyer, then how are you where are all those lavish gifts and extravagant things coming from? How is that being financed? That, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, to be honest, I think we might report him to IRS because it thinks that's one thing that gets people caught up. They claim certain income, but then they're balling and flexing out, getting private jets, living in this nice house. They're doing a lot of flexing, but then the math ain't mathing on the other end. So that gets them, that's a red flag. So you got to make sure that you're applying. You're saying you can't afford your own lawyer. You claim only $5,000 a month, but then you're living this luxurious lifestyle, this certain lifestyle you're perpetrating online, or you're insinuating you have. And people are saying, okay, where's that money coming from then? You see? So then it says, I have other assets. If you have any other assets, circle yes, and fill in the value of the property. It says, do you have any other assets? Cash? No. Bank accounts? No. How would you not have a bank account? What rich, wealthy person doesn't have a bank account? Certificate of deposit, money markets, no. Equity in motor vehicles, no. Equity in boats or other tangible property, no. Savings, no. Like, come on, I think he's lying. How can you not have any savings? Stocks and bonds, no. Equity in homestead real estate, no. Equity in non-homestead real estate, no. I have a total amount of liabilities and debts in amount of there's nothing circled. I don't know you have nothing circled. You actually have debts. You got 2023 debt and another debt that's within the 20 somethings that you owe. You have judgments against you. Does he receive any temporary assistance like welfare assistance? No. Does any poverty related veterans benefits? No. SSI? No. So that's what he wrote. So I personally believe that he just said any number amount. I think he put 5,000 just to put 5,000. And I do believe that he has other funds or even a savings or other things he might have, but obviously he doesn't want to report it because he wants to qualify. He wants to qualify for a lawyer because I don't believe that he had money for a lawyer. Again, I don't believe he had enough for a lawyer. So he still wanted a free lawyer though. So it's like, if you don't have enough for a lawyer, you also probably are not prioritizing your funding to save for one or have ready available funds. So you want to lie about your income so you can qualify for at least a free lawyer. Because guess what? If you don't get a free lawyer and you don't have enough for a private lawyer, then you don't have no lawyer. You see how that works? So now he put himself in a pickle because now it's like, oh, you put 5,000, now they feel like you don't qualify for a lawyer because that's at 60,000 a year, right? And then now you might, if you inflated the number, then now you don't qualify for one. If you actually have enough for a lawyer, if you have enough for a lawyer in their mind, but then you actually spend all the money or you don't have any savings, then you're in the bind. Now, to be honest, in reality, that can actually catch some people up because maybe some people live from paycheck to paycheck, even at 60,000 a year, and the government might think that that's enough to afford a lawyer. You should be able to have a lawyer, But reality, you needed that for all your bills, because 60,000, depending on where you live and how much your bills are, might not be sustainable. So that also catches people up, as you know, even in the regular world where they don't qualify for food stamps, but they still need food stamps. So then now they make too much for food stamps based on the government, but they still need food. So then some people are caught in that middle line or ground. Okay. So that happens a lot of times. So that's probably what he got caught up in, where he probably don't make enough to have a private lawyer. But to be honest, all those things that he does, that the money he's spending and spending and spending and spending all the time, that's enough to have, if he could have saved up over time, but he probably just wants to like flex. And show off and spend all his money on these shopping sprees and other things, and gifting people this or that to pretend like he got it like that. And then when it comes to now for him needing a lawyer, he can't afford one because he done spent all his money up. That can happen as well. Now this will be my last time showing this, so I will just refer people to part 2 and 3 if they missed it. Because I do my videos in parts. So if you miss a part, then you might miss something that I reported on. Okay. So Josh, there's a guy named Josh that had been sued by the pastor. So Pastor McNutt sued Joshua, said that he spread false damaging allegations against it says has spread false and damaging allegations against my life and character concerning several interactions with him, as well as giving others to believe I am homosexual. I am a pastor, and this has affected those that follow me and my school as well. So he sued him for $5,000, alleging that Josh has damaged his reputation by spreading that they had sexual. They had sexual interactions with him. So, and character concerning sexual interactions with him, as well as giving others to believe I am a homosexual. So he was sued by that. I sued for that. And ultimately, the judge decided in favor of the defendant. And the judge says this cause came before the court on November 3rd, 2014 for non-jury trial. Author due notice the plaintiff and defendant. Both the plaintiff and defendant appeared pro se. The court, having received sworn testimony and other evidence and being otherwise fully advised in the premises, make the following facts. Hold on. Fact and conclusions of law. Plaintiff follows statement of claim and small claims for alleging slander. Plaintiff alleged that defendant had made false statements representing that the plaintiff and the defendant were involved in a homosexual relationship. The plaintiff is a pastor and alleges that this has damaged his reputation and his livelihood. To prevail on the claim for slander, plaintiff must prove each of the following elements by a preponderance of the evidence. Number 1, a false and malicious statement was made. Number 2, it was made by the defendant. 3, it was told to a third party. And 4, which has damaged the plaintiff's reputation or which damages are presumed, and for which damages are presumed. The plaintiff failed to prove that the statements were false and also failed to prove that the defendant made the statements to a third party. And also, furthermore, says truth is a defense to a slander action. The defendant was able to prove that. So again, the defendant, Josh, was able to prove that the allegations complained of were in fact true. So make sure you understand that the judgment says the defendant proved that the allegations are true. So yes, it was proved that he was homosexual, and yes, it was proved that there was a sexual relationship between the two. And 2, it says the allegations complained of were not made by him, but were made by a third person, a non-party to this suit. And he did not appeal this or anything else. It was ended. And it says, consider ordering judge that the plaintiff shall take nothing by this action and the defendant shall go hence without day. So what the court found is that the court ruled in the favor of the defendant, as I said, and the court found that the plaintiff did not prove that the statements were false at all. And that's the pastor, which is the plaintiff. And the pastor failed to prove that these statements were made to a third party. Now, watch part 2 to get the full letter that the pastor wrote to the judge so you can get more details of the situation. I'm only highlighting the outcome, okay? The allegations and the outcome, not the meat, which is the actual letter and exhibit list. And then the main part, which is the one that you pay attention to for the outcome, is truth is a defense to slander. So the defendant proved that the allegations were true. So based on all the exhibits and the deposing and the depositions and things like that, the judge was able to determine that the defendant proved the allegations were true, and that the statements were not made by the defendant, but by a third party who was not part of the lawsuit, which was, I believe, to be Christopher Jeremiah, who is a victim of McNutt, who the one that's light skinned, I'll just say that as a descriptive. I believe that that's who they meant, because that's who was referenced in the letter that the pastor or the judge, okay, that I discussed in part 2. So ultimately, the pastor lost the case, and the defendant, Josh, won, and no damages were awarded, and then it was subsequently closed after that, okay? And so with that being said, it's not like a assumption or speculation if he's gay and homosexual. It was already based on evidence and things that were going on in this case, and the depositions that he actually is homosexual. And there was something going on between, obviously, those two, or something going on to where the defendant was able to prove certain things, and the judge sided with the defendant, okay? So now I went over those 2 documents. Let's go back to this interview between Crystal, who is on my nerves, by the way.
So basically, it's been presented that he has had some issues, some of them of sexual nature, and he had to go out there because he needed a male mentor who can get him on the right track. You're saying that that's not?
No. The problem is that as black men, as black young men, we don't want to lose these men to the streets, right? So once Raynell saw Cam going in a way that was behaviorally, like, not doing the right thing, not getting the best grades, yeah, she saw a great opportunity with Dr. McNutt.
Let me ask you a separate question. How's your relationship with Nikita?
What relationship?
Which is interesting that she's speaking on the family. She's not really a part of the family at all. And it has nothing to do with the sexual assault case. She didn't.
Wait a minute, Crystal. See, that's the whole thing, okay? Y'all need to stop. How is she not a part of the family? And I guess you're trying to say that in a way, but she is a part of the family, because your brother, Crystal, Craig Johnson, married her. So she's married into the family. Like, y'all need to stop. Okay, so you feel like because she's married into the family, she's not a part of the family. Even though your nephew is a half brother of Nikita's daughter. Like, she's literally married into the family. And you and her daughter is your niece. So Nikita's daughter is your niece because that's your brother's child. Like, make it make sense.
Call the police. So she said she did, and that's why we don't talk to her. It has nothing to do with that. The reason with that is their own personal issues in her and my brother's relationship.
Do you think that your brother was abusive?
No. We firsthand have witnessed a lot. I've had to call the police before. I've had to get in and defend her from trying to be on my mother and thinking she's gonna get tough with my mother. At 19, I was 19, and I had to step up, and she could care less. It's not.
So
The situation is strained.
Well, why, if I may ask you, and if you even know, but why would your brother allow Cameron to need to be a role model to be McNutt and not him? Do you have an answer for that?
Well, as was originally explained by Raynell, Craig didn't originally agree with Cameron going down there. You know, it's something that he had to get on board with. It's something that he had to see as a great opportunity, you know.
And understand that Cam really needed a different environment, something other than where he's at now in this town.
Okay. Well, I definitely don't have any skin in the game of trying to make anybody look like anything they aren't. And you guys give a variable, but I do need you all to understand it in the interest of justice and fairness. You're kind of refuting Nikita. So I have to allow her to come on and respond to this, right? We know that. So we're going to just...
Our whole thing is to make sure that...
Nikita has already said that when, what's his name, Craig, would abuse her, that she would fight back, and after a while he stopped with the domestic violence. And, and started, like, I guess, the verbal abuse instead. So she already had admitted that, she fought back. And a lot of times when people fight back, people start saying that they're the aggressor in the situation. So I don't know fully what's happening between those two, but she did admit that he was abused her, which I've seen on his record, and that she would fight back, and after a while he stopped that. Hold on.
Cam is not seen in this bad light, you know.
And that this is about finding out what's going on with Junior, making sure Junior's okay.
So we're going to try to get down to, I guess, the facts of this, but I'm asking that we all try to remain respectful to each other, and we won't be on here long because I got a ton of stuff to cover, and there are other people who are supposed to come on, but we're going to bring back Nikita, who is now on the screen as well. How you doing, Nikita?
Hi, how are you?
So obviously these are Cameron's cousin's parent. You are his sister's mother. They're saying that Cameron, obviously, I don't know if you were listening at all, but they're saying you was not. So they're saying that Cameron did not inappropriately or was not a predator in the situation that was described for their daughter, and it kind of sort of refused.
Yes, he was.
That's not what Callie said. It's not what the DCF person.
I don't know you.
That's not what DCF person reported either.
From all the kids.
If we could be respectful of each other, I would really appreciate it. So, Nikita, you wanted to say something?
Yes, absolutely. So yes, Cameron did touch on, and he also admitted himself in church, okay, that he touched on my daughter as well as his cousin, and that he wanted to apologize to the cousin because he hadn't apologized to Callie as of yet. So he, out of his own mouth in church, which is actually recorded on live with Transformation Empowerment Worship Center, this was actually last year that he was on live and admitted that he did touch her and molested her.
Well, Callie admitted that she touched him too.
I don't know you.
So were they experimenting, or was he being a predator?
He didn't make her touch him.
And so
it's got to do with they were playing house.
Your daughter was touching too.
She was a victim, and you guys weren't there at all whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I don't know you, the male, so you just came in the picture.
You don't know me, but you've texted me over the years. You've
So now they're saying that Callie admitted that she touched him too. So this is my whole thing. You have an 11-year-old and then an 8-year-old, and who's the one that said they wanted to play house, and who's the one that was leading this whole thing and directing this whole thing? and orchestrating the whole thing of the plan of the house and issued the apology. Do y'all not know or understand that someone could say, let's play house, and then they actually will touch on someone and they'll tell the other person to touch them back and do things. Okay, so these people are just sick, in my opinion, because of how they're describing things or saying things to try to gaslight this whole situation. It is. Okay, so you're trying to say for one person, it was the half sibling to where she says it was non-consensual and he's doing this and he's doing that. And then for Callie, who's younger at the time, about 3 years younger, that hers was consensual and she just an 8-year-old girl just agreed to do this. Okay, yeah.
Text me over the years.
Over the years? How? Where? When?
You text me over the years.
When?
But
now, she says it's online, so we need to find the video. And to be honest, last year there's 365 days in the year. That video could be in any of those videos at this point, unless they labeled it. Hold on.
That he was on live and admitted that he did touch her and molested her.
Well, Callie admitted that she touched him too.
I don't know you.
So were they experimenting, or was he being a predator?
He didn't make her touch him.
And so
it's got to do with they were playing house.
Your daughter was touching too.
She was a victim, and you guys weren't there at all whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I don't know you.
And she said no, her daughter was a victim. They're trying to say her daughter was touching too. Nikita came downstairs and she saw Cameron. She said the first time she came downstairs, she saw Cameron touching her daughter. And then she had to talk to them about it. She didn't say she saw both people doing it. So what I'm seeing, in my opinion, is I'm just seeing that they want it to be to where it's something mutual going on, instead of actually just saying, you know, he was touching on the girls and he wanted to do this under the guise of playing house. People do like the whole thing, oh, let's play house, and then they use that opportunity to molest others or take advantage of others by playing house. They're trying to say it's consensual, but here's the thing. Mia said it wasn't consensual. She was the actual victim that's there. And she said it wasn't consensual. Her own mother had walked in there the first time and saw it happening, and she saw it was not consensual. They have him give confessions as well in front of the church, and not once but twice, and then he gives an apology. So then obviously they know that he did something wrong.
So you just came in the picture.
You don't know me, but you've texted me over the years. You've texted me over the years.
Over the years? How? Where? When?
You've texted me over the years.
When?
But this ain't about us. This ain't about our.
This isn't about our family thing. This is supposed to be about Junior and McNutt. It wasn't even supposed to be about Cameron.
Okay,
so because now, she is the female that don't take care of her daughter is for the reasons why this happened in the first place at her mama house. So
how do you know that she doesn't take care of her daughter? You're not here. You're not around. You're not around. You don't even be in the family, right? You don't know me, right? I've been around for how long? How many years?
We've been married for 23 years. You just came in the picture.
12 years, girl.
I've been here for 12 years.
Okay, so guys, ladies.
Oh wait, could y'all even hear me? I don't know if y'all even heard what I said. I think I was muted. I don't know. So I don't know if you heard me, but I was talking about how there was, okay, I was muted. Oh my gosh. There were police reports involved in this whole situation. There was the two girls have been breaking down, emotionally impacted by the situation. The one half sibling went to the counselor and reported the situation. There has been an apology because Pastor McNutt told the Cameron Johnson to apologize to his half sibling. So an apology. So that means for wrongdoing. There was also a confession in front of the church as well. Even though he minimized his actions, there's still, it keeps on being this thing that needs to be addressed of something that he has done. They did not make the other two go and apologize to him or do no confession or anything. It's always Cameron having to do the apology or confession. And then a police report was made. So consensual playing hall situations do not involve police, counselors, DCF, breakdowns and confessions and apologies and the whole nine. That's all something that involves some sort of assault or non-consensual experience. And we have to keep in mind that there are two victims in this situation. There's the cousin, and then there's the half sibling. So we have two victims. We have two different incidents. So you cannot just say, okay, well, this happened for one, whereas consensual, and the other one means it's non-consensual. It's two different incidents that we have to look at separately. Even though they have the same perpetrator, it's still two different incidents. Okay. Two different experiences, okay, two different cases. So in that way, you keep them separate. So and what they're trying to do is try to say, well, our daughter, Callie, is, she wasn't abused, so that means your daughter was lying too. They're trying to erase two people with one person. It's one person. In my opinion, Callie, thank you for giving me her name, Callie is someone that was abused, and at 8 years old, she did not consent. She was probably tricked into playing house and told what to do. And I played this role and you play that role. And then she played a role based on what she was coerced and tricked into doing. That happens sometimes. Okay, people say play house, and then they use that as a playing house as a trick and a guise as a way to get people to participate in some sort of sexual thing. And then later on, say we were both playing house, so you were a part of it, when they know good and well they initiated the game or wanted to play the game to make it go from playing some sort of just whatever into some sort of sexual encounter or sexual assault or abuse.
Ladies, please hold on one second. I think that it's important that I be clear here that obviously there is disagreement. And you all have something that's going on in your house. You have your version, and then you have one that's different. I don't even know if that's what we try in the court of public opinion. I think that what we figure out, again, while we're here is because of Junior. We're trying to figure out the effect of Mr. McNutt. And you all obviously are saying two different things. And I don't think that either one could conclusively say either side is lying, because y'all clearly don't live together. Is that fair?
Right. And none of us can speak on Junior and McNutt because none of us are there. None of us know them like that. And none of us have heard anything. She only knows what she has seen. We only know what we have heard. So when it comes down to why she's on here, has nothing to do with Junior and McNutt. And she can't speak to it, and neither can we. So we all shouldn't even be a part of this. She had no reason to even hop on here.
Okay, so my son was affected. You don't know that, okay? My son
He was just down there 3 weeks ago.
Your daughter
He was just down there 3 weeks ago.
And so was my daughter, and your daughter.
Why would you send him down there if you thought Taylor was a sexual predator?
Right, your daughter told us, dude, shut the fuck up talking to me, okay?
Why would you?
Sharing the real key.
There we go, Keita.
Come on, there
we go. There we go, Keita.
You need to stop talking to me because you a dude. You know what I'm saying? And I can get my
I can't talk to you because I'm a dude.
But you need to.
I can't speak to you because I'm a guy.
So can I really?
She don't take care of her motherfucking daughter, and
ain't nothing between me and you. We ain't got nothing.
Period. So you don't.
Me and you ain't spoken years.
Come up with your fucking mouth talking to me, boy.
So can we please stop for a second and stay focused? Now, listen though. Listen, y'all. Listen. I understand y'all got feelings with each other. Clearly, you do have feelings with each other. But get this. Nikita is saying that her daughter spoke to y'all's daughter, and the conversation was about being violated. And in the video yesterday, the account was that when they would speak to the adults, there would be discipline. So, Crystal, when they spoke to you all, or when you caught them, I know you spoke to this, why would that be the perception of Nikita's child?
We have no idea why that's the perception of Nikita's child. My daughter said that the story that she gave me of her and Nia talking was just him talking about what used to happen. It wasn't my daughter saying that she felt away or felt violated. It wasn't Nia saying that, oh, you got sexually assaulted or you were violated or I was violated. It wasn't in that nature. It was just recalling what we used to do.
On top of that, multiple adults in the family. Multiple adults in the family pulled Callie to the side and talked to her, and Callie admitted her role in it.
She said, because all of them whooped her ass and yelled at her. And then on top of that,
who got whooped? Who got whooped?
Because Callie got in trouble from all of their ass. I'm not talking to you, boy. So don't talk to me. I don't.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm talking to Callie.
We didn't whoop Callie. Callie didn't get whooped. We didn't whoop Callie.
I'm talking to Crystal, boy. I'm not talking to you. Okay? You don't even know me.
You're just. Hold on. If you don't know me, why have you messaged me? Why have you texted me? Why have you messaged me on Facebook? What are you talking about? I got messages and receipts of you texting me.
Very Crystal, and stop making her look like a fucking hoe. Okay?
Right, there we go. There we go.
We know you. So we know the kind of things you gotta say. But we can do that if you want, though. We won't talk about who you are.
Molest your motherfucking daughter, and you stayed in this
motherfucking molest nobody because Callie admitted her role in it.
And you kept having Cam come down there, and Ray now stopped it because you and Craig kept having to deal with. Never mind.
Bird brain bitch. I'm gonna give you some grace because it's Black History Month, bitch. I'm gonna give you some grace.
Oh, disrespect.
Yeah, Baz. Listen. So they also, you saw how Crystal said to Nikita that you were still having Cam come down. And that's what I called out the other day. That I'm happy that Nikita's coming forward and blasting this whole thing now. But at one point she did in fact keep on letting Cam come around after she caught him the first time touching her daughter underneath the covers. And she should have put a stop to it. That at that moment on, she should have kept it separate. Okay. So now Crystal wants to call it out. But I don't know why you're trying to call it out, Crystal, because Nikita has done more for her daughter than you have, because I do believe that y'all have like silenced Callie. Y'all have silenced Callie and gaslit her. She was this happened when she was 8 years old. Y'all took an 8 years old girl and y'all confused her and made it seem like she was consenting to some sort of playing house of this person that if he did it to his house sibling that was 11 years old, he good and well he did it to his 8-year-old cousin as well, and y'all have tricked her and silenced her and gaslit her into believing that she's consented to some sort of sexual stuff at 8 years old. Y'all need to stop, and y'all are dead wrong for that. If you know anything about an 8-year-old child, you can convince them and manipulate them into believing things or saying certain things, and forcing them into saying something or silencing them. That's why people have to be careful when they question minors, or
read a motherfucking book and help your daughter.
So disrespectful.
My daughter's doing great.
So disrespectful.
Nikita, please hear me. Now, this is what I'm begging of you to do for me. Everybody. Again, we're so far off the point.
Let me put up a poll. Who do you believe? Nikita and her daughter or Crystal and Crystal. Because again, there's two stories being told here. So I'm gonna put a different poll up. Hold on. Shout out to Red Gemini. Thank you so much for supporting the channel through Jules and 1,000 Jules. I appreciate the support. And by the way, I have to go to a whole different browser just to see this. Shout out to Cassandra, thank you so much for sending floating heart. She sent 10 jewels. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Yas with the yas. Shout out to my mod Limit. Thank you so much, girl, for supporting the channel through fan funding, sending 30 jewels. And by the way, I have no idea how this works. I'll have to look into it. But I definitely do appreciate the support. Also, shout out to Tracy. Thank you so much for sending 2,500 jewels. Y'all, so yes, I appreciate the support. I appreciate the fan funding, y'all. And everybody else, remember, you can support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. So now I feel like I need to find my case number and call back in and update this with the child's name is Callie. And also to kind of say that I feel like the child needs to be questioned away from adults, made to feel safe. And I don't know if she has somewhere else to go. To be honest, a child in this situation is not going to really say anything until unless they have somewhere to go. And if they have friends at that age that she's now at, she probably has friends in the community. She has a lot that is like she's set where she's at. You know what I'm saying? Like a home that she's been in, maybe friends in the neighborhood, a school that she goes to, a church that she goes to, certain things around her that might be. And then also we have her uncle Craig and her mother and everyone around her. People discipline her, scold her for coming forward and say anything against Cameron. It's just not a good thing. So to be honest, it's like most often, who knows? Like if they go out, she might just still say that what she has been coached to say, that it was consensual or something. Hold on.
Exactly.
And listen, you guys don't have to, y'all don't have to go with each other at the end of the day. I think that we got this one understanding. You now both have a different account. But it doesn't mean that either side is lying, because you are all going on what things you were told by your children.
Yes.
Crystal side of this, has your child been in interaction with Apostle McNutt at all?
Only when we went down for the graduation.
When you went down for graduation, when you met with Cameron while he was there, you believe that this was good for him?
Yes.
Yes.
We didn't see anything that was like questionable, or as far as how he's being, how they are, how they're living, how they've been treated,
how he's flourishing, where his head is, what he's focused on was all great.
She
So
had no fun.
you hindsight 2020, with all of this that has come out online, do you still believe that to be the case?
That's not for us to judge. We only could go by what we experienced with them. We weren't there even enough to experience anything.
The question
did it seem like Cameron was in danger? No, it did not.
Did it seem like Junior was in danger? No. Now, Junior interacted with my daughter a lot, and they had fun. They had a blast, and she liked to talk to Junior. She didn't say anything about feeling any kind of way about him or worried or anything.
Okay. Nikita.
Yes.
You feel differently?
I do. I saw differently.
I
witnessed.
There's something that I need clarity on. You went to his church for how long?
Here's my thing. If you actually look at that video, that birthday video, I wish I could play it, but I can't play it. But I forgot to put it on my community wall. But listen, you watch that birthday video, oh my gosh. It's at the slowest speed possible, turn off the sound so there's no distraction. And that video is very quite tell, and like he touches him inappropriately in that video. He does. And I'm glad if it's true and if it's really the case that he's out the house. Because listen, that video was very inappropriate. And you can see his hands glide between his legs and his hands touch over there. Y'all listen. That video, and like I said, when you slow it down, you see the thing about slow down is that you see every second of the video, like every little second thing, slow it down so you see so you don't miss anything. And when you do, that's when you'll be like, oh my gosh. And that video is the biggest evidence for anyone out there still wondering like about this guy. That's one of the biggest signs that something is really off with this guy in that video. And when Junior is trying to get away, he moves to the side of the bed where his mom is at. Like he doesn't move to her, but he moves to that side of the bed. So that's when he's trying to get away. It's obviously trying to get away from the pastor in that video. And because there's obviously a left side of bed, a right side of the bed. And when he's trying to get away, when the pastor has him by the legs, both his legs, he goes to the other side of the bed where his mom's at on the right side. But when the pastor comes into the room, he grabs him by his legs, and he has both his legs. And when it's slow motion, you can see his him opening and closing his legs. It's like, it's weirdly weird. And then he slaps him on the butt. He has his hand between his legs. He says later he was just tickling his thighs. And then you can see his hands like brush over his private area. It's like a bit, he's trying to be honest, in that video, it's like he's trying to be sneaky, like someone trying to tickle you, but then try to touch you inappropriately and slick touch you in places that it's not supposed to. And then when his mom popped him on the butt, the pastor copied him by popping him on the butt too. That was unnecessary. And then he popped him on the butt and had his hands with a little slide. Like it wasn't like a pop and then let your hands go straight back up. It was like a pop and then like a little mini rub or glide down. It was weird.
So I went for the first time I went to his church. It was about 2 to 3 weeks that I was there. And then the second time it was no longer than 2 or 3 weeks. So I wasn't at the church long. And then I was there virtually or online. So I saw everything online that he did in front of the members that didn't say anything.
But you never physically was a member at their church physically?
Physically, no, not
okay.
No.
And
we physically went to a church service there.
You did?
Nobody asked anything.
Yep, and we saw Cameron's ordination, right? It's ordination.
Okay, but that's like a service. You went to a service.
That's that service.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Neither one of you all have spent an extensive amount of time with his church.
No.
Nikita is saying that she went to his church virtually.
So they attend virtually, because that explains why some people are out of state and they keep on saying they're members of the church or they're seeing this church. Because like virtual services. Shout out to Layla Letitia. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Yeah, she says great live as always. Thank you so much, girl. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I'm gonna call and update my report on Cali to just update on this. That the fact that, well, I didn't have her name at first, so they kept on saying cousin, but now they're saying Callie, so now I can update her name as Callie. And if Cameron is now 18 going on 19 and the cousin is 3 years younger, so she might be 15 at this point, right? So I would say estimated age around 15. Name Callie, that's some details.
After her son came and told her some things, and so she was watching for that stuff. The first time you went there, why were you there, Nikita?
So the first time I was there, because I was watching Cameron, The people were treating or humiliating him on live, talking about him. He has a speech impediment. So TD McNutt would put him on live and talk about him in front of everybody on the live. And so I would share that with his dad. Hey, look, pay attention to what's going on here. But he would brush it off. The mother didn't care either. So, I just continued to watch and pray. That's the only thing that I could do for him because I couldn't do anything else.
Is this
But
was this at the time when you were in a relationship with his dad, or you guys just in communication?
We was in a relationship, but we were separated. Been separated for 9 years, but we were back and forth. Listen, y'all need to stop acting like kids, okay? Need to read a book, okay? It's Black History Month.
You're the one. Tell your truth. Yep, just say what you got to say.
I know, because you guys.
Why the animosity between the two of you? I don't get it.
Right, he don't know me is the whole thing. Now,
if I don't know you, then why have you messaged me on Facebook and text me?
So can you guys?
Okay,
that makes sense.
Can I get an understanding of that? Why the animosity?
Deal with your bitch over there.
Because this is the kind of thing she created, and this is something she would typically do.
Both have children that people are overall trying to figure out if they are okay or not. So
right, and that should be the focus.
So why are you all into it? What is the issue right here? It don't really make sense to me. Why are y'all mad at it?
We're all here to make sure that it's about the kids and that the kids are being protected as far as...
No. You're only here to... Only one person I've seen that has been protected this whole time in all these conversations. There are two people that are being protected on a constant and consistent basis. And that is Cameron is being protected and Pastor McNutt, the nutty pastor, is being protected. Those are the two people that's being protected. The two girls are not being protected in this situation. And the mother is now trying to step up and protect her, but initially she didn't. So that's why the daughter had to go outside of the home. Outside of the home to get help from the counselor, who then reached out to authorities. And then her mom eventually made a report. And when her mom made a report, she said, "Oh, okay, well, I just want him to have counseling." And now, because she said counseling instead of an arrest, now people are trying to use that as once it was investigated by DCF and police that nothing happened. When they're leaving out the part that Nikita didn't want nothing to happen. She said she only wanted counseling. And then we have the fake freaking pastor with the fake psychology degree that they sent Cameron over there, I guess, because he's supposed to be the living counselor. Did anyone look up his information to see if he's really... Oh, someone sent me something. Did anyone look up his information to see if he really was a freaking psychologist? Because I don't see anything on his on any database for him being a real psychologist. Licensed practicing psychologist, clinical psychologist. I don't.
This ain't about Cam. It's not about being shined on Cam or what he has done. He had nothing to do with this. So I feel like nobody should have been able to come take an opportunity to then go through that door. And now we are going off the rails over focus of the real point. For what?
Okay.
Drink some. Yeah.
Right. The public would start coming out and saying that, oh, they thought Cameron had something to do with, any type of assault or anything like that. And at that point, they took an opportunity to try to say, oh, he is. Look what he did over here. But DCFS did their report and they closed the case and there was nothing else found further. Nothing happened of it. And if Cam was such a predator, wouldn't he have gotten in trouble?
Would there have been something more?
Oh my God. See, that's what I'm talking about. People always say, wouldn't he have gotten in trouble? When Nikita is saying right here that when the police asked her, you want him locked up or not, she went ahead and said counseling. So you see how now that's backfiring, that because she didn't have him and sort of juvenile or something, now it's backfiring. People are saying, well, there was DCF, there was this, and nothing happened. And they're leaving out the part where the mother of one of the victims made it so nothing happened. She said counseling, and then he was sent off to McNutt instead of jail. So thank you to the mother that gave him, counseling as a chance to get out of assaulting her daughter instead of, police are arresting him, because obviously that's the half sibling. So don't think I don't understand the whole dynamics of people trying to protect siblings or where they feel like two kids are involved in certain situations. I understand that. However, I hate that this is also being used against the victim, because now that nothing happened, people gonna say, oh, nothing happened because he's innocent, when that's not true. It's just that they gave him a chance to correct through counseling. Some people choose rehabilitation instead of incarceration, which sometimes is helpful, but not in all cases, especially when someone has no intention of changing.
Your daughter was molested and you didn't get no help.
She didn't get molested if she actually joined in on it. You can't get molested if you actually are participating in on it.
See, now you messed up. You just messed up and slipped. Ooh. You messed up. You said that she joined in on it. You messed up. So this was not some mutual thing where it's mutually consenting. You said that the 8-year-old joined in on it. So he initiated something, and then he's the one that's the initiator. He thought it up and this or that, and then she joined in on it. So that tells us the whole story right there. I think that some people need more education on SA, to the fact that there are some people that are predators. They actually they don't even do anything to the child. They actually tell the child to do stuff to them. Do y'all not understand that or get that? They will tell the child, hey, do this or do that, and the child will do it. So then what will you say to the child then? That you participated, you joined in, you're the one that touched the other person, when they were told to do it as a part of the role play or as part of the instructions. So people like this should not be taught. Like, what do you mean? So she joined in because someone said you want to play house, and then they're touching her, and then they were saying this, so then she joining in to this whole thing because she's been told to do it. That's not consensual. That's instruction. That's direction. That's also coercive behavior. Lord have mercy.
It makes sense.
They were kids
being kids.
Yes, and an 8-year-old cannot consent. They cannot consent, and that's why they're trying to say they're both kids being kids. So they're trying to say, now if this was an adult, then obviously they'll say it's definitely non-consensual. But since they're two kids, they're trying to now imply that an 8-year-old can consent. So that's what they're weaponizing, is that the fact that it's two kids. And it's a problem when it's one kid doing things to two girls. And don't forget, who knows, it could be more. He could have more victims coming out later. It's just that these two are the ones that have came forward.
They were kids being kids.
Drive back and forth. You a bird brain. Ain't nobody want to marry you. Get
Okay.
married.
What are you talking about? What do they have to do with the kids?
Exactly. And this is what we didn't want to happen, because this has nothing to do with the kids.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with the kids. Like I said, I'm trying to protect the fact that Callie came out and said that
I know that y'all are not allowed in this gavel. I'm gonna have to cut this because.
Child, listen, now that's when people are angry like this. This is when the truth comes out. I would have let it keep going. The more you let stuff go when people are talking and angry, the more they're gonna slip and say things and give up information and tell on each other. Let's look at let me get shout outs. Shout out to Aquarius Moon, shout out to you, Tiffany. Thank you so much for the jewels, 1,000 jewels. Yes, I appreciate the support. Again, shout out to Aquarius Moon for the jewels. Also, shout out to Nitty as well for the 50 jewels. Yes, I appreciate the fan funding. And also to Cassandra, thank you so much as well for the fan funding jewels. Yes, and everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. So looking at the poll, take the poll. It's still time to take the poll. So in part 1, I played the actual, the half sibling. I played one of her videos where she talked about how she went to this counselor and things like that. Okay, and what happened. So I played her part. Another thing I want to do, obviously, is I want to hear Cameron. I want to hear his video in his church video. So I will be trying to find that video, and I wish that they would like send this video out. So since the thing about it, they already know what day it was, what live it was, and things like that. So they're easily able to find it. Someone like me and others, we have to scour through years of videos just to try to find that one video. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it's sometimes useful to have access to people or connections to people to where they can just send this information or that information.
Breaking my heart. We got to get to a goal. So I've asked a question and I got a good feel. And the question was, and I understand what you're saying. And let's be clear, I have not talked to you all before today, correct?
Correct.
I'm just getting this is our conversation, so I'm hearing you. I'm not like the internet. I want the truth. I don't want what feels good. You don't feel that your child was molested by Cameron. You are his father's sister. You are her significant other, and you all feel that McNutt is not the guy he's being painted to be. Did I get that correct?
We believe my daughter. I don't feel like my daughter was molested. She doesn't feel she was molested.
I don't like how people are painting Cam to be.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. You see how he keeps on saying, I don't like how their main concern is they don't like how Kim is being painted to be. Lord have mercy.
You don't even know him.
And none of us have experienced anything of the McNutt situation.
And now just say.
And also, they don't believe that Junior is in any danger, but Junior has been removed from the home of Pastor McNutt based on what they're saying and alleging. And they don't believe that he's, even though people have came forward saying he's being beaten over there, like extremely being beat over there, they don't believe that nothing's happening wrong with Cameron or McNutt. So with that being said, I don't take y'all seriously at all. I don't. Now, Nikita and her daughter are saying that the cousin came down and she told them that Cameron was still touching on her and that it was non-consensual. And there was the daughter saying that her daughter saying she was not consensual either. And then now y'all, on the other hand, are saying that everyone just playing house and was all consensual. They all joined in. And two things can be true at once, to where someone is playing house, but there's a thing where people play house, but then people take advantage of people sexually as a part of the game. Like, let's play house, but then they use that as an opportunity to sexually abuse other people. And that's what looks like happening here. And then once other people are, coerced into this whole thing and then taken advantage of, and then they try to say that it was consensual. And then there are also times where predators actually tell the child, I'm not trigger warning, they tell the child or the adult or whoever their victim is to touch them here, do oral or do this or do that. They guide them and tell them what to do. And then now later people can say, well, you joined in, you participated, or you did this or you did that. But it was at the instructions or under someone else with more power or more of power and like strength or whatever else, or a certain, the power dynamics are often unequal power, guided them or instructing them to do that behavior. So that led to their participation, should I say. Hold on. And as Auntie Mickey said, minors cannot consent anyways. And then you take into account 11-year-old, he's 11 at the time, and then the cousin is 8. We already know at that age, at 11 or 8, who's actually the one controlling that. And not only for the cousin, but for his half sibling. So obviously it's him. And of course you can say 11 years old, why is he doing that? Well, 11 years old, that's like 5th grade going into middle school, or that's 5th grade going to middle school, or middle school, 6th grade. That's a one that is old enough to know better. Okay. And even then, something could have happened to him too as well. Hold on. And that's why people try to give people more of a leniency. But then don't forget, later on, they said that when the cousin came down, she said that Cameron was still touching on her. So he was still doing it like way later, past that period. That's what they said. Shout out to Nitty. Thank you so much for the jewels I said as well. I appreciate the support. And Lisa, thank you so much for the 500 jewels. Again, shout out to Lisa. Wait, she's saying 1,500 jewels. So thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lisa. And also shout out to Lisa Taylor for sending 50 jewels. Yeah, from the yes, I appreciate the support. Mwah. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. And don't forget to take the poll.
To speak to her.
You can't speak to McNutt.
Exactly.
But you can tell us that you don't think Cameron is the guy that he is being said to be.
Exactly.
And we don't feel like we experienced them being in danger.
And you feel that now Cameron is a better guy than when he was not with where he's at. You feel like he has progressed.
He's progressed. Yes.
Okay. Well, only thing we can do is respect that. And I don't think you guys should be demonized or bullied or attacked for your perspective. And so with that being said, I thank y'all for coming on here.
Well, not from you, but from me, I will, because I feel like they have coached. They have coached and they have scolded and disciplined and gaslit and twisted this whole thing and made the 8-year-old believe that she was a part of some sort of consensual act that she could not consent to, a playing house, and that she participated in her own abuse. It's sick. And it's all for, only thing I really heard is Cameron is so great, Cameron is so perfect, oh, he's great, so he turned out well, Cameron. It's all about him. It reminds me of a lot of times where stuff happens with like footballers and people that play sports, and then they say, oh, well, we can't let them ruin their career. They have a whole life ahead of them. They're the star player. It's always about making sure that the offender is protected and his future is not messed up in any way, while he has messed up other people emotionally, impacted other people for the rest of their life in some sort of triggering traumatic experience. But hey, as long as he's okay and he's out there. Now, who knows what could happen later, because a lot of times when people get away with this sort of crime when they're little and it's not corrected and it's covered up and gaslit and swept over, they escalate and then they do something else to other people later down the road. Hold on. Not saying that's always the case, but sometimes that is the case.
Do you have anything that you want to say as a final word?
Protect the kid's image, man. That's the biggest thing, man.
Yeah, and it should be about the kid and nobody else benefiting from it, and where anybody else benefit from it.
And I'm not sitting there trying to defend any type of sexual assault. It's wrong.
Someone, and I want to understand. Nikita, I promise I'm coming to you in 1 second.
Y'all keep on going on and on, and y'all not trying to defend no essay. Y'all really, really trying to push that issue. So, and y'all back in y'all mind, y'all just really just don't want to respond into, defending essay. Well, it's coming across to me as that way, because I don't see how on one hand a victim in the situation is saying that she did not consent. And at 11 years old, she knows whether she wanted to do something or not. And she obviously did not. So then now y'all trying to say that 11-year-old that went to her school counselor about this whole situation, that she lied and made it up and she was consenting to this. No, that I believe her, not y'all. I don't. Okay, I don't. And then on top of that, when y'all knew about it at 11, y'all didn't do anything. So once she went to school, and I guess her sexual assault counselor was there, a sexual assault counselor there, a sexual education teacher, a counselor was there. And at that time, she told that person, because she recognized and she understood that what she experienced was not consensual and was assault. And that's why her mother went to the police and reported it as such. So how can you tell a victim? How can you tell a victim that they consented to something that they did not consent to? I think she knows if she consented or not. Okay, yeah.
I'm coming to you in 1 second, Nikita. 1 second, but I gotta ask this one more question because I really didn't understand it. Crystal, how could someone benefit from this outside of getting justice?
Trying to get justice is one thing. If you know what you're talking about and you can actually help. But if you're just using it to try to get something out of it, like if you're trying to use it to get something out of it and benefit from it in any kind of way, I don't know what your purpose is. If the benefit isn't for just the kid, it's questionable.
Bird brain, yeah.
But y'all, I struggle with it because you wait. So then the last question will be: does Crystal and Nikita know each other? Do you all know each other?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all so much for coming on. If you want to say anything further throughout the course of this case, you are always welcome to Investigate and Advocate to have a voice.
Thank
and
you.
Please hear me say these words. And people are going to be mad at me for saying, your truth is your truth. And you deserve to be able to walk in your truth. Doesn't matter how we feel about it. So some of the comments were pretty harsh. Obviously, a lot of people are upset. People are triggered and they feel things. But I thank you all for being willing to come and share your perspective. And all of these things typically go into helping get to the goal, which is justice. And that is what we will go after. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nikita.
Yes.
You may just be ghetto like me. You was all in that mother.
I'm sorry, guys. Audience, I am really sorry, but I do not condone.
Don't be sorry at all. You speak your mind based on what your daughter, the victim, told you. And that's good at this moment, at this time. You're taking your daughter's side and you're believing your daughter, because at one time, I guess no one was believing her, not believing her, but taking her side and feeling like defending her. So she had no choice but to reach out to a counselor. Now you're actually stepping up as a mother to take her side and say that she was to, express her side, that she was assaulted. It was not consensual, and to go against others defending her as a mother should. Now, Crystal, on the other hand, I'm suspicious of you because you're saying that your daughter is saying one thing, but your daughter talking to you, who is so team Cameron and team your brother, compared to your daughter talking to someone around her own age, Mia, there's gonna be different conversations had, because she'll be able to open more up to her, to Mia, and tell her about it, because they both are victims of him. So she'll be more apt to open up and talk about those conversations with her than you. So I believe, to be honest, the Mia, the half sibling that was also assaulted, that I believe that she is telling the truth about what the cousin said to her. Because here is the thing that people are not really thinking about fully. How did anyone know or come to know that the cousin was also a part of this whole thing? How would anyone find out? So obviously, the half sibling that was also assaulted and abused, sexually abused, she had to witness things or see things or come to know these things to get it out, because obviously it looks like, so it came out that this was happening to both people. So that means that there are witnesses to it, because it's like, if the cousin didn't come out and tell anyone herself, then obviously she had to tell someone, and most likely she told or they were all there, or she was witness to it. She had to tell the half sibling, and from there the half sibling told the counselor, and she wouldn't just be able to say, okay, well, it's just me. She had to tell, hey, it's a cousin too. So that means that they had to have some sort of conversation, or she was a witness, or she was around when it was happening. So that brings even more truth to the situation of the cousin having to tell someone, and then for the half sibling to then tell the counselor. So people keep on acting like there's no communication between those two. Obviously, there is communication between the two, or there was conversation between the two, or something was happening to where it got word that it was happening to the cousin too. Or it could have been where the cousin and her were both both been abused around the same time, or I don't know. But I do know the half sibling cannot report something that she's not privy to or understanding of or knowing about.
Stupidity, bird brain shit. And no, you are not going to discredit. My daughter has been going through and dealing with being abused and sexually assaulted. Her daughter, okay? Every time she comes to us, she embraces us and gives us love and tells us, thank you for being there for me.
This is the thing, we cannot negate that that's their child and they got their own.
That's true. This is true.
Okay. So your fight is for your daughter. It cannot be for.
But I understand what he's saying, but if you know that someone else has came to you and expressed that they're also being abused and touched on, you're going to have concern about that person too, even though it's not your child. If their daughter, if Crystal's daughter is coming to her and to her daughter, and she's happy that they've spoken up and they've said this, and she's able to speak to them and tell her truth to them, they're gonna obviously mention it every time it's discussed, because they've heard her side of the story and they've heard from her, and so they feel like they have to be her voice to say something. I would, yeah. So now it's like, again, it's two sides going on here. There's Crystal and Chris saying one thing, and they're saying that their daughter Callie is saying that she's not a victim, that she was 8 years old, can't consent anyway. And then there's Nikita and her daughter saying that the cousin did open up to them and talk about this, and that she is actually a victim, and not even that long ago she was still being victimized by Cameron, whose mother and aunt hang out together.
Or anyone else, because they don't see a fight. And then we cannot be mad at them for having the feeling that they have for their nephew. That all of that made simple sense to me.
Yes, it does. Okay. It's the same thing with me, because my daughter even said the same thing. She said, I forgive him, and I can't hold it over my head. I don't want him holding it over his head. It's exactly what my daughter said in her life. And you know what? I said, honey, you are super, you are supreme, you are amazing for even thinking, emotional intelligence, all of that, like that. She's forgiven him, and she has she is in the attempt to move forward and move on. The only thing I was saying was that they need to help Callie do the same thing. And so it didn't look like they supported her in that. And so I'm upset at them because they really didn't support her. And so if they don't want to support her, that's their story. They're sticking to it. Okay. And like you said, I need to focus on my daughter and my son. My son was down there. He was also abused, humiliated. He was, showered with gifts. And so because he was humiliated, because he was showered with gifts and this pastor or apostle T.D. McNutt tried to groom my son, okay, and hurt my son. Yes, I'm going for the gusto. My son also witnessed Junior being abused, being hurt. So listen, we got to deal with this situation. This is what it's about. Junior needs to come from out of that situation. His mother doesn't care. You know, she's being showered with gifts. She's watching and engaging in the humiliation with both Cameron and Junior. So, you know, she tag team with TD McNutt to do Cameron. And I am going to say, I do believe to this day, right now as we speak, that Cameron is also a victim. You know, hurt people hurt people. He was probably victimized at home as well as with TD. He might have been victimized with TD McNutt, but I did see the humiliation aspect. So, you know, maybe that's one of his tactics. Shower the guys with gifts and then tear their countenance down. But he's a psychologist. He should know better.
Give me a moment, Nikita. Please don't leave.
Okay.
I didn't say I was Jenny Jones or none of that shit. Jerry Springer, Steve Wilkos, or even Oprah, or what's the new one, Jennifer Hudson. I ain't none of them. Hell.
Y'all gotta stop saying that man is a psychologist when there is no database or that's showing that he's a psychologist or credential at all.
Jennifer Lopez have a show, so I didn't ask her certain questions that I asked them, and I'm getting an indicator that my people are telling me that I didn't do this balanced. I'm so sick of this shit, but we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna ask those other two to come back here for a second because I have to somehow balance this. But I do want to say that it appears as an update that we believe that we have been able to confirm that there is an active investigation that is being conducted. That the investigation that was initiated in December that led to the initial arrest of Apostle McNutt and his release that would then cause him after several months to then meet with Junior and do the video that have now gone viral across Beyonce's internet. That case was dropped due to a lack of cooperation. It is now my understanding from my team that there is another investigation that has been opened up due to the public pressure and new information. And as of right out, we are pleased to tell you that we are firm in our belief that Junior has been taken out of the care of out of TD McNutt, I think it's Tavarius McNutt, and an investigation is being conducted by Florida officials. So at this time, we believe again that Junior is not in the care of TD McNutt, that the authorities are actively investigating this case, and it is our understanding that that the young man that everybody, including us, are concerned about has been put in the care of someone as a guardian by the mother's wishes. That person, I don't know yet. One second, y'all give me a second. I don't know who that person is. We're working on confirmations, but of course, that's stuff that we would not even put in the public if we were able to get it. Give me a second, y'all. Hallelujah. Glory to God's name. So that does give me a little bit of ease, and now I can get me some rest. Hopefully, we're just going to wait to continuously do our confirmations, but that is what we understand to be the case at this time. I did have a meeting with McNutt. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. We're trying to get this other group back on so that the other side of this, and then we're going to try to put a little balance into it. Uh-oh. Did I do that? Damn. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, give me a second because I think I made a mistake and permanently banned them. I pushed the wrong button. Give me a second. Let's try that one more time. Can we try that again, please?
Exactly. Right.
Hold on one second.
Because you all have
Also, of
begging of you to do for me, everybody. Initiated in December that led to the initial. I'm really not trying to be an asshole. Whole conversation to this point has been messed up. It's obviously a lot of trauma, a lot of anger, a lot of fear, a lot of things that are going on. Y'all, this is what I'm talking about. People only want to see the results, but they don't want to see the ugly shit that goes on behind the scenes. That's what I be in. That's what I be dealing with. That's why when I be crashing out, I be like, people don't understand why I be going so crazy. Because this shit is not normal. Glory to God's name. I'm just playing. But what we gonna do, I'm a straight shit talker, and I need to get some deliverance. Hold on one second. We're gonna bring them back. We're going to Plan B team. How y'all doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't know what happened. My computer screen hating on y'all. So we're gonna bring Nikita back up. I promise you all I didn't do this on purpose, okay? But to bring balance, I have to ask you guys a question online. Are you all willing to speak to the public very briefly? Because we're not coming back to this once we end this live broadcast today. Are you guys willing to speak to the public at all?
What do you mean?
Answer their questions.
Oh, yeah. I don't care about answering questions.
Nikita, are you willing to do that?
absolutely.
All right, because my goal is to get to the end of this for Junior and not necessarily solve all the crises amongst the family, because y'all ain't paying me shit. And I love y'all and I want y'all to get where you got to go, but I ain't finna lie like nobody. I can't help it. My family is this. If y'all find somebody that can help y'all, please refer them to me so I can put my family in there after y'all. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So with that being said, to the public, this is not even about to be long and drawn out. I'm going to give you guys a brief opportunity because you all have been helpful and we've depended on the public quite a bit as well. So this is in respect to you and to bring balance to this right now. 605-472-5107. 605-472-5107 with access code 6392700#. You can come on and you can speak to these particular guests, and then I got to move on. 605-472-5107. Access code 6392700. As the church would say, come in your own way, but keep it respectful. Don't be getting on here disrespecting these people because this ain't your shit. It's my shit, and this ain't your problem. It's their problem. And I will gavel your ass, and we'll get on your ass if you be disrespectful. All right. We're gonna give them a couple of seconds to get.
So I'm gonna actually play this video. This is a point that I want to make that someone did send me this link. To why I mentioned the financial aspect before is that sometimes people pretend like they have a lot of money and they flex in public to get this perception that they're rich and wealthy and well off, or they're, and then things like this happen where he gets arrested and now he needs to admit that he doesn't have enough money for a lawyer. So let's look at this video right here as evidence and proof of that bragging stuff. Hold on. Flexing, child. Flexing for the internet.
get on. I'm really not trying to be an asshole or be funny or anything like that. But when this is all said and done, would y'all let me fly all y'all to come see me, and maybe we can all go to fucking Cracker Barrel or something? What's that? What's the other? Golden Corral. Can we all go to Golden Corral?
You can want the one on 159.
Okay, hold on one second. Where's that one? Okay, here, this one.
Immaturities is for you to develop, not him.
Amazing. Wow. His immaturity.
It's for me to develop, not him.
Not him or her.
The Lord said to me, his immaturities, or his, but he was talking about him. He said his immaturity is for you to develop, not him. Do y'all know how many of us are parenting wrong? And this is why, Minister Trainer Risha, because of carnality. So then when you come into the environment of your leader and you're welcome into environments. So I showed him, this is what I'm going to tell you all as well. I took him to the Bank of America some time ago. And when we go to the ATM, he will automatically turn his head because I don't play that. Well, it's not that I mean, mine is his, but I don't need, he can talk too much. And the last thing I need for him to go do is, I saw $5 in Dad's account. Right. And so then I took him to one of my accounts, and I was getting, money out or put money in, whatever. Praise the name of Jesus Christ. And I said, look, sir, turn here and look. And he looked, praise the name. He saw all of these zeros. And I said to him, how much is it? Praise the name of Jesus Christ. And I said, how much is it? Close your mouth. How much is it? 300,000? And then I said, he can't see yet. I said, he can't see yet. Hallelujah. I sent Andre Coffee a text, praise the name of Jesus Christ, after we was doing some business together the other week, praise the name of Jesus Christ. And I blacked out my amount, right? And so Andre Coffee texted me and said, Apostle, there's a long blackout line. There's a long blackout line. Praise the name of Jesus Christ. I want to tell you, this is what's up. There's a transfer of God. I'm telling you this right here. And I know some going to receive this wrong, and I don't care. I'm just going to give you the instructions of the Lord. There's a transfer of God that will happen for those that can sit right at my feet. Yes, sir. That's it. That's all. I got this one to the left of me. Hallelujah. He's just talking to me this morning about being in position with his sons and leaving a legacy, leaving a financial level and blah, 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 blah. I'm telling you, there's a transfer that's getting ready to happen for those that can sit right at my feet. Glory to God's name. Sit right at my feet. That's it. That's all. I want you all to understand. Hallelujah. This is what's up. The Lord told me to tell you, he said, those of you all who are financially dishonest or dishonest with monies, hallelujah, the increase won't hit your life. It will not hit your accounts. Hear ye the word of the Lord. He said, those of you all who are dishonest with monies, the increase of heaven will not hit your accounts. You cannot have secret money hidden. Right. Y'all here? I'm gonna use the coffees. Can I use y'all, please? Yes. Thank you. Arisha Coffee can't have secret money hidden from Andre Coffee. Yeah. Right. Andre Coffee cannot have secret money hidden from Arisha Coffee. Yeah. I remember last year before last, hallelujah, I was talking to them, praise the name of Lord Jesus Christ, and Arisha Coffee. One of her issues was, I don't have access to this account. I don't know about this and don't know this and that and other. Is that right, Arisha Coffee? That's right. I told Andre.
Well, this video could come across in two different ways, to be honest. Listening to it, it could come across as sarcasm about the amounts, because he said, oh, he can't see yet. It could have been sarcasm that I don't know. It could be more or less depending on how you take his phrasing, but it still insinuated he had money. It's not insinuated it was broke because he said it was a bunch of zeros. So it was a bunch of zeros, so that's insinuating money. But yeah, so yes, exactly. He's claiming to have no money for a lawyer now. Okay. Yeah. So anyways, let's go back to this video. Hold on a second.
Chris, where you from?
Chicago.
Yeah, okay. Okay, all right, that works. We can have you come to go to corral. I got a big security team. Ain't gonna be none of this arguing now. Couple of police gonna lock out.
Nah.
Okay, so let's go. We got somebody on the line. Carla, you are on the phone with this family. What you got to say?
Hey, I have a question for Crystal and I believe her friend, her partner. So my question to them, they said that they don't notice anything about McNutt. So him getting his eyebrows arched before the age of 18, like how do they see that that's okay?
Personally, it's a preference. He's old enough. If he wanted to make that choice,
Oh my God.
who are we to say something about that? It's not my eyebrows.
Are they responding?
Shout out that voice, child. She got it.
Yeah, you can't hear them?
No, I don't. But it's fine. If they responding, it's fine. As long as everybody else.
She said it is a preference, and that is if that's their choice, who are we as a public to say anything about it?
Cam is old enough to make his own decisions.
And raised up, like to me, like y'all more so looking at materialistic things, and I feel like some people let money and like certain things overshadow like what's more important, which like quality time, real quality time, not doing stuff to try to get over on somebody or belittle somebody. So I understand it's everybody's preference, but I feel like y'all say, oh, when y'all came down there, y'all seen that everything. It's me. It's like y'all want to talk about the house. He probably fed y'all. The kids got on.
No, that wasn't the case. We didn't get a grand tour of Dr. McNutt's house or anything like that. It wasn't really like we weren't showered with gifts or anything like that. It was actually a real family environment.
Playing house is not cool.
No, we're not saying that. We're not saying that playing house is cool.
Some kids were exposed to house growing up, and some kids were not exposed to house growing up. So kids who are not exposed to house growing up, and they get exposed to that, they are violating.
Can you? Are you able to hear us? Are you able to hear them talking?
No, I can't hear them.
You cannot hear them talking. Okay, so then.
But I hear you.
Okay, so I don't know why. Let me see. Can we try that again? You guys say something.
Hello.
Okay, I think I'll do it this way. Can you hear them now? Say something again.
Hello.
Can you hear them now?
I heard somebody say hello.
Yep. Okay. All right. I'm gonna let them respond to you, and thank you for calling in. You guys want to respond to her?
Yeah, I mean, I need to hear the question one more, the second question again. So I'm gonna respond to it, and then the third. I think she had a third question too. What was your second question?
Yeah, so the last thing was more so the whole house thing. Like y'all being kids, and like playing house was cool. Like y'all making it seem like playing house is cool. Playing house is not cool, just because some kids in some households grew up doing that doesn't make that okay. And for y'all to be saying that, I don't really understand that. And I wanted to also pick up on that. Not all kids are exposed to playing house.
Right.
For the kids that are not exposed to playing house, they get exposed to that is them being violated. And even though they may have touched back or, did something back, that doesn't make them not being violated, And then for your daughter to be 8 years old and for, Cam to be 11, even if it wasn't Cam, it was somebody else who could be 11, that person had to show that younger person what to do.
Come on.
The internet shows the younger people what to do.
All right, so let me address the playing house thing. We're not saying that playing house is cool. We're trying to say that it was a mutual thing. It wasn't one person being a predator against the other person.
They were wrong.
They were both wrong. Okay? That's what we're trying to make.
And that playing house is not okay.
Can I speak to it?
And they were both wrong. Kim was not just the aggressor in the situation.
Okay, well, they responded.
So he keeps on trying to chime in and saying that Kim was not the only aggressor in the situation. And again, you say right there that he was not the only aggressor. Why would you even say that? Why would you even say that he's the aggressor? Even using that terminology and that word choice of the aggressor, you're assigning him as an aggressor and saying, oh, well, he's an aggressor, but he wasn't the only aggressor. Please stop. And then you say earlier you said that the 8-year-old joined in. So that means to join into something, you understand what joining in means? To join into something has to be ongoing or already happening, already occurring for you to join into it. So you didn't say she initiated, she was the aggressor, she was the initiator. You said that she joined in to something that was happening. She joined in. So that means, and at what point did who decide what was going to happen and who's going to play what role? Because she joined into something that was already happening. And then you're saying is she consensually joined in. So 8-year-old is consensually joined into something that she probably even know what was happening, what's going on, but she just joined in. Okay. However, on the other hand, we have Cameron, who is someone that was most likely already doing something to his half sibling already. And then now he's doing it to the 8-year-old. Like who he did something to first? Most likely the half sibling he probably did first, and then the cousin next. So he doesn't have only one victim. He has more than one. And then he has done it more than once. So even Arthur told to not do it, he continued to.
I think Nikita wanted to say something. Go ahead.
My daughter would be absolutely in tears if she heard her own auntie, who's not in her life and have not been, if she heard her own auntie say that it was her fault too. They were actually both over my house. Hold on, pause. I'll let you speak. Shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up.
We're gonna let each other.
So anyway, while he was online confessing to abusing both of the girls, Callie was over my house and the girls were in tears. Okay? They were in tears. He did violate both of the girls. And then also, you guys are saying that, they did it too. They didn't do that. And they were upset when they heard that you guys are saying that. And if they hear that now, they would really be upset. Not only that, but I do see Donnie.
When they talk to you, they were upset when they were upset when they talk to you.
Okay.
Girl, some tea.
Let's
You're the only one.
Stay off the drugs, baby. Stay off the drugs. You and your brother snort that shit. Please stay off.
Nobody else. You ain't never get around my daughter that much for her to be that comfortable with you.
I told y'all when they start arguing and bickering back and forth, they start swooning on each other. So now Nikita says you and your brother, which is Craig, she said stay off the drugs. She said stay off the drugs. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. This is definitely one of the families I believe that sweep things under the rug for sure.
Girl, she always loved me. Always.
Okay,
That's what you mad
so,
to get money.
y'all, we're going to go to the next caller. I'm only going to do 5 of these, and then we're going to go past.
How many times you been charged with fraud?
ass out of here.
Caller, you're on the air.
They're really trying to expose each other. Now they're trying to say, I guess, has she been charged with fraud before? Ciao.
Hey, Jen. Hey, Nikita. So first thing first, I want to say, Nikita, I understand just because listen, I've been manipulating news, interviews, and all that shit by niggas. So you from y'all understand where you're coming from 100%. But as for that couple, I do not appreciate how that couple is invalidating their daughter's feelings. The fact that they got here defending their daughter's abuser is absolutely insane. And I see a lot of people too attacking you, Nikita, on the internet. And that's not okay with that dusty ass motherfucking raggedy ass motherfucking couple getting on here just fucking defending Cameron motherfucking ass. And I'm holy. Actually, I'm holy as hell. You feel me? I will baptize you and beat the fuck out of you right the fuck immediately after. But however, Nikita, I understood you when I touched you yesterday. I ain't gonna cap. Everybody was bullshitting and shit and really attacking you in the comments. Girl, I felt you. Girl, I'd have been Christian before I followed after a bullshit ass pastor. However, that bullshit ass couple is insane. And Jay, you know what? I appreciate you and I love you real bad because I've been harassing for the CPS.
And that is true. They're invalidating and being dismissive of the half siblings experience. There's 2 victims in this case. There's a cousin and then there's the half sibling. And they're trying to say whatever applies to their daughter, that I feel like they're gaslighting her situation, also applies to the half sibling, to try to be dismissive of her experiences and say that, and it speak for her as well. So that's something definitely wrong, as I pointed out as well earlier.
Hold on. I've been harassing for, okay, y'all gotta get off this call, but yeah, I love you. Nikita, I love you.
Thank you. I love you too, baby. I love you too. Thank you all for your support. I love you guys.
Y'all are people. Y'all are the people.
Me.
Your daughter is on the police report saying that this little boy abused her. The cousin that Cameron abused is on that police report.
What police report? What are you talking about? You don't even have the DCF report, so you don't know what the DCF report said, number one. And number two, I'm not invalidating her daughter's experience. What I'm trying to tell you is our daughter's experience was not the same. Our daughter's experience was not the same.
She was all you want to get money.
Hold on, y'all.
She has no business with McNutt. She's not. That's not her business. She's not gonna lose no money. She don't have no.
Now it seems like the mom is not even like, she's letting the man, the Chris guy, who's not even to really control the situation. She's allowing him to control the situation and really do all the talking and speaking on behalf of her daughter. It looks like.
Money. So
what?
This situation.
Bitch, you a bum. I had $2.6 million with a trucking company. You could never do what the fuck I do, but open your legs for that nigga that's not marrying you, bitch. Okay? Sit your whole ass down somewhere.
We are not trying to go off the rails.
I understand that Keita is a prankster. She is a prankster up in Cook County. Look her up in the county.
Hell yeah, I was in prison 20 years ago, bitch, and then when I got out of prison, I made $2.6 million motherfucking dollars. I didn't sit on my ass like y'all bum ass. You're a bum. You're a fucking bum. And you know it. She's a hater, and you're a fucking bum. What the fuck are y'all doing?
So I don't know,
me, nigga. Fuck out of here.
Okay, so I don't know that we can. I really feel. I feel as an advocate.
Yes, I'm in jail, Donnie. Get your stupid fat ass out of here.
I have an obligation to keep this on track, and it's not working for me.
I'll get my cousin.
Are we able to do this? Are we able to do this with the last 3 callers, y'all, or no? Are we able to do this with the last 3 callers?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Sorry.
I'm not gonna let the audience argue with y'all, and I'm trying not to stop you guys from freedom of expression, but I'm asking that we try our best to be respectful of each other, because I need y'all to remember this. Let me put this in a different frame. If we get through this and get to the bottom of it, which the focus is what we're trying to get to, we're great. then the kids will thank us later.
Yes.
If we don't, then they'll have to be able to find this video for the rest of their life on both sides. So can we consider that? Now I'm going to try the next caller, but I pray to God we can at least, people say bad things to me all the time. Call them a bitch and keep it moving, but don't park there, because that's not the goal. Y'all can get one bitch out to each other. Nikita, call him a bitch. Go ahead.
Bitch ass nigga. And then also, Donnie, get
Nikita, that's it. That's it.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
Crystal, get your bitch out.
I don't need to.
Okay, sir, do you need to get your bitch out? All right, let's go. Let's go.
Y'all know the business.
All right, let's get past it. Let's go now. Let's go. Hold on. Hold on.
Nikki Johnson, Nikita Price.
Trying to be just. All right, y'all. Let's be just. All right, caller, you on the air.
Okay, my question is for Crystal and Chris. I'm guessing that during this time, Cameron was the 11-year-old and the girls were 8. How do you feel that an 11-year-old touching 2 8-year-old girls are not considered molestation? And have y'all spoke to y'all's daughter about what molestation is? And because it seems she may be confused because that's not equal participation.
They don't give a fuck.
First off, my daughter was 8, and Tim and Mia were 11.
Child, listen, you gotta get out here with that damn voice. It's down. Lord have mercy. So, anyways, yes, Cameron and Mia, they were 11, and then the cousin, they're to have siblings, and then the cousin was 8 years old. That doesn't change anything, though. The half sibling said that she was, if she did not consent, and the 8-year-old definitely did not consent to 11-year older than her doing anything to her at all. She did not consent. She cannot consent anyways. Okay?
So it's 2 11-year-olds and 1 8-year-old. And I have talked to my daughter. My daughter's now 14.
I can't get them.
Okay, so the daughter is 14, so she must be about to be 15.
We have talked to Callie. Callie is 14 now. Callie was 8 when it happened. Cameron was 11. And he was 11. So it was 2 11-year-olds and 1 8-year-old. Okay. When we talked to Callie about it, Callie has not expressed any long-standing resentment or any issues about the situation, because it wasn't something that was serious. It wasn't something that was like it wasn't like
they stuff for a period of time. They got caught once. And then they all got in trouble.
This is about 1 hour and 23 minutes into the video.
How kids be. I talked to my dad, and they're trying to understand what she thinks she's doing. What does she think about this? How does she feel about this? Where did she get this from? This is stuff they see on TV.
So you feel
That's
that?
what she told me.
So you feel
like we see on TV.
So you feel that it happened once? It was child's play, where they took it too far.
Nikita said that the cousin Callie came to her and said that it was continuing to happen. If it happened to the half sibling more than once, I doubt it happened only once to Callie. So now y'all are not really making any sense.
Corrected it, and it never happened again.
Exactly. And my daughter has no problems. She's not having no problems with any kind of kids. She's not. Listen, my daughter's very talented. There's no.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Yes, your daughter can have the best grades. She can have the 10 million talents. She could be the best of this and the best of that, and still be someone that was abused and sexually abused. What in the world? Oh my gosh. You're one of those people that say just because someone is great at this or great at that, they can't be a predator, or they have this or that characteristics, so they can't be a victim. There are some people that are abused and they start like getting into trouble and their grades drop. There are some people that are abused, they still outperform others. They still have good grades and everything seems to be great, but it's not. That's not you cannot use that to measure or try to say that, okay, well, someone has good grades and doing well and they're talented, then there's no way they could be impacted or affected by something. That's, Lord have mercy. We have ignorant people.
Yeah, she's not a deviant. She doesn't have behavioral issues. You know.
Nikita, do you agree with that it happened once?
But what about the whole thing, guys? Too, just because someone doesn't have behavior issues and have good grades and they're performing well academically and things like that, doesn't mean that they have not been abused. So everyone out there, if someone is doing well and they're not a troublemaker, they're not getting in trouble, that means that they're there's no way you're gonna believe that they're abused. So everyone that's abused you have to be a troublemaker to prove that you're abused. If you're not a troublemaker and you're actually good and you got a lot of talents, and there's no way you could be a victim of abuse or it's impacting you. Okay, victims of abuse can be impacted emotionally, for the rest of their life, and they can still go on to go to college. They can go on to get a degree. They can get a job. They can have a lot of talents and a lot of things going for them, but still are victims of abuse, and they're still suffering in other ways.
No, it didn't happen once because she came down. We left in 2016. I left my ex-husband when my last child was only 1 month old. We left down there. And then we had a birthday party when my son, Prince Abraham, was 14. This was like 4 years we were gone. She came down and she said, he's still touching on me. And she said it with her cousin in confidence, scared. And then she came over and told me the grandma was standing right there, your mother, Crystal, Cynthia, was standing right there, and she was quiet, didn't say a word. And we said, you know what, we got to do something. Y'all are not, obviously, this is something.
I'm sorry, but I believe Nikita, I don't know, I just believe Nikita and her daughter. Let's look at the poll. Who do you believe? Crystal and Chris? 2% says there's 50 votes. Crystal and Chris, 2%. Nikita and her daughter is 48%. None is at 22%, and still thinking about it is at 28%. I believe Nikita and her daughter on this whole thing with the whole essay things. I do. So yeah. And 20% says none, and 28% says still thinking about it. Let's take this poll down.
Blaming her, and then she can't say nothing to you because you're gonna cuss her out, and you still hanging out with Cameron's mama. So she has no room to say anything.
So let me ask you something that will make sense, because I need to make this make sense. And I guess I'll ask you all first, Crystal. Where do you think this game and the intricacies of it came from with Cameron? Where did this come from? Do you know?
I feel like people saw stuff on the internet because Cam was down there and living with them. He already had association. I feel like Nikita reaching out and doing her whole story, and her daughter, my niece, getting on TikTok and doing her story, is now what did this. Them bringing up something that really had nothing to do with this.
Where do you think that this behavior came from, Nikita? Where did this come from, Nikita? Where did this behavior come from?
I'm sorry. I am extremely hot. I am really agitated with these people. They don't care about the kids at all whatsoever. Please repeat the question because I couldn't hear it.
Nikita.
Yes, ma'am.
I saw the videos. I didn't know Prince Abraham or Abram was your son, but I saw like the post with him, like going to the nail shops and things and getting pampered. Did he feel that he was being groomed by McNutt or whatever his name is?
Yes, he was. And this is the reason why I'm speaking out in the first place. I'm speaking out against all they sick asses because, yes, he groomed my son. He groomed my son, and then he tried to tear my son down.
Well, hold on, because
Okay, so let me say this. If you see all camera video,
we don't have nothing. We don't have no reason to talk.
So why would you send your son down there knowing that those videos
there? You know what I'm saying? Yes, my son was down there.
I think that is a fair question. So I want to I want to ask both Nikita because I think it's a fair question.
That's why she getting this money.
The first question was where did you think that the house behavior came from with Cameron, Nikita? You said
say that one more.
Where do you think that the behavior with the house game came from with Cameron as it relates to even your child or what happened with your child, even if it wasn't a game of house? Where do you think he got the behavior or learned the behavior?
He got it from his mama house. He got it from his mama house, and he brought it over to his grandma house. And the grandma, which is your mama, Cynthia Johnson, told the kids, y'all go in the room. Don't say nothing. Don't trick on nobody. Don't tell. A golden rule in her house is don't tell on nobody in the house. If somebody hit somebody, they couldn't come and tell that somebody got hurt. So they in the room. The only reason they coming out of the room is to eat something. But she making them go in the room and stay in the room. It's 18 years.
The second question that I thought was a fair question to ask you, Nikita, is that if you saw on the tapes how McNutt handled Cameron and other people, why would you then send Abraham to him?
I thought, so when I saw him do that to Cameron, that was in 2023 when he first went down there. So I thought he stopped putting himself on live. He started putting the personal, what was going on inside the house on live. So I thought he changed. And then I did witness the graduation online. I thought he was doing better with not humiliating the kids anymore. So I said, okay, I want my son to have a father figure or a mentor because his father ain't shit. And Cameron's father, they have the same father. Her brother, Crystal, like she ain't shit either. But for the most part, none of them are righteous towards their children. So I needed someone that was godly. And I thought they were godly to help my son transition from teenage to young adult, because that's what's happening. And so I did send him down there thinking that he's going to
So again, as I expressed before, that wasn't a great idea because her daughter had already expressed how Cameron had done things to her. So why would you want well, of course, Cameron and Abraham, her son, are also siblings. So I guess she just sent another one of her children down there to be hanging around Cameron, who isn't a good person to be around, obviously, if he did things to two of his other relatives. However, it's neither here nor there. She sent him down there, right? And now he had a negative experience. And he felt like he was, trying to break him into a cult or break him down or whatever, the pastor McNutt. But at the same time, were there signs already of not sending him down there, how he was doing Junior? Junior had already, this was after the whole Junior, after the pastor was arrested for Junior, after December 3rd, 2025. And so she saw what happened with Junior, and that was just recent. And then she knows what happened to her daughter at the hands of Cameron and how that happened. And so then she thought it was a great idea to send her son Abraham down there. That wasn't smart. And look, it only took 1 week or like 5 days for her to realize that he needed to come home. Obviously, not 5 days to realize to come home, but in less than 5 days, he was back home because of that experience with the pastor. That could have been prevented by just common sense that that wasn't a good environment.
Do better. And then not only that, my son was suicidal. TD McNutt said that he would help them and help him get better and, and transition. And so that I was all game for that, for my son to be around some men that would help him thrive. That was my whole point of bringing him.
Is TD?
Okay,
Is
okay.
TD?
Can we respond? Can we respond? If you say that the last time you seen the post was 2023, you're out your mind. Because Cam graduated in May of 2025, and they've never stopped posting. That's why your son got posted in the normal routine of how they post. You knew that. You knew it the whole time. You still sit your son down.
You sound like a dumbass. You sound stupid. So I'm not going to respond to you because you need to go and educate yourself. Okay? This is not.
I'm going to.
You don't deserve me.
I'm going to move on to the next guest.
Okay.
Only 2 more left. Thank you for calling, caller. Sorry for having you hold there like that. I got 2 more guests, and then we're gonna move and switch gears.
It's so interesting that they keep on calling Nikita out for sending her son down here, and Nikita did this, Nikita did that, but they're not calling themselves out for how they're doing their own daughter, Callie, and how they're silencing her and protecting Cameron. Okay, you can call out the other person, but not yourself. Interesting.
You got a question, caller? You're on the air. 0542. You are on the air. Do you have a question?
They are definitely manipulating things.
I'm going to move past you. Do you have a question?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, let me just say this. So it's my understanding that McNutt was not present during Cam's experience with his sister or cousin, correct?
No, he wasn't present.
Okay, so that's understood. Just so I won't be biased about it. So when children normally, I'm so sure this too, but when children engage in inappropriate touching or initiate games like house, that behavior is birthed from somewhere. That game is taught or shown to another child. My children don't know about house. They don't know. I've never had to teach them about house. I never had to. I don't even open certain doors, and so they don't know about house. So I want to point out, because I'm listening to you guys. So it's kind of confusing because these situations, it seems like the couple is being a little bit dismissive in a way by trying to cover it up with the game of house. And we, as a child playing house, we understand that started from a tactic or manipulation from another child just to be touchy-feely to another child. So Cam also mentioned one line in one of the videos we've been watching that he was in a relationship with McNutt. I want to know, does that raise any concerns for the family? With everything that's going on now and coming out about Mr. McNutt, especially with other people, we're talking about other adults, other males that have experienced these same issues with McNutt. So this is not new. This is not fresh for McNutt. It's just probably fresh for the couple, it's probably fresh for the mom, and it's fresh for the community as a whole. So my question to the couple is, how do you all define and perceive sexual abuse, especially when it comes to children? And given what we all know now, are we truly considering the possibility that Cam may have been a victim as well, or are you guys choosing to still turn a blind eye?
We're not here to turn a blind eye on sexual abuse at all. The reference of them playing house is what they said they were doing. We didn't put the connotation on there to try to be dismissive of what was going on. House is a game that kids teach other kids, and they learn it from somewhere. You're right about that. You're right about that.
I got a question here for perspective because you guys continue to call it a game. It's not a game. It's a manipulation tactic to touch other children. It's not a game.
Right.
I don't believe this is not an Uno.
Right, but you're coming from the assumption that somebody came, like one person said, "Let's play house," and I'm gonna show you how to do it. That's an assumption. You know, that's not what happened.
Yes. Yeah.
This guy is getting on my nerves. Somebody has to say, let's play house. People don't just start a game just out of nowhere. People obviously come to someone or approach or come up with the idea, let's play Old Maid, let's play Monopoly, let's play Jenga, let's play a game. Someone has to say, let's play house. You want to play house. And then someone else then joins in. So what he's trying to like, you know, he's really trying to play it off because he's really trying to figure out how he can say that it was a mutual thing when he know he cannot. So he already told on himself because he said that Callie joined in. So when you said that she joined in, you already told us who was the initiator, Cameron. Cameron was the initiator and she joined in. So people, you have to pay attention when people are lying and making up things, trying to spin a story, they were telling themselves. And then he said Cameron wasn't the only aggressor. But wait a minute. If it's mutually going on, then there should be, why are you saying he was the only aggressor? Why are you even labeling him as aggressor? If two people are mutually consenting to something sexual, then there's not going to be an aggressor in a situation because it's going to be there might be an initiator, but not an aggressor. So when you start describing him as the only aggressor, that's a telltale sign that you're telling yourself indirectly by labeling him as an aggressor. Oh, he wasn't the only aggressor. And then you say that Callie joined in. So the more you talk, the more words you're assigning and the more words that could be used to kind of tell us what exactly happened. You painted him as an aggressor. You said he's an aggressor. Cameron is an aggressor, but he wasn't the only aggressor. And then you say that Callie joined in. So that means that he wasn't the only aggressor and he was initiated and that she joined in. So he initiated this game of playing house. You see him that he was an aggressor in the situation, but you're saying that she was also an aggressor. So he initiated the aggression. And she joined into it and became an aggressive too. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense for 11 and 8. You're telling the whole situation. Okay. He brought this whole thing forward about playing house. She joined in because he is the one that tried to manipulate her into playing house so that way he can take advantage of her sexually. That's what happened.
I was introduced to the game of house was we all was together, a bunch of community people, we used to play. And everybody got together and someone said, hey, do anybody want to play house? And we were all confused. And it was okay, you my kid, whoever you like, you know my mom and dad. And we know what moms and dads do. So that was the manipulation. I'm sorry, I'm a drink. So that is how it is. It's about who I want to be my victim. The kid doesn't use the word victim because they don't understand that that's what they're about to do. But that's truly what it is. Whether I agree to it or not, you're bringing me into something, opening my eyes and my world to something that I don't even know about. So you're trying to say you're going to agree.
No, that's exactly what's happening, is that some people are innocent into the playing house where you're the mother, you're the father, you're the kid, or you're the this. They're innocent in it, thinking that it's just gonna be like playing with their dolls or just something innocent. Other people are not innocent in a situation where they start to do sexual things and touching and other things or other stuff as part of the whole thing, and that's why they are wanting to do this whole thing. It's a way to take advantage of people sexually.
Let me ask.
You're assuming that our daughter didn't already know about
this.
Y'all ass crazy, okay?
Let me interject here because I'm just trying to be as fair as I possibly can be. I do have a question. Your child, is this your only child, Crystal?
No.
You have other children? Are they older or younger?
Younger.
Younger? Now, I'm going to get beat up for this question. If you answer it, I'd appreciate it. But before you, had you encountered this kind of situation before this with any other child?
I'm sorry, what you mean?
where
Had I encountered it?
have you encountered this with any other child, like the playing of house, the doing things that would be considered mannish?
Yes. When I talk to other parents, yes, we've all caught, a lot of people have caught their kids doing inappropriate things with other kids. Even the girls playing, you play mommy, I play dad.
Oh my fucking God, girl.
So I think
they are young kids.
So here's
but
my
this is not what we were. It's not.
but my question.
Now this is making more sense. This is something that is something in that Johnson household. The Johnson household has looks like some stuff going on, to where Cameron Johnson is the son of Craig Johnson. And the son of Renell as well. So it's the son of Renell and Craig Johnson. So something, and where did Cameron get it from? So I believe that is coming from somewhere on that side. And then she said that Cynthia Johnson, the grandma, is like her house where she doesn't like monitor and what stays in the house, what happens in the house stays in the house. So something is going on that probably been passed down to the Johnson side of the family. And yeah. Now, when I was minding my business being nosy, I saw that there was a Cynthia Johnson, and then it looks like a Craig Johnson Sr. in about 70s, and then other people, and then Crystal Johnson, Craig Johnson, like I've seen them all within like a family unit. So there's probably generational stuff going down, and then somewhere in between something happened to probably Cameron, to why this has passed down to where he, and even to the point of Crystal and Craig could something be from their childhood. I don't know. I just think it's generational at this point, or something. There's more to this story, and it definitely came from the Johnson side, Cameron.
So that I can be focused here. My question to you is, do you think, looking back on that do you think you could have handled that situation any differently, or do you think you did what was necessary?
I mean, the situation was handled in a way that, first off, when it came out, they were already older, and Cam really wasn't around Callie every day like that. Cam was around at the weekend coming to church, you know? He used to go to church, so when the situation...
Oh my gosh. And there y'all have it. You started saying that they were, she's still only 14 right now, so she's still young. She's still young now. And you say they weren't around each other that much. So you're proving more that Nikita is telling the truth about that she wasn't protected, because she was still continuing to be around him. You said, oh, church this and church that, and they were around each other, but not that much, but enough for him to still have access to her, to continue the victimizing her. Oh, not around each other that much. They shouldn't be around each other at all, so that could continue.
Came out, it wasn't a thing like it's been going on for years and nobody knew about it. It wasn't like that. It came out years later.
They always got in trouble, and they hadn't had any other problems.
Okay. I'll speak.
Y'all were not around 24/7 to say what was happening. If she went to Nikita and her daughter and said they was still continuing to happen, y'all were not around. And once y'all were privy to it before y'all didn't do nothing, then she could, it could continue to happen. She won't report it to y'all, because why would she report it to y'all when y'all gonna not take her side? It doesn't make any sense.
I'll speak to that in a second. I'm gonna take this last call. Caller, you have the floor. Caller, you have the floor. Yes.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get on the call.
You are on the call with Jedediah, Crystal, and Nikita, and Crystal's man. What's your name, brother? Chris, Crystal, and Nikita. What's up?
Hey, Jedediah, I'm Cash.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Nice to meet you. I appreciate your work and your boots being on the ground. One thing I can say for sure is if I was ever able to be in close proximity of McNutt, I would beat shit down both of his legs. That's first things first. Secondly, I got something to say to Crystal and her man. Do y'all understand that children can be predators too?
What? Y'all are trying to make that situation, that one incident, as they are, like these kids have had problems and like they are something. These kids have had no problems with anything going on since they were 8 and 10 or 11. What does that have to do with anything that's going on now? They were not.
I cannot want to tolerate so much foolishness, and it's already been 4 hours. I can't too much of these people on my nerves. She said, what does that have to do with anything now? With anything now, like, I don't really think that she has been a victim of anything like that, because guess what? If she were, she would be saying that someone victimized by SA, that's lifelong. It's always going to be something triggering, or certain things that come up that make it never goes away. What are you talking about? And then she's still like 14. You acting like she hasn't even had time to heal, because she keeps on being around him everywhere she goes. It looks like a church and here and there, and he's getting praise here and there. And like Nikita said, there's no opportunity for healing for her at all. She hasn't even had a chance to heal because she keeps on being around him, and he's keep on being protected. So she's like so dumb, talking about, oh, what does that have to do with anything that's happening now? That's exactly a life sentence, and she's acting like, that's like to get over it. Like, she got good grades, so she's good. I mean, wait, what did she say? Oh, she has a lot of talent. She's talented, so she's good. Yeah, this lady, right? That's an ignorant woman and an ignorant way of thinking. And so Wanda Callie has not gotten help. You see, this is why people don't get help they need or feel protected, because they have a mother like this who is ignorant and says ignorant statements. Oh, she's fine. She's talented. I don't care if she was the best singer in the world, the best poet, the best dancer, guitarist, wherever her talent is, writer. I don't care what her talent is. It doesn't matter. She could still be impacted by this, and this could be traumatic for her.
In any kind of a situation where they would be in danger or endangering each other. The kids love each other. The kids have a good relationship with each other. They do not look at each other like that. So I don't know why Nikita would allow them to paint this picture or allow this picture to be painted, but she knows that's not true.
Caller, I want to tell you thank you for calling, and I hope you got your answer. I'm going to end this, okay?
I really didn't get my answer because I can't even really hear her, Jedediah, and I have another question. I have one more question, if that's all right with you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so being as though that the auntie wasn't concerned about Cameron's well-being when he went down there to stay for however long he stayed, or however long he's been there, are you concerned about his well-being now with all the evidence that has been presented and the things that social media is to bring up on McNutt and his relationship with not only Junior and Cameron, but with other men too?
To be honest, we had direct line with the mother, and mother had boots on the ground. As soon as she heard, went and checked on Kim, and she reported back that Kim was good.
And they're handling that.
They're handling the situation. She can't, that's the thing about it. She couldn't speak to Junior because that's not our situation. But we can speak to Cameron and where he was and where she's and how she spoke about it. So everything's all good.
So do y'all
That's
not
really sad.
for the time though? Because you're not answering my question. You just saying he's good. And you saying he's good don't mean that he's good. He could just be telling you anything.
He could just be telling anybody anything. Or it could not be happening. Okay?
Then I'm going to say to everybody, I apologize.
It's only been 2 years.
I will have to.
He only been down there for 2 years.
I'm gonna have to end this. Okay, Carla. Thank you so much for calling.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. This is so difficult. There's so many layers to this. I'm looking at my team.
And that's the thing. It started off, this is how it goes down the rabbit hole. It starts off with Junior and him reporting his abuse, right? Physical abuse. And then now we get the birthday video, which shows the honest, inappropriate touching of a sexual nature. And then it trickles down to now Cameron, who has his own victims. He's in there vouching for, the pastor. He has his own victims. And then now there's 2 victims of his. And one is still a minor at 14. So now it's no longer just about Junior and protecting him. We also have to now see about Callie and at 14, who has been gaslit and tricked into believing that she is consensual or consented to something at 8 years old to playing house and being sexually violated. So now there's more. We understand that there's more than one child minor now that's in this whole So they say Junior has been removed from the home. So now we have Callie, who has a mother that's very ignorant of SA and how SA can impact someone for a lifetime. And even if someone is talented, they can still be traumatized by the actual SA. There's different stories and stuff going on here. And a child that has been coached and gaslit into believing that they are agreed on something they didn't agree on, that's going to be hard for someone to investigate that situation. That requires isolation, that also away from the people that are coaching and scolding her and could possibly discipline her. That requires someone to feel like they're safe and they won't experience any abuse, like discipline and scolding and being outcast and ostracization from the family, being estranged from the family. That requires someone not to feel like they're going to be responsible for someone being locked up or incarcerated. That's a lot on someone's shoulders to report something. So some people actually they just choose to remain silent to protect the predator, who others are also wanting to protect and to not disappoint others. So they just sit in silence and just go along with things until maybe when they're older, they'll finally be able to break free. So someone doing something and sweeping things on the rug to protect the family, that's not unusual. We need to understand that. And it doesn't mean that the person is not abused, that they just decided that they will sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the family and the reputation of the family and others.
And I'm looking at everything. My heart is broke. My heart is broke. I don't know what we accomplished tonight.
Right. This was a focus. It was supposed to be about,
that this shouldn't even be just focus.
But you need, but I want you to hear me though. This is what I want you to hear me say.
It's created more than what this was.
Please just.
You guys are trying to shine a light on that's not there.
But please hear me say this, because I understand this a different way. Whenever I spoke up for someone that everybody felt was guilty, even if it was with or without a trial.
We're not speaking up for McNutt.
Can you just hear me out for a second?
Yeah.
Whenever I've done that, I've been attacked. I've been called all kinds of names. You have to know that you are standing in your truth. And if this is your truth, I want you to tell it. But you just gotta hope that it come out that way. But I do want to also say that as I listen to this, I wonder if you all had the facilities or were equipped to dig deeper into things than you may have. That's the only question that comes to my mind. But I hear your reasonings. They make sense to me. I know certain things because of our investigation. I don't think that you all are saying this because you are trying to spin it. I think you guys really believe what you're saying. But I think that what I feel is that you may not have had the facilities to dig deeper. And one of the issues that I personally feel is that you all are equating he's a more vibrant Cameron to him being a whole Cameron. And that is a concern. And the reason why I say that, and this is why I say that, because I asked you, now that you see all of this stuff going online, do you still feel the same? You all didn't even pause, you still do. And everything that we've seen should be concerning to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that, but I don't think that is right for people to demonize you for your parenting. They don't know what you and y'all know in your home. And half the people on here probably got the same shit going on in their home, because this is where Black people and some people are. So I hope that you all don't feel beat up. I hope that we can keep the lines of communication open. And I hope that we all are able to find a path to justice and truth. And I really appreciate y'all tonight for coming on and giving your side.
Thank you. Alex.
You all have a good night. Go get some motherfucking halls. It looked like Crystal, whatever you got, you gave it to him. Y'all can't even talk right. And so I know this was a push for y'all to be on here tonight. Go get you some water, get you some eucalyptus, and go take a nap. I'll call y'all tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get through this, because I'm gonna try to take all y'all to that damn buffet on 159th.
Yeah. Oh my God.
All right, bye. They're not under criminal investigation. So I'm not gonna do anything to try to criminalize or demonize them. For them to be willing to come on was great. Same thing with you. Everybody was heavy-handed with you yesterday. They don't know your truth. And so, yeah. What the hell? What's this? You good? Y'all trying to come back?
As I was joining this, so you didn't see it. I was trying to end the call.
Man, okay, you scared me.
No, we good.
You talking normal now. Don't be acting like that COVID-19 lady. Let me hear your normal voice. Goodbye.
Okay. Don't get your sassy ass on somewhere, dude.
Oh sassy. My God, Nikita, you are tough.
Okay, what man argues with a woman? Let's start there, okay?
I do.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, wait a minute. You may be justified in some
video to prove it.
I see. I agree with you. However, this is a situation you cannot like. What are we arguing about?
Well, what I don't understand. No, that's way off track. But when y'all be talking shit to us, we supposed to just take it.
Listen, let me tell you something. I treat a gentleman. I'm gonna tell you. I treat a gentleman. I treat a king how they should be treated. Especially if they approach me with respect, period.
Well, I'm sassy as fuck. That's why I get shit done. So, with that being said, I get it. We can't argue with you. We can't fight you. We can't do nothing. But you got to take it. Nikita, I want to thank you so much for being on here and giving us your time. I don't think either one of you all should be. You're not a suspect. You're not the focus. You guys have a difference of opinion, and I'm not about to make y'all the object of my affection. The internet's gonna do what it do, but stand in your truth and you see this through. Okay? Investigate, navigate,
Okay, I do want to
go ahead.
say a few things.
Go ahead.
I did see Donnie Smith in there talking about my record and things. She kept spamming the comments. Yes, I was in prison 20 years ago. I don't have to bring up my rap sheet or what have you. I did things at a young age. I'm an adult now, and I take care of my children. Again, I ran a trucking company and made $2.6 million. I don't know anybody, especially you, Donnie, and your whole family, Crystal, Craig, all of y'all. Y'all can't fuck with me on my worst day, okay? So I don't know what are you guys talking about. You're trying to destroy my character. Listen, I will tell it all. I wear my heart on my sleeve, okay? I'm not embarrassed about my past. It's my testimony, honey. Get it. You need to get it. And then also, I do need you guys to still, if Junior is out, amen, we accomplished that. My son, he's hearing that I am defending him. And guys, I do want to report he is feeling a little bit better. He is getting up, moving around.
So Junior is out of the household. Okay, so he's out of the house of McNutt for now. Okay. So now
my son
again,
and helping him to,
have another person, which is Callie as well.
Get his cell phone up and going. So thank you all for that. And let's continue to fight for the other guys that are now grown men. They were kids. There were young boys around TD McNutt, and now they're grown. Let's fight for them too. Okay. So I love you guys, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you for believing in me. My heart is here. I have nothing to hide and nothing to lie about. These people are crazy and narcissistic, and that's what narcissists do. They try to revert it back and make you seem like you crazy. But listen, I just went off on them, and I should not have a short temper like that. I should have calmed down, because I am a Christian woman. I love the Lord with all my heart. But there are Jesus ain't no punk, okay? Y'all got to know that. Jesus flipped over tables. All right, I love you all, and you have a wonderful evening. Thank you for having me.
Good night, Nikita. Thanks for coming on. So you guys, we're not going to do, I did not do a great job of moving this along. We have quite a bit of people who are expected to be on, but we're not going to do it today. We have a church member who is going to be coming on. We'll try to see if they'll come on tomorrow, if they're still willing to do it.
Okay, so let's quickly go to another guy who has an experience traveling with McNutt, okay?
So what's going on?
So he said he traveled with McNutt, I guess, as part of as a musician in some sort of church event. And one of the people that were with them on this travel, when they were traveling, propositioning him to give oral. And so he didn't say it was McNutt himself, but the person that was with McNutt. Okay, so we can listen to what he has to say as well. And hold on. So this is like a tangled web of more and more stuff just keeps coming out, of different people coming out speaking, and it just goes on and on and on and on.
I'm gonna start talking. I guess it's already over 100 people. I'm sure people gonna share and all that good stuff. I don't really care about that.
Yeah, I mentioned that y'all was that
I'm literally going live.
The son being him being placed in the home that's picked by the mother is not always great, because the mama picked McNutt. So I agree. I definitely agree with that.
Okay. This is not
like, who knows where he could be safe or not.
First of all the friendly
sometimes a mother like that will put him take him from one monster to another monster.
This is the only thing I care about right here. Right above my head. All right, my wife and kids. What's going on, everybody? Though it's gonna be a lot of comments. I'm gonna probably turn the comments off because I don't want to respond to everything. This is literally me telling my story of what I experienced.
Let me get my other file with the higher volume.
TD McNutt, and also an individual that pretty much introduced me to TD McNutt. All right, I'm very nervous, y'all, but I gotta tell the truth. And I'm telling the truth for the simple fact it's gonna help me. It's gonna free me. It's gonna help lift the burden like I'm actually getting lifted now. I know it's gonna be some scrutiny and backlash and all that stuff. It comes with So what's going on? Like I said, this is not to blast anybody. I don't care. Like I said, if you know me, I love God, man. I love playing the organ. I love playing keys. And I love God's people. I love people anyway. And my wife will tell you that. I love people. That's what I love. Okay, so this is not to bash anybody. I really realized, like, through this thing happening, that feel like, nigga, you a survivor. Like, you a survivor of something that could have literally, like, took you under, okay? All right, so I wrote some stuff down, but I want to pray first, and all that good stuff. Let's pray real quick, y'all. And, oh, man, this is weird. There's 429 people on here already. All right, let's pray. God, thank you for life, health, and strength. Thank you for waking us up. Thank you for starting us on our way. Thank you for giving us access to today, God. Just thank you for everything, Lord God. Forgive us for anything that we've said and thought that may be unpleasing to your will. God, we just thank you for allowing us to be here. God, bless this live. Allow someone to be set free. Allow someone to be delivered. Allow someone to have a zeal to speak up, to have a heart to speak up as they're listening to the word.
Now, I have not listened to this full video, but there are some times where there are predators, kind of like the Abercrombie guy, who will have people that will, even Epstein, will have people that go out and lure people in or proposition people or get, they go out and bring people to the predator. So the predator keeps a little distance away until that person is brought in and kind of groomed or whatever. And then at that point, the predator will then will make their move. Okay. And things like that. So again, I don't know if this is the case. I have not listened to this full video. So he's not saying Pastor McNutt, I guess, propositioned him. I guess he's saying someone else, and that he was traveling. And usually if you're traveling with other people and I guess there's some sort of arrangement to pay you or something, they usually get you or provide you with your own room. So I guess he felt kind of awkward as well that he was traveling with them. They only had one hotel room. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, let's go ahead and listen to it.
Words that'll come out of my mouth through you. God, allow freedom to hit this live and stream. God, this is not for nothing, no clout, no anything. This is for you. So we thank God for you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, let's do it. Okay. All right. Okay, so I wrote down some stuff. All right, so I'm Phil. I'm from St. Louis. I'll be 37 in May. Married, have 5 children, 5 beautiful children. I have a beautiful wife. And she's here as well. She's getting herself together. She'll be on the live as well in a second. And I'm not going to try to speak to anybody on the live as far as I see people. All right, here we go. Oh, wow. And the funny thing about it, I was looking for you. I was trying to ask my wife. It was somebody I couldn't think about. And I feel so much better that you're on here. And you know exactly who you are. Like, for real. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm sorry, y'all. I just had a moment. Raymond, Hannah, you know who I'm talking to. All right. Okay. All right. So yeah, like I said, I'm from St. Louis. I live in Atlanta, Georgia now. Been here for 6 years. I'm a musician. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a husband. I'm a father. And I'm pretty known in a sense, you know what I'm saying? But that's about it. But I just love seeing God work in mysterious ways for people's lives and stuff like that. And I'm going live to simply, hopefully, set some people free from whatever you're going through, not even just with this church stuff that's going on, because unfortunately, the enemy is attacking the church and allowing our minds to be twitched around to what we think is really right, and it's not right. It's not of God. It's not of God. And we are messing up other people's lives in the process. Okay, that's exactly where we're at. So that's that. Let me see. All right, I said why I'm going live. Okay, so I won't be calling any names and things like that. I'm just gonna talk. So I end up meeting Apostle T.D. McNutt. I'm gonna call him T.D. McNutt. T.D. McNutt. I end up meeting him through an individual that I was connected to. And when I met him, he was always pretty much weird to me for how he talked and how he maneuvered. It's almost like when he talks, he literally, what's the word, can manipulate through his words, just how he moves. So I met him through an individual. This was like almost in like 2012. It's 2026 now, but like 2012. I was a musician for this particular person, you know what I'm saying? And that's just where we at. But I met him, and the crazy thing about it is the two guys, I think his name was Christian or Chris, and the other guy, I actually remember seeing them at TD McNutt's house. Like, so I've actually experienced being at TD McNutt's house one time through a person I was playing for regarding church ministry and stuff like that. Did not know. So like I said, when I ended up seeing TD McNutt's viral thing, when my wife sent it to me, it literally just blew everything up for me mentally wise, as far as what I've been going through for the past 10 years of my life. That's pretty much it. And please know, when you're going through something and you're really going through something and you locked into something, it's kind of hard to get out of. Very hard. Okay. So that's pretty much where we at. So I ended up meeting him through there. So long story short, we go to West Palm Beach, Florida for a preaching engagement. It's either West Palm Beach, Florida or Fort Lauderdale, one of them two. Well, we went to Florida for a preaching engagement, right? And we went to Florida for a preaching engagement. We got picked up through TD McNutt. We get in the car. Immediately, we're riding through Florida, doing whatever. As far as going errand runs and stuff, I'm thinking like, what are we doing? We the guests, you know what I'm saying? What are we doing? We picking up trophies and stuff for the awards and stuff. Like, I'm like being serious. Like, I'm literally picking up trophies with my own hands, and I'm a guest. Not trying to say I'm bougie or nothing like that, but I'm trying to get to the story of how the control and manipulation as soon as you meet a person. So yeah, we're doing all that, and then next thing you know, we had a service that night that we had to play for. We had to check in the hotel. So when Fort Lauderdale, okay, thank you. So when I get into, that's how y'all know I'm telling the truth, okay? Thank you. But when I get to the hotel, well, when we get in the car, TD McNutt says, well, I heard your back is hurting. I heard your back is hurting. And he didn't ask me if I needed my own room. He just said something regarding about my back hurting, something regarding that. But he was asking me about where I'm going to be staying. And I'm thinking, you know, my room, wherever I'm going to be at. So I ended up staying with the individual in their room. I didn't have my own room for this trip, which was kind of weird for me. But the funny thing, I feel like the individual knew that I wouldn't have my own room. Okay, you get what I'm saying? So it was kind of weird for me. Once again, this is my first time ever playing on the road. This is my first time ever traveling on the road. I'm just excited to be on the road. I'm a younger adult. I'm an adult. All right. So we end up going to the hotel after that. No, we end up going to McDonald's. I'll never forget. I've never, and y'all gonna probably laugh because I'm like a silly person, but when I tell you, I will never forget TD McNutt eating some French fries from McDonald's, like a large French fry, like the way he was turning the steering wheel with his hand while he's eating the French fries. It was like really queenish type behavior. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about the person. I'm literally stating the facts of what I experienced through life. Okay. But yes, very kind of crazy thing to see. So we end up going to the hotel, and
so let me pause right there. He said that he pointed out that when he saw Pastor McNutt, how he was like trying to steering wheel, how he eating the French fries was very feminine. So in that, people are wondering like why someone would mention this. Keep in mind that when people are talking about this pastor and his and how he's acting feminine or acting in certain ways, they're referring to how he actually is like pretending to be, or I guess he's trying to give off that he's heterosexual, that he's not into men, and that it's dishonorable to be homosexual. And he even sued someone, as I showed, for alleging that he's homosexual. He lost that lawsuit. So people are obviously going to like, because he seems like he's someone that's really out in his mannerisms and even in how he talks and says certain exaggerated expressions that usually are like people in the community say. It's just that's why people are mentioning certain aspects of him, how he's acting. It's not to necessarily like, I guess, attack people, but it's just to point out how this person is clearly in the community but hiding it. You say he acts more feminine around men. To be honest, if you even look at certain videos and pictures and certain things he's doing, it seems like I when I first went to his page and his social media, I automatically assumed that he was someone out. I didn't assume that he was someone like hiding his sexuality. Yeah. So now that I see this lawsuit of him actually suing someone, I'm like, oh, really? He's someone that's actually like that's not out. And I think that even the classmate that I spoke to was like thinking like he would be someone that's like out. I would say flamboyant. Some people are flamboyant till they give this like they're out. They're like, hey, I'm out, and there's like there's no hiding it. But he allegedly kicked out one of his alleged sons, Christopher Jeremiah, saying that person was kicked out because they were dishonorable and decided to pursue a homosexual lifestyle as if he's against that. But that's why people are mentioning certain things. Okay, hold on.
Funny thing, I'm really going to what I should have waited to say. It's honestly, I should feel like I should say it now because it'll make sense on why I'm saying all of this. Okay, all of this. Okay, and like I was gonna tell y'all, allow me to give me time to get to where I'm going. Okay, please, it's gonna make sense. All right, so we're in Fort Lauderdale. We've ran errands, we got trophies and all this stuff. I'm being told that my back is hurting, but my back is not hurting. I don't end up getting my own room. I'm out of town on a preaching engagement. We go to the preaching engagement. Before we go to the preaching engagement, this is where it gets crazy. Before we go to the preaching engagement, the individual whose room I'm rooming with, the preacher I'm playing for, propositions me. He propositions me, right? He asks me. Well, no. Yeah, he propositions me. Okay, so I'm speaking a little faster. So he propositions me. We get to the hotel before we go to the service. All right, before we go to the service, the preacher says that he has something to ask me. There we go. He said he has something to ask me. I'm looking like, what do you got to ask me? I'm like, man, what do you got to ask me?
No, he's like hold on. He's coding things. So I hate when people don't really label or name names because then the story gets all over the place. So he says the preacher, I guess the pastor McNutt is propositioning him or got to ask him a question or got something to ask him.
He just asked me right now. Wow, thank you, Lord. He said he got something to ask me. I'm like, why don't you ask me? He's like, no, we'll just wait. He's like, we'll just wait. Long story short, we'll just wait, okay? We'll just wait. After the service, whatever. He's printing out his notes and all this stuff. He's getting all this stuff together. I'm new to this, y'all. This is my first time on the road. I'm new, all right? So then next thing you know, we go to the service. I play my butt off. Y'all know me. I like to have church. If y'all know me, I like to have church. I'm a musician, man. I love the Lord. That's it, man. I'm not perfect, and we'll get to all of that. We're going to get to my story. So when y'all try to share this live and try to talk about Phil, we gonna get to my story, okay? Yeah, it's gonna get heavy, y'all. It's gonna get heavy. It's a lot, okay? It's a lot to go with all this, but I wrote it down. But okay, and I'm gonna be also speaking from my heart. So right, so we I got something to ask you. I'm like, well, why don't you just ask me now? Never ask me. We go to the service, God comes through. We get back to the hotel. I think we ate and all that stuff. Go back to the hotel, and we go back to the hotel, and I wake up the next morning. I'm skimming through, but this is what I remember. I wake up the next morning. The preacher is ironing from what I remember. We're getting ready to go. We flew into Fort Lauderdale. I did. Raymond Hanna, you got to get off of here, man, because you're helping my story. For real. But I love you, man. You know I love you. If you don't know, if anybody know, you know. So okay. We wake up in the morning. I woke up late. I'm trying to take my time. Thank you, Traylon. I woke up late. I didn't think I was gonna miss my flight, but I woke up late. It's time for us to get dressed. I'm going to, for what I remember, I'm flying out of another city. He flying out of another city, right? I'm not getting taken by McNutt though to the other city from what I remember. I don't remember McNutt taking me to the airport. I don't think he did. But I get up. The individual is ironing his clothes. And I said, it really on my mind, y'all. If y'all know me, I'm like a stickler. I need to figure out what's going on. And so, no, you're fine. Keep helping me out because you're going to keep me on the same track. But, so I'm like, so what did you have to ask me? The individual asked me, what if I asked you to perform oral sex on me? That's what the individual asked me. My heart is pounding a little bit, y'all, so give me a second. That's what the individual asked me. What if I asked you to perform oral sex on me? And I'm looking like, nigga, what? I'm looking like, what? I'm looking like, now, like I said, hold on a second. When I told you guys that I'm a victim through McNutt, I never said I was a victim of McNutt, but really I am. I'm a victim through McNutt. And I looked that up. I'm waiting on my Jazz. Can I see your phone real quick? I'm gonna show y'all what I looked up when you talking about. Yeah, I know, y'all right. It's gonna tie in. This is, like I said, this is getting me free. Y'all think it's gonna get me free. I've been walking around with anger, stuff like that. You know, you try to figure out why you angry. And one thing about me, I'm gonna tell my story real quick so I can hit it all together, okay? One thing about me, I could tell my story. Let me see your phone. I could tell my story. I was a big hoe. I was a big whore. A big whore. I like women. My wife is right there. I like women. I didn't have a dad to teach me, things like that. But I struggle with women. I don't struggle with men. All right? So I'm wondering why I talk to my kids angry. I wonder why I talk to my wife angry at times. My relation, let me tell you something. My marriage is great. My marriage is great. Me and my wife doing great. I'm gonna tie it all in. Let me tell you something. I left from St. Louis paying $500 rent. I'm just telling you my story, to paying then 1960. $500 rent to paying 1960. I came a long way. So with no help. Okay, so that's it. And that's all God. All God. Y'all know that. But yeah, so Proposition asked me, see, Nikki, Denise, this is why I wanted to go live so people can really, y'all gonna try to share it and try to get like backlash. It's not gonna happen because God got me. But Nikki, Catherine, or Nikki Denise, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm going back. But Nikki Denise is somebody who used to pick me up. This is my friend. This is my big sister. She used to pick me up and take me to Lobby Stone on Sunday mornings to make sure I got there to play drums. Like, she the reason why I'm here today. Like, as far as my musical career, like for real. She used to pick me up on Sunday mornings and take me to Lobby Stone and play the drums. All right. So like I said, y'all want to know about my story. It's my story. So you're going to know all about that. All right. So yeah, getting Proposition, right? I can't see all the stuff. Love you, everybody. I don't want to respond to nothing. I'm gonna keep talking. I'll see you later. Y'all know I love y'all. So you get Proposition. And then the sad thing about it, I can't go into details. The sad thing about it is, you can sit here. So that's it. So you wonder why you talking to your kids. You wonder why you.
So he says indirectly, but then he says. His story, I hate when people don't really just be direct about it. Like, I get it could be embarrassing. So he says the pastor propositioned him, and then when I asked him a question, then later on he says that it was about oral, but then he says it's indirect. But how can it be indirect if he's the one? Y'all listen.
just got so much anger built in you, but you can't release the anger because of you can't get to the person. You can't get to the person that hurt you. You can't get to them. They won't talk to you and all that good stuff. All right. So hold on. Let me read as far as why I'm telling my story, as far as why people were saying you would tie in with McNutt. I remember McNutt. I remember being at his house. I remember going to his conference. I remember McNutt preaching in St. Louis for hours, just ripping people's head off, using God to literally use him. You know what I'm saying? Using God pretty much. So yes, you can absolutely be a victim of emotional abuse or manipulation if someone recruits another person to tempt, provoke, or test you. This tactic often referred.
So that's what I was thinking of, that the pastor has someone else propositioning him to try to like a recruit. That's what I was thinking. That's why he was saying indirect. However, the story was confusing when he said the pastor propositioned him, and then later it's like he says indirect. So it's like, that's why it's best to just, if you're not even gonna say the person's name, to give, I don't know, just make sure you just have exactly as much order as possible so people can follow the story.
As a triangulation or proxy manipulation. It's a method used by manipulators to control, test loyalty. If y'all seen my post, I kept feeling like the person I was being loyal to was manipulating me, using manipulation to losing that and all that. So test loyalty or trigger or reaction from you, essentially using the other person as a puppet to pull you.
And yes, even for a male, like especially like a male that's heterosexual, and even telling this sort of story and someone propositioning them, that's sexual harassment. And don't forget that he was hired for a job to be a musician and come perform. This is back, I think, 2012, 14 years ago. So he was younger at the time. He said he was 30, he's 37 now, so he was younger at that time, right? And people take advantage of people that they hire. They hire you for something, and then they know that you need the money, you're under them, and they can take advantage of that. The power dynamic of being the I employed you, like the employer, subordinate position, right? So that way people can feel like they're being, like, if I don't agree or I don't go along with this, I could be fired or lose this gig or lose opportunities. People take advantage of that kind of thing. We see that. And then, of course, coming forward and actually saying that, sometimes people can emasculate someone. That's why he keeps on saying, I have a wife, I have a wife, I have a wife, because he doesn't want people to emasculate him and try to say, oh, and by the way, just because you're gay, I'm not trying to say you're emasculated like that either. However, people know that if people see, like, assume that you're gay, then they'll think you're less masculine and they'll challenge your masculinity, okay?
Your strings. So that's what I kept telling people, like, yo, listen, I'm a victim. When me and my wife watched this YouTube of Jenadine. I don't know if he's on here. Can y'all tag him on here if he's on here? Jenadine. He went on Jediah. Jediah? Okay. Well, he went on YouTube and he had like some of the victims that go to McNutt's church. And the funny thing, like, when they was talking, I'm like, yo, I'm a victim through McNutt. I met McNutt through a pastor, a preacher. That's how I met him. I would have never known nothing about him. And he ain't right. He ain't right. That glory to God's name. He's been saying that for years. Over 15 years. The track record is long, y'all. It's like, okay, how do you, so I fought myself. And the funny thing about it, I'm tying it all in. Jasmine, can you open your phone one more time? I'm tying it all in to that, but that hurt me, y'all. So from that point on, it's like, yo, what do you do? You've been propositioned. What do you do? Let me here to tell you, I'm a survivor. What does that mean? Now, some people are surviving a little different. My survival with that preacher, ain't nothing happened. Ain't nothing ever happened. Never in life. Never. That's not on my agenda. That's not on my agenda. And I thank God it ain't right. And I thank God for having a thought process, because I could have failed subject to the proposition or the deal or whatever you want to call it. I could have failed privy to that.
And that's the thing. So they were trying to get him, it looks like, by, okay, if you do, we hired you for this, you making money off this, and you want to continue to make money, you know. So they were really trying to use that power dynamic to get him to engage in that. And then, like you said, that if he had went along with it, then he could have, more things could happen to him down the road and down the line.
But I did not, and I thank God for that. I thank God that, yeah, that's really why I'm here. But my story is simply,
yeah, that's a bold thing to ask someone a proposition. However, if you feel like you have power and over that person because they are someone that you hired for a trip, and and I think this person said this was their first opportunity as a performer and musician, and so this is something that they probably could have used. Remember, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, a lot of people use this whole thing about, like, I can make you rich, I can make you famous, there's opportunities, networking, Diddy and things like that. They use that to lure people in. And then some people actually oblige or go along with this so they could get more opportunities or businesses and things. So that's what I believe that he probably was doing. And to be honest, even for money and paying that one guy's phone bill for 3 months. So this is his way of trying to lure people in. And then somehow they have, you know, a way to groom others to get them ready for the main person or the pimp or the person that's going to be over the person later.
if you're in a situation where you don't feel like you can speak up, I don't know what's going on in this world where people allowing humans or friends, we say, to trump our standards or our beliefs, not even just a spiritual walk, even just being a person, you know what I'm saying? Just being a person of morals and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? But even with God, like, people are really playing with God and playing with Christ. And this is not a judgment. Just like I said, I couldn't believe that I was being propositioned by this person. I could not believe it. I didn't understand it. I didn't speak up for years because I did not understand what happened to me. I was shocked beyond compare. Of course, anybody, well, why you ain't beat him up? Why you ain't whoop his A and all that? Man, listen, I was totally shocked to the simple situation, I was totally shocked to what was happening to me, understanding the process of what this person just asked me, what this person just thought was okay to ask me. I'm thinking like, nigga.
Shout out to Soldier Girl. Thank you so much for the 10 jewels. Shout from the else. I appreciate the support. Again, shout out to Soldier Girl. Also, shout out to the Golden Child as well. Thank you so much for the 50 jewels. I appreciate it. Sent bronze medal for 50 jewels. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
No, you this, you that, you this, you that. No. When I wrote on this paper, don't mention names. I can't mention names, y'all. I can't mention names. I definitely made it through, y'all. I definitely made it through. But I can't mention names, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, okay? God will always do what he's supposed to do. So I wrote that. That was the first thing I wrote on the paper, all right? It says, do not mention names. So, yeah. So it's sad that I'm trying to see what else, because I could say definitely more. I could say more. Oh, this is what I'm going to say. Thank you. It's coming back now. It's working. All right. So I end up having a conversation with the preacher's wife, and I asked her, why did your husband proposition me? Because I did not understand it. And the response from the wife was simply this: T.D. McNutt told the preacher if he wanted to see what I pretty much my lifestyle was, if he wanted to see if I was what you call gay or I guess whatnot, to try me. That's exactly how we got to where we are as far as being a victim of TD McNutt. So I guess TD McNutt, not saying TD McNutt was trying to get me to lure to TD McNutt. TD McNutt was trying to get me to lure to the preacher for him to do whatever he does. That's what I'm getting out of the whole situation. That's all I can get out of it. When you've been good to people, when you haven't done nothing to this preacher, when you listen to this video, because I'm not going to edit this video, I'm not going to change it. When y'all listen to this video later, I'm telling you, I've never done nothing to the preacher to be putting myself into a position to be propositioned. I don't know why it happened. I still to this day struggle with just a conversation from the preacher. Just a conversation. Just a conversation. When you've been connected to somebody for over 10 years and you carry this weight over into Atlanta, the reason I moved to Atlanta was because of the preacher. The reason my family got up and ran was because of the preacher. I tried to leave it alone. I was like, God, go deal with it. And the funny thing about it, I'm not even hating on the preacher. I'm not hating on the individual. I promise you I'm not. I love the individual. I really do. I love that brother. But I just couldn't see myself sleeping with the brother. I couldn't see myself performing oral sex on the brother. You understand what I'm saying? He was my friend. He was my good friend. He was my good friend. That hurts my heart. People thinking, oh, Phil just left St. Louis. Oh, this nigga just left. No, I ran. For all the ones that's ever wondering, I ran. You understand what I say? I ran. I matured up. Like I said, I left from paying $500 rent. My wife's dad is on here. He was charging us $500 rent. I appreciate you. It was smooth. We get down to Atlanta, 1960 for a mortgage. That was the first house. We passed it.
So it looks like the pastor propositioned him for oral sex. So now again, it's already clear. So I don't know. So the pastor really wants to be in the position of leadership, I guess, at a church and have his reputation as his church leader. However, he is in the LGBTQIA plus community, and he definitely wants to hide the fact that he's gay. And he finds, I guess, based on his own upbringing, as I spoke to his classmate, that he grew up in the church. He was in the choir, and he was also an usher. So he definitely is a church person and going. And he used to even sometimes, I guess, to his classmate says that even when he used to go to PE, he would sometimes be wearing his church outfit. So in the church, a lot of times some people can be homophobic. A lot of people can be homophobic. And to have a pastor that's in the community, some people might not want to be a part of, that congregation. So that way leads to people being on the down low in the closet, not wanting to live their truth and live their truth and things like that. So then that some people will go to great lengths, even to suing people like he has done, to keep up this facade of being heterosexual. It's just and then some people are like, I thought he's acting like a little flamboyant. I'm not even surprised that he's gay, and he seems to be out in the open, but that's not the case. And that has been the case since he was in middle school, based on his classmate statement. Hold on. But anyway, y'all, again, it's already at 5 hours. There's just so much going, like it's a rabbit hole, keeps going down and down from this person to that person. I definitely am going to make my phone call to update on this Crystal situation and Cali with the updated information. Now that I know before they kept on saying, I did make a report, but I didn't have the child's name. But now that I have the child's name, I want to update the report. But I'm sure by now something probably has been moving and shaking already. But let me go to this other video real quick first as well. So now that we know, I believe that more people are going to be coming out about this pastor, because as you can see, there's nothing wrong with people embracing, like even such in this video right here, like their arms are interlocked. But I just feel like a lot is going on within this church and this pastor, and that this is what I think, that maybe that he's just like he propositioned to the other guy. I believe that he does this propositioning to others, and once he does it to others, they then also hide their sexuality, or they hide what's happening. So then it's a lot of people, I believe, that are living like engaged with the past, but they keep it discreet and secret. Yeah. I hate to say it like that, but I feel like that's what's happening, where a lot of things are being hidden, and then once more and more people come out, the more truth is going to come out. Exactly. When they don't live their truth, others suffer.
She said never. And so then I agree, y'all. It really does take a village to raise a child. Yeah.
So then now these are interlocked. Hold on.
I do think you got to be careful who you let be in the presence of your child, because you know every individual that name the name of Jesus don't really walk with him. You hear what I'm saying to you? And so then, glory to God's name, they really only want, come Jonathan, glory to God's name, they really only want them close, praise the name, Lord Jesus Christ, just to, so how you
watch out who's in your child, right?
Boy. Oh, he's crazy. Glory to God's name. He's so sensitive. Quit being so sensitive. You sensitive than most little girls I know.
So there he goes. Quit being sensitive more than more little girls I know. He's tickling. So he uses, I think tickling is a way he can start, like his way of touching people is by starting with the tickling of people. As he was like saying that he was tickling in between, I guess, Julia's legs, area, thighs. Should I say thighs?
Stand here and stand still. But they really don't let them touch all over their chest. You know, uncle gonna take you to get some ice cream one day and all that and all. If you bring the ice cream to the house, we'll eat it at home.
Absolutely.
We'll eat ice cream right in front of us. You got to eat it in front of me, because this is my son. This is my boy. Glory to God's name. And I know you, uncle. And watch this. It's going to mess you up. And I know you're a preacher. But you don't have the right. You don't have the right to take them off. Glory to God's name now. Glory.
You're projecting your own self. You're projecting like, oh, someone's a preacher. You don't have the right to do this or do that, or rub it on your chest. You're projecting that even like people have to watch out for preachers.
For God's name, to get some ice cream away from me.
Right.
Let me tell y'all where y'all crazy at as parents. Some of y'all too trusting.
Yeah.
I said, now what?
Y'all, like this is like literally playing in people's face. Message. Some of y'all are too trusting, aka sending y'all kid to live with this pastor, and he's even giving a warning. You got to watch out evil pastors that will rub all on their chest as he's doing it himself. You know, so this is a classic. Some people actually do this. They're talking about themselves to a congregation of people and like pretty much warning you about themselves in your face.
Too trusting. Glory to God's name. Y'all know your brother, your brother and your uncle got a record. Y'all hear? Y'all too trusting. You know your uncle and your brother, glory to God's name, touched somebody else wrong.
Right.
Why would you just
But meanwhile, you know that about Cameron, right?
let your child be a go along, just go along with him? Y'all go along and uncle gonna take him off. No. I'm the baby daddy. Get back here. Now go get the ice cream, uncle. We all going together. Y'all hear me? No, we gotta guard them. We gotta protect them. Glory to God's name. Hallelujah. And so that's it. That's all. Now go on. Maybe I'll get you some ice cream later since I had to use you. But we gotta protect them, our children. Glory to God's name. Hallelujah. And so then, Father, be praised. That's it. That's all. I do think you can be overprotective as a parent. I do. Mm-hmm.
My wife helping me, and she gonna get on here and say hi in 2 seconds. I didn't think I was gonna cry, but yeah, man. So like, I'm just hurt by the whole situation, and all of this happened through TD McNutt. Seeing the victims and all that started this last week. If my wife would have never sent me the dang on thing, I wouldn't even been talking about it. You understand? You understand? So that's where we at. Life is literally about the choices that you make. And our prayer is for this live is that literally that people understand you got to speak up. You got to say something. You got to say something to somebody. I ain't tell nobody. Yeah, you got to take accountability. But you got to speak up. You got to say something to somebody. I finally told my wife. My wife didn't know for a couple of years. But like I say, nothing happened. Nothing at all. That's not what the live is about. Nothing happened. It was the fact that you trusted somebody with your, not with your life. You trust someone. You honored that person. You know the funny thing about it, real quick, I'm gonna help why people in Georgia be thinking like me and my wife just like acting funny, you know, because my church might watch this too. I go to Total Victory Worship Center, y'all. And my other brother, my other second family, Momentum City, that's my brother too. He's on here as well. Pastor Thomas Cody. Pastor Angelique Simmons, that's my pastor. People be thinking I'm acting real funny in Atlanta. No, I go home. I don't be wanting to deal with no church people. I don't be wanting to do all that. We did that for 10 years. I don't be wanting to.
Okay, hold on a second, because I got an essence of time. I got to move it along. But that's his main premise, okay? And let's take a look at this. So Christopher Jeremiah is one of the victims that actually stayed with him, that he actually mentioned in that letter from 2014 when he sued Josh. Oh my gosh, these names. It's like a million names that run through my head. For defamation of saying he's a homosexual and they had a sexual relationship, which the judge sided with the defendant. So anyways, there was another guy that spoke to a victim through text messages. So let's go ahead and read those text messages really quickly. And it's pretty much, so he, let me see, his name is TJ. And there's Savars right here says, what's heartbreaking for me is that grown men are reaching out and recounting their own experiences of grooming and sexual exploitation at the hands of this man allegedly. They all describe the same thing: gifts, living with McNutt, and being both spiritually and sexually manipulated by him in their younger years. None of them have claimed verbally any of this happening under the age of 18. They are triggered, but they are glad he is being exposed. So Christopher Jeremiah, who goes by Official J Milano, also wrote, crazy thing is, he used to tell me I was not allowed to arch my eyebrows, stating it drew the wrong attention, shaking my fucking head. It's crazy he got these two little boys' eyebrows arched. Someone says to him, thank you, King. And he says, absolutely, Queen. And he says, again, I'm sorry for what you endured. And I come from a place of understanding. I was raised by my own father for 5 years and so much more to it. I pray for your peace and continued perseverance. And I pray they are able to get Junior from these people, because his mother is not even attempting to protect him. Well, they have removed him from the home, but in a place allegedly that his mother chose. Christopher then responds, receive, praying for your continuous healing as well. And the person responds, thank you for speaking up and bringing validation to his situation. And I'm sorry for what you've experienced. And then Christopher says, yes, ma'am, but there is so much more to my story that have not even got a chance to scratch the surface, and so much experience. The only thing that matters at this point is Junior's protection. So he's looking out for Junior. And then she says, hello, someone else says, hello, thank you for sharing your story. Would you be okay with me sharing this information with the caseworker? I've gone through similar and have been working diligently all day to communicate the extent of these allegations with the caseworker from the original report. And then he says, I would not mind at all. And then Tavares says, I understand and I feel you. The fact that there are more that have not spoken is the saddest part. And Christopher says, they will speak, just give it time. And this is totally another person that spoke up, as he was someone that broke away from the past, but he has not told his full story yet. And he says to Christopher, thank you, bro, for speaking. I was praying all day that you would come out and say something. He will not get away with this. Now everything makes sense. When I first met you guys that night, he picked me up from work at Macy's. Y'all were not really happy to see me or be introduced to me, and I could never figure out why until now. I was basically being groomed to being his next victim. The punishment, the verbal and physical abuse you guys had to deal with, he will not get away with this. Christopher says, yes, 2026 is the year of discovery. It's going all over the world. As we know, what is hidden will come to light. Tavares says, appreciate you for sharing your story. Christopher says, thank you for hearing me. There's 5 years of history. Trust me, it was not an easy web to get out of. I was 19 years old at the time. I am not happy about the circumstances, but I am glad people are able to see his true identity. And Tavares says, this dude is really out here standing 10 toes on his actions and has decided that the Bible agrees with him. And Christopher says, being a former victim of TD, living with him and experiencing him as an individual outside of church, and then watching this video, the PTSD that came back, oh man, shake my head. I pray for Junior and Mimi. Come on. Mimi is Carmisha, his mother. Carmisha Irons is his Julie's mother. And she said, I guess she was to get him on the weekends, but now he's outside of the house. Child. So anyways, this guy right here also had
about people, and
this guy right here had also met Christopher at the time. So when he was down in that area, he saw Christopher as well. So hold on. Let's go to this post right here where TJ Tavares actually spoke to a victim in some messages. So let's read these messages quickly. So he obviously tried to hide the identity of the person he was speaking to by hiding their avatar. So that's not the real avatar, that's a mask over it. And the person says, I am a victim of TD McNutt. I see the members are bought from house to cars. I will be the voice, but the street, as long as you tell my story and protect my identity. Says no worries. First, Cameron is also a pedo. He molested his half-sibling cousin. His mother and father and family cover it up. TD McNutt buys loyalty, buying houses, cars to win the loyalty of the 10 people who attend. I am a witness to TD McNutt publicly humiliating children, yet claim to be a prophet and a psychologist. First, edification only comes from a real pastor, apostle mouth. Second, a psychologist knows that public humiliation strips the child of self-esteem. And by the way, he's not no psychologist. I'm not finding him in any database. Some people have to stop lying about being credentialed because most states require a license for certain things. And if you're not in a database, you're not supposed to be practicing anything. So then this person says he is guilty of grooming boys into a homosexual lifestyle, first using tactics to tear them down and internally. And a lot of times people do that in cults. They break you down and they try to break down who you really are as a person. And once they break you completely down and tear you down, then they try to rebuild you into what they want you to be, a docile, mindless, brainless follower that is brainwashed. What is the reason Junior's mother can't care for her own son? People are always telling the same story, even Nikita, that they don't have a positive male role model in their child's life, and that they feel like the pastor is a positive male role model. And I believe that he can transform people. If you actually pay attention to the videos I was playing, he has this organization called Transformation, and he has like transforming lives and causing authentic discovery power of God. So he has Transformation Empowerment Worship Center. So he has this whole thing that he can transform people, including young man, into some great things. So that's why he would have Junior and even Cameron as some sort of marketing tools, or they're his marketing, because they show like, oh, they're transformed from this to that. So now a lot of things that's happening now is not good for his reputation or brand. So obviously he's going to be trying to figure out how he can restore his good name and character and reputation. So no telling what he might do as his next move. But my opinion is I will see that he probably will. He has filed police reports on someone before. He has done lawsuits. So I can see that coming. If this progresses and people continue to speak out on him, he will probably resort to those measures, to anything he could try to fix his name. He is guilty of grooming boys into a homosexual lifestyle, first using tactics to tear them down internally. It says, I am a witness to the abuse of this boy and public humiliation. What can I do to report my experience? Another pastor confessed he know T.D. McNutt very well, and T.D. McNutt is still dibbling in that lifestyle of homosexuality. I'm scared for my safety, to be honest. The Tavares asks, when you mean safety, is he known to be violent? And then the person says, victim says he is, and very aggressive along with church members. The virus says, outside of the physical abuse we believe he has inflicted on Junior, what has he done to make you believe he is capable of harming you or any other adult? And the victim said he keeps two men around him who claim to be not all the way saved but need money from him. He will pay for whatever he needs done. They will follow. And I also think about how he keeps around Craig around him, who Craig is no stranger to jail. And Craig has been out here threatening folks. So a lot of times when people want to keep their hands clean, they will have people out here that are, about that life and gangster, or have a rap sheet to kind of do their dirty work, right? Says these 10 people are money hungry and will do anything for it. He just promised a house to Carmisha, he will buy it. And the fire says, how many members does this church have? I guess it says, I have heard varying numbers, mostly centering around 10 to 15 members. And the victim says, we trust people. Well, last victim says, we trust people behind a doctorate degree, about 11, 12, 5 out of state members, 9 in state. Again, that gives more credibility and credence to their whole thing. If people have a doctorate degree or some sort of degree, allegedly. When he was removed from McNutt, why did she send him to someone else? Why didn't she take her own son to her own home? I guess because she hangs around McNutt a lot, and I guess people assume that if your son is with you, then he's still going to be with McNutt or around him, or McNutt's going to have access to him. I don't know why she's passing her son around. Yava says, Dana, did you hear that he has written certain policies with CPS in Florida regarding adoption? Okay, so people have alleged that, but I have not. If you have evidence of that, you can send it to me, but I cannot put that out without someone actually, I got to see it for myself. So people, again, even before people were spreading rumors that he was arrested for SA, And then I pulled the police report, and then he was not arrested for SA. So anyways, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying that I have to have receipts before I do that. So I'm not going to confirm or deny that until there's evidence or I see a receipt that he wrote something and it's actually authentic. Hold on. So it says, well, I am one, and wait, hold on, let me go back. So that's interesting. And it says, so 14. So that's interesting. One lady was kicked out of church that called him out. And Fire says, I wonder if that lady has spoken out. I have yet to hear from any members outside of the 5 who came forward claiming what they claimed. And the victim says, well, I am one, and it is scary. He makes me psychologically feel like I'm betraying him. On top of this, and he has not even said a word to me about this, not even to protect me online, because I am definitely getting attacked by random people who think I agree with this. And then Tavares says, I agree. I am sorry you are experiencing this and that you also feel trapped. So people are being bought with houses and cars. So now y'all have to explain how a pastor that is claiming $60,000 a year and can't afford a lawyer for his own case is able to afford all of this luxury and giving all this money to everybody. So there is some sort of money stuff going on here as well. So where's the money coming from? That's the question.
People all day, every day. I'm sorry, I'm reading something. Everybody make sure y'all say the right stuff. Okay. Nobody's saying nothing bad. I don't know. Just okay. Okay. But as long as everybody say respectful stuff on this live, only because this is my live, and I don't want nobody. This is not for that. This is not to bash nobody. It's not. I promise you. It's about being better and helping a brother, and also people being honest and taking accountability about your lifestyle. If you can't handle the calling of where you at, you need to come down. Come down. Come down for yourself, because you're messing up other people's lives. You hurting other people's lives. I'm serious. You hurting other people's lives. You hurting other people's lives. And I never understood for the last 8 years. Like I said, my family is doing wonderful. I thank God of where we at. I never thought of living in Atlanta, Georgia, none of that. But when I think about it, I'm like, no, you got to soften up and talk to your kids. But it's hard because you suffer from rejection, and also you suffering from what's the word? Being disrespected. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff hurts, and you just don't understand it. You just don't understand it. So that's where we at, y'all. That's literally where I wanted to come from today. All the people that's at me and follow me, I promise y'all, I'm not following y'all back. And I'm not even being funny. I don't follow people on Facebook anymore. I don't follow people on no social media. I don't do that stuff. I need my wife to come over here.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Record your name and reason for calling. I'll see if this person is available.
Hello.
Thanks. Please stay on the line.
Bluetooth connected.
I'm sorry, this person is not available. If you will.
Yeah, I am not finding anything anywhere about him being a psychologist, so I think that's fake.
has been forwarded to an automatic voice message.
Okay, what I think I'm gonna do is just put the classmate discussion video on my video tab because I'm already gonna be over my 6 hours soon. I've been here. Y'all listen, there's just too much for this one case. So what I'm gonna do is just upload it as a video instead of just playing it during this live. So give me about an hour and I'll just upload the interview to my video tab. Okay, hold on. And I'll probably just premiere it as a video because that'll be easier for me. Okay, hold on. The main thing I definitely wanted to, I'm glad I kept following this. Now that Junior's out of the home allegedly, that settles that for now. Now the last thing, of course, was, in my opinion, is making sure that is Cameron around anyone else? So is Cameron Johnson around anyone else? And it looks like his targeted, even though he does come across as feminine, it looks like his targets are actually girls. That he has 2 girl victims. So I wonder if he's around any other minors and they're feeling like he's someone safe to be around, but he has this, and they have not held him accountable. So if they have not held him accountable and really got him real help. Okay, so to get someone counseling and help, they have to be getting help for what they actually have done. You cannot be saying that someone has gotten counseling or help if they have not even admitted to their actual crime. You see what I mean? So in essence, he has not really gotten help. This has been really much covered up, and then he has been made to give confessions in front of a church based on saying that something was consensual and not something that he did that was actually aggressive. Hold on.
Thank you for calling the Illinois DCFS Child Abuse and Neglect Hotline. This is Heidi Miller, Director of Illinois DCFS. I want to personally thank you for your commitment to helping us keep our children safe. I understand that this may not have been an easy call for you to have made, but your action is very much appreciated. Our social worker will be asking you questions, and you might not know the answer to all of them, but that's okay. We're going to try to collect as much information from you as we can so that we can make the most informed decision possible as we determine next steps on your call. Again, thank you so much for your call and for having the best interests of our Illinois children in mind.
For English, press 1. Se ha comunicado con la línea. If this is a life-threatening emergency, please hang up and call 911 or your local law enforcement agency. If your call is not an emergency, please submit your report online through our online reporting system at childabuse.illinois.gov. Your call will be answered in the order it was received. All calls are recorded for quality assurance. If you are a child, please press 1. If you are law enforcement, please press 2. Medical personnel, please press 3. If you are school personnel, please press 4. All other callers, please press 5 or remain on the line. Thank you.
Child Abuse and Neglect Hotline. This is Carla W. Are you calling to report an incident of child abuse or neglect?
Yes, but I have a reference number, a report number I need to add on to.
Okay. Just 1 second. Let's get some information from you first. And your first name, please.
because she's gonna speak, or she's gonna at least say hi to the camera. It was always prophesied that me and my wife would like save like a lot of couples and things like that. And I'm not saying that we're there yet, but I do believe in the power of love. And this is my wife here who has literally stuck with me. Jasmine, can you please say something? How do you feel? We were talking earlier, but how do you feel about the situation of what's going on with me, and how does it affect you?
I don't want to be in the camera, but they can hear me. I said I don't want to be in the camera.
She don't want to be in the camera. Okay.
Hey y'all, give me some hearts. Woo, woo, woo. Cause he coming over here trying to get serious and all that. This is not about them folks. Please believe this is not about them. Okay. There's a bigger picture to all of this. May not have come off right now, right? Cause we let this die a long time ago. But my husband was triggered. And what a better time to totally be free. You know, I'm a praying wife, and I've been praying for a long time. Long time. Long time. So I've been in the game a long time. Hey, everybody. Hey. But no, this is definitely not about people in particular, names or anything. This has nothing to do with anything. There's a bigger picture. We're still trying to figure out God in all of this. Not saying we don't know him. We know him. But just really understanding. We grew up together as children. In the church. Y'all know how I was, St. Louis Church. On my side. He grew up on the apostolic side. I really don't know what, all of that until I grew up on my side. You can relate, you know. So I'm used to all this type of stuff, I'm used to this. But he wasn't. It's just a lot. And I don't want to get on here because I would really have to write down some stuff. This is not my law. This is his law. But yeah, I've been helping him. I've been pushing him. I could have been left. Like, what? Been left. I did leave. How about that?
We were separated. We were definitely separated.
I did leave. And I was done. So.
We were separated, yep.
But it's a lot. We'll tell our story another time. But we're doing great. I just wanted to clear up. It's not about those people, but those people just happen to be in our story.
They just happen to be in our story.
I mean, you just happen to be a character in the book.
And I still want a conversation.
I don't.
Jasmine doesn't, but I do. I'm a victim of manipulation, control.
He definitely was. Looking back and just all the stuff, and this is not to bash anybody, it's just to point out actual facts.
The truth. It's the truth of everything that you're hearing on this live is the truth.
What I'm finna lie for?
100% truth. Like no lies, not no fact, nothing. It's the truth, straight head on. I'm telling y'all. You don't have to question nothing on this live. I'm telling you that. What am I going to go live for? When have I done this? What am I coming to talk for? But go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this I just want to put people, this is their time to shine. Baby, I've been here almost 6 years in Atlanta. When people decided to go ghost and stop talking to me and my family. And after the service they threw us, that was the end. No. I had to heal on my own. I had to,
you got dropped off. Literally.
Yeah, I still don't know what happened. Fill me in. I don't know what happened. Friends one day, then you're not. But hey, it's all love. It's all love.
We were just wondering what did we do? How did, you know what I'm saying? How do we end up in this situation where you were best friends with a person, like best friends with somebody, and that's, yeah, I'm not hurt about it. When I tell you, I was so nervous when it first started. Oh my God.
He just need me over here. He be trying to think too serious. It's not that deep.
I feel
Church
so
folk,
better.
y'all deep. I've learned y'all deep. It ain't that deep. It's not that deep. It's real simple, and we make it hard.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yep.
But yeah, we're gonna tell our story one time. I guess it's really what I needed, because I don't talk. I let y'all come up with what y'all want to come up with, and we roll with that.
Yep. I know it's a lot of people that was, like I said, trying to follow me for
We
the sake
got
of
1.3.
But it was a lot of
Y'all
people.
don't even like my stuff on. Y'all fake, bro.
But what's crazy, the people that followed and thought, I told y'all didn't read. I said that I was a victim through McNutt, and it's the truth, y'all. Like I said, I've been to his house. I've seen him drive with eating fries, and how he drive with the steering wheel, and how he turn his fingers. I'm telling you, it's a sight to see. He's very controlling. It's sad. The boys that was staying with him at that time, I've only been in his living room. That's it. I remember, like the video where
Keisha.
the video when he went live with the boy. I've been in that house, yes sir. And when I tell y'all, it just blew my mind, because he has been this way for years.
Oh yeah, I had to be okay with the apology. Baby, they walked past me a few months ago and didn't say nothing. I'm okay. I'm okay.
It's a little more touchy for me, but it's okay. But like I stated, you're talking to a person really not crying out for nothing. No, it's more on the simple fact
this is freeing him, so we can be better.
Yeah, really.
I want so we like you still fighting me. I'm not the problem.
No,
we good, but we had to understand
Yep.
where stuff stems from.
Yep.
Let's go to the root.
Yep.
Who hurt you?
Yep.
What happened?
Yep.
That's what happened.
Yep.
So how do we get from here?
Yep.
You can send me to hell, but how do I deal with this hurt that the help caused? You the help.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go even deeper into some things I didn't say. I mean, some things. This is what was like. Okay, like I said,
Yeah, we don't need a conversation. When we talk, we just be talking. You know.
I'll say this last thing in a sense. It's crazy when I was doing my cheating and adultery to my wife, unfortunately, which husbands, you got to be faithful. Like I said, I experienced myself being separated from her, and I was a punk. I was a punk when we were separated. But going back to when me and Jazz went together and I was committing adultery, the same preacher that was telling me I gotta live by the book and don't do this and you ain't gonna keep on screwing and doing all this stuff, but he secretly want
him to fail. He wanted him to fail.
He secretly wanted them to sleep.
You don't do that.
You see my face. If you see my face, I don't even like saying it because it gives me a headache. It gives me a headache, y'all. Y'all have to give grace to people that go through stuff, especially now. People, it's crazy. People. When I talked about this, well, why you didn't say nothing? I didn't know how. I really didn't. I was confused. I didn't know how to say anything. I didn't know how to say anything. But it's like now, okay, it's like I was silenced at the ministry. I was silenced. I had to sit in front of, I'm not calling names. I had to sit in front of the church, not get paid. Well, no, I think they gave me like a couple dollars, but not get paid in the sense I was silenced in front of the church because I was committing adultery on my wife, right? Same thing like McNutt stood up the boys and told them to say this and that, and I'm getting silenced. But when I'm getting silenced, the person that silenced me, the preacher, is inboxing me and 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 texting 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 me. I'm not telling y'all no lie. That's it. So I battle with a lot of things. And yes, I do know that this stuff has been going on with the church. But that's pretty much it. Other than that, that's it, guys. I'm digressing. This is not a bashing season. I'm going to do counseling regarding getting over a preacher. Being a musician is hard. Musicians, I want y'all to know, it's hard playing behind preachers. It is. And I'm not coming for the preachers. My post was literally, if you're a preacher and anybody, you got to try to live as best as intentional for God and be intentional about your lifestyle as possible as you can, especially if you're going to lead other people. I'm tired of going to these churches where, you know, people are, you got to preach holiness, but you got to help the people get to holiness. Bashing them is not going to get them to holiness. It's not going to do that. And it's hard to do that when you bashing them, when you're doing the same behavior. And I don't like to get into judging, but like, of course, the Bible says when you have something in your eye, you have a stick in your eye or whatever, and then another person has a needle in their eye. We both got something in our eye. We need help. We both need to work on. Everybody got something to work on. So that's where we at, y'all. But that's why I went live. Like I said, the next phase of this is counseling because, like some people said, I'd never get that conversation when you were. And I literally will leave with this because this is the only thing that's in my head. When you were best friends with someone and it just cuts off. I'm talking about when you was locked in friends with somebody and it was just cut off. You move out of town, you run from that person, going away service and all that, you run from that person. It's hard to understand that whole process. Okay? I didn't have a job when I came out here. I got a job in the U-Haul on my way to Atlanta, Georgia. I started working at Amazon. That was my first job when I started working in Georgia. This is my story, y'all. This is exactly what happened and how me and my family ended up in Atlanta. So everybody was, congratulations on the house. Congratulations on the house. Y'all remember that? No, I'm being serious. Congratulations on the house. Not knowing that I was running for my life. Jasmine, am I telling a lie? Packed up truck, had homies helping me, packed up the truck, running for my life. And people don't even know that they affected my life to the point where I left St. Louis. I have on a St. Louis hat. That's my city. When I started the video, I told you guys where I'm from. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I love my city. I'm a people's person. I love the people in the city. There's a lot of people commenting on here that I love. I just can't respond to the comments. As I'm getting off, that's it. I love y'all. But that's my story, y'all. There's a lot of details in the story, but the gist of the story has been told. While y'all was commenting, congratulations. Like I had a job offer down here or something. I was running for my life. That's my story. That's how I ended up here for the past 6 years. And I don't miss St. Louis whatsoever. I miss the Chinese food. I miss my family. I miss my friends. All of that great stuff. But God put me in a situation to make me a survivor out of being a victim through TD McNutt and a preacher and the preacher's wife, because I have to add the preacher's wife because the preacher's wife is the one that told me that TD McNutt is the one that told them to try me. That's why I'm going live today. All right? I love everybody. I love all y'all. I am trying my best to get over this situation as best as I possibly can. It's going to happen for sure because I did this. This is just it. I'm writing a book as well of the details of the story. The details of the story. And it has to just be told. You can't be mad at somebody for telling their story. I told my wife the other day, I would never question nobody. If you've been through something and you've been traumatized through that situation, especially in the church, you have a right to tell your story. And people, y'all wrong if y'all don't let nobody tell their story. Y'all wrong. I don't care what y'all say, y'all wrong. But definitely, Atlanta's my home. People stop asking me that. Stop asking me that I move back to St. Louis. I'm not moving back to St. Louis. Atlanta's my home. I'm doing well here. I love it. God is doing great things down here for me. Okay? St. Louis is my home city. And I'm not afraid to go back. I'm not afraid to see people. I'm not afraid to walk around in no churches. None of that stuff. Because once again, this is not a bashing session. This is I need to be free, and I'm gotten healed from releasing my story to y'all. And that's it. I appreciate everybody for not writing those stupid comments and all that stuff. Thank you for the people who was even like the followers, like y'all. Like my one video had like 12,000 views. Like I don't even care about all that stuff. Like I really don't care about that. I told my mama before I got on this live, that's why I was late. I told my mama, she's like, you know, I'm like, yes, that's what I got to do. Because I'm tired of dealing and having anger drift in my house. And it stemmed from something. The root of the thing stemmed through where I was experiencing it from. No lie. So that's it, y'all. That's pretty much it. I pray everyone have a blessed night. It's 10 o'clock here in Atlanta, and I'm going home. I literally wanted to tell my story. I'm doing therapy. That's the next thing I'm working on. Raymond Hannah, I will be hitting you up because the funny thing about it, I had a blank moment and I couldn't think of your name. I kept telling my wife, I'm like, it's somebody in Florida that I can't think of their name. Raymond Hannah, that's my guy. And he knows that Raymond Hannah knows that everything that I'm saying is the 100% truth. Hey, Ma, but that's it. Like I said, real quick, my mom, she was really nervous of me going live. And like I told her, she asked me how old I'm going to be 37 in May. And I'm tired of dealing with this stuff. I'm tired of dealing with the restraints of being traumatized through what you've went through somebody that you was this with. Like dynamic duo with. Like for real. So that's it. I love y'all. So God, I ask that no backlash come to this. No backlash come to my family. No scrutiny come to my family. No anything come to my family. I have told my story, and I thank you, God, for life, health, and strength. I thank you for allowing us to have access to today. Bless someone that might listen to this live at a later date, because I know somebody's going to share it. Allow them to speak up and not take their time to speak up. Let them know that someone needs you to speak up because it's going to help you help somebody else. And that's all I pray. In Jesus' name.
And it's going up for a CAC referral, okay?
Okay.
All righty, ma'am. My name is Carla. That's Carla. My last name is Schuster.
All right. Thank you.
You have a good evening.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
So anyways, I'm gonna, like I said, I did talk to people about Callie. Now, I don't know if anything will actually happen or not, but hey, I did suggest that she should be questioned away from Crystal and Chris for sure. And that I did tell them about the dynamics of how he went in front of the church and confessed, but not to assault, but to that he said it was consensual when it wasn't. So I did say there's different stories going around. The parents are more protective of Cameron, and that she probably needs someone that will question her, that understands coercion and able to explain to her what consent is and non-consent is, and what participation is and joining in means compared to coercion, and some sort of way of explaining the manipulation factor to it to someone at her age, that to make it understandable. But if, according to Nikita, that the cousin already tells them certain things about her own feelings and experience of how she recalls it. So I don't think it's like a thing that she's being completely brainwashed. I think that's more being protective and looking out for her best interest out of fear of retaliation, and not wanting to break up the family or disrupt the family or cause issues or have anyone mad at her or scolding her or disciplining her for speaking out. So all I can really say is that hopefully when she does, or when, I don't know the full situation. I can only report what I know. And then hopefully at one day she could, if, things are as I assume, that she will feel at that time she could speak out when she feels safe. And a lot of times you cannot tell someone, a victim, when to come forward. They have to feel safe in doing so. And they have to feel like they have somewhere else to go. And they also have to feel like they'll be believed, and that they won't face retaliation, and they're safe, etc. It's a lot of things that goes into it to when someone feels like it. Some people never come forward; they just live with it for the rest of their life. But yeah, anyways, I love y'all. But I'm gonna end the live because I have to end the live at 6 hours if I want to edit anything.
Amen. And last thing I'll say, love everybody. Last thing I'll say, yo, live for God. Like, I'm serious.
For real.
Like for real. Like, I mean, everybody got their own stuff going on, right? And everybody got this life.
So I don't know what he just said while I was gone, but I can see some comments. So I'll have to review this live myself. Anyways, I love y'all. Make sure y'all smash the like button on your way out. And most likely, besides the last thing, which is playing the audio of me talking to his classmate, most likely I'm finished with this whole process. Junior has been removed out of the house allegedly. I still would keep up with it for the most part, but I think the reporting on most of the stuff is. What do y'all think about it? I feel like there's more to this and more victims out there, so I should not completely finish just in case. So I'll see how I feel about it. But Junior has been out of the house. I did report the whole Cali situation. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but I did my part in it. And yeah, so we'll see it. I'm gonna post the classmate interview that I had on my video tab for everyone to be able to listen to, and we'll see what's gonna happen from there. All right, y'all, bye. Yeah, there's way more, I'm sure. So who knows? But as for like other topics, I will be moving to other topics. But I'm not even gonna say what I'm gonna do, because who knows, I could end the live today and then something will happen. Okay, but I did, by the way, they do have access to me. So I kind of want to find that video of the confession, just in case I can send that or get that over to them to show that he actually did acknowledge or say that. But we'll see what's going to happen, y'all. We will see. Lisa says, I think the good info not out yet. Yeah, I think there's more stuff to it and possibly more victims. So I don't want to, and by the way, let me go back a little bit. I'm not going to say I'm finished with this case, because that means that people listening out there that are victims, they could be like, oh, people are wrapping this up and now it might be too late for me to speak. So let me stop right there. I'm still keeping this open, and I'm still going to be looking into things, and anyone can still reach out to me as well if they feel like it, or anyone else speaking on this case or anything like that. So I'm going to keep this open, because I know there might be more people out there that want to speak and they feel like everyone is shutting down and moving on. Then they might feel like they lost their opportunity, and then they might be feeling like, okay, well, now I waited too long. So yeah, I want to make sure I leave doors open for sure. All right, y'all. Bye. Have a great rest of your day.
I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. Things have to change. I can't stay